Hello, everybody. We are so excited for day 2 of Breaking the Silence Summer Summit series. We will begin in about 8 minutes. So just hold tight. We're still waiting on some participants, waiting on some people to come in. And I need to go on Facebook to make sure that it is open to the public. So Pearl, I want you to say a couple words.
Sure. Hey, everybody. My name is Pearl Sharenza. I am so excited to be here to hear all your stories and support Michelle. And I did this yesterday, so I'm going to do it again right now. So let's see what happens. But yesterday, I pulled a card to start us off. From these great cards are called Better Questions, Better Life. I get no kickback. They're amazing cards that I meditate on. So Dan, unmute yourself and tell me when to stop shuffling, would you? Here we go.
Stop.
He's gonna make it go to the end of the deck.
Yep.
Oh, Dan, we got a blank card. So I'm gonna call on you to give your favorite quote to start us off.
For everything I wish for, the one I hope the most is for God to keep an arm across my shoulder and a hand covering my mouth.
Ah, I like that. So why is that a great quote for you?
Because I talk too much.
I'm with you, Dan. I do that too myself. Michelle has to turn me off every so often. So thank you for sharing. That's a great quote. And I love that you started us off with that. So the really cool thing about these cards, I meditate and or journal to them every day. And when a blank one comes up, I just think like a positive quote or just whatever. I just think about what comes to my mind. And today, for those of you that were on here yesterday, we talked a lot about how your stories matter. Oftentimes we think, well, nobody wants to hear my story. It doesn't really matter, but it really does, because you all have a book within you, which Michelle talks to you about. Her boot camps are all about sharing and getting your story out there. And when you don't put it out to the world, you're cheating yourself, but most of all, you're cheating all of us. And yesterday we heard some powerful shares and stories. And I cannot wait for you guys to start pouring into everybody that's here with us and everybody that's on Facebook. I'm going to encourage you to grab a cup of coffee, cup of tea, like for me, that's my drink, and get a notepad. I mean, I have my notepad from yesterday still sitting here. I took lots of notes and made some great connections. And so I'm excited, Michelle, for what you brought us together for today, to hear these stories and to be inspired that we can turn something in our life into a beautiful thing. So thanks.
Well, Pearl, it's not just me. I mean, you're in this as well. There's a lot of people that messaged me yesterday that said, oh my gosh, you and Pearl make a dynamic duo. So I love that. I think that we can definitely continue doing this. I'm hoping that you're going to be the co-host for the fall and winter summits as well. So, oh yeah, I like that. Pearl said, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we're in, let's go.
If you guys weren't with us yesterday, we had an amazing day with a ton of amazing speakers. Today is going to be the same. We're going to have phenomenal speakers telling their stories of how they were able to overcome past traumas, past obstacles, so that they can live an even better life, right? And that is for you as an audience member to know that you can overcome too, because we are no more special than you are. We are all just as special, and it's a choice. It's a choice every day to overcome and to really break through the barriers that life has presented. Every day life is a challenge. I mean, raise your hand, or, definitely, right? Every day life is a challenge. And there are good days, there are bad days, there are days in between. And we are just excited that all of these speakers have been able to overcome and now tell their stories so that you can overcome too. It's going to be awesome. So we've got about 4 more minutes until we start. I want to make sure that we get a bunch of people. We've got a bunch registered today, so very excited about that. And I know our friend is actually having a summit today as well. I did not mean to book the summit the same day. It just kind of happened. So Pearl is actually speaking on that summit too. It's with Deb Drummond. She is an amazing woman with Angel Tussey as well. Angel's one of my friends. So they do a summit on the 8th of every month. So I'm not going to book the summit on the 8th again. However, it's going to be great. We're be able to flip flop and have people here, have people there, right, Pearl?
Yes, I'm so excited. So, and that's the thing, like I said, about sharing your story, being able to share your story. I'm going to be able to not just share it here, but also share it to another platform. And so when people start learning who you are, you can share your story and you start putting it out in the world, I really believe that God opens up doors. He brings things to you. And so I'm excited. Almost 2 years ago, I ran up to Michelle at a Bill Walsh event, and she looked at me like I was this crazy woman. I was like, I need to meet you. I need to get connected with you. People are telling me we need to talk. I hear you're coming to Florida. How can I support? And it's been a fast friendship, and it's just been amazing. And we're 20 minutes from each other, so we get to see each other often as well.
Well, I have a feeling I'm probably coming over tonight. So I just invite myself over to Pearl's house all the time. But that's all right.
She has a room. She has her own room as well.
Yeah, it's got multiple beds in it.
Yes. And I see my friend Lisa Pulliams on, and she'll tell you too. It's just like anybody, that's who I am. If you come to Tampa, you call me, I got a place for you. So that's who I am.
Well, before I moved to Tampa, you were the place that I stayed at, and it was lovely. I didn't know what I was doing in Tampa yet. And, Pearl introduced me to all these amazing people and this great organization called the Know Women. And I'm very excited to be a part of the Know Women and KNOW, Know Women of Tampa, and part of their books. I'm now part of the hardcover as well, just Unsilenced Voices. So the organization is part of that, which is lovely. And I know that they have an event the end of the month in Tampa, an in-person event. I will be traveling now. I'll be speaking on the West Coast, so I don't think I'm actually going to make it. I sent Bernadette a message yesterday, Bernadette, and then no. So we'll see what happens.
Yay. Yeah. And those that are listening, they've got chapters all over. They're in Arizona, Chicago, North Carolina, I think Texas, or they're coming to Texas. So they're all over the place. So if you want more information, you can ask Michelle or I, and we can connect you with Sarah.
Yeah, perfect. I didn't know that they were going to Texas, but that's kind of great.
I believe that's what I had heard.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
And if not, one of you in Texas, my friend Lisa, could start a chapter.
Oh, is Lisa in Texas? I love it that you're calling. All right. Everybody who is in the live Zoom, I have copied and pasted the Facebook. So if you want to go ahead and share this, then please do so. It's from my personal page. So everybody on Facebook, hello. And I think we're going to get started here, Pearl. Does that sound good to you?
Sounds great. Let's go.
Okay. So our very first speaker is our wonderful co-host. So let me do her formal introduction. Pearl Chiarenza is a naturopathic mental fitness life coach, published author, and speaker, helping women overcome being a people pleaser by putting themselves first guiltlessly. And Pearl's passion is to empower women to reach for more out of life so that they don't look back wondering where they were in their autobiography. And she enables the women to become sheroes of their lives. And Pearl will explain what shero is. So baby girl, the stage is yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michelle. I am so excited to be here and share with all of you today. And had you met me before, I would not had the introduction that Michelle had, because before I would have said, I'm a wife, I'm a mom, and I do all these things with my business. But in 2015, after taking a 6-week identity and destiny course, I had to do my I am statement. And I, at the end of 6 weeks, still didn't know who the heck I was. It was a friend of mine in the course that said to me, Pearl, I hear you still say you're a wife and your mom. And by the way, don't you have another son named Nate? And it was an eye-opening slap in the face to say, wow, after 6 weeks, I still don't know who I am. And I'm still putting everybody before me. I tell you today that I am a recovering people pleaser. I had an addiction of pleasing everybody else but myself. And so 2015, I went on a journey to figure out who I was. I dropped my oldest son off at college. I sent my son Nate's reestablishing our relationship because I had put Matt before everything, including myself. And last year, we lost our son Matthew at the age of 25. And my son Nate is 23 now. And those two boys have been my reason for figuring out who the heck I was and overcoming people pleasing. And so it wasn't easy, because how many of you put a 1 in the chat if you say yes to everybody else and you forget to do your stuff for yourself? Maybe you commit to, my friend Lisa might ask me to do an event and I'm like, yeah, I'll do it for you, Lisa, no problem. But maybe you really weren't into the events, but you were so afraid to say no to Lisa because maybe she'll think you're being selfish or you don't care, or that you just don't like her, right? Or you're afraid they're not going to like you. If you've done that before, put a 1, because that was me. I was saying yes to everything. And how many times, put a 2 in, that you've said yes, you show up and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't want to be here. Why did I do this? Why did I say yes? Right? I was that person. I would have said yes to helping you do your laundry if you wanted me to, because I was so afraid that you might not like me, that you thought I was selfish. So I made a commitment to myself. I had to figure out who the heck Pearl was. You see, I got married at a young age. My husband and I have been together almost 40 years next year. We started dating when I was 19, and I asked him to marry me at the age of 20. That's a fun story you can message me later about. But I never really put myself first. It was always about trying to have kids. Then when the kids come along, or doing things for them. And so it was a hard thing to figure out who was Pearl and what did Pearl want. And so I decided I needed to make drastic change. But I was still afraid that if I said no to you, I wouldn't know how you would respond. I was afraid of that response. But I had to step into the understanding that my mind was not being my best friend at that time, and that it was time that I taught my mind, how to be my best friend and not my enemy. So I decided to take a pebble, just a simple pebble, and I would put it in my pocket. If I didn't have pockets, I'd put it in my bra strap. And I made a commitment to myself that I had to move that pebble 3 times a day to saying no to something. Therefore, when I said yes to maybe Michelle asking me to do the summit, I knew in my heart of hearts, I wanted to be here. I wanted to show up. I wanted to be part of this event. And when I said no to something, it meant that it wasn't something that was resonating with me. But here's the aha, you guys. I realized after about a month into this, that I had been saying yes to things I didn't want to. And I was turning off the light of somebody else that could do it just as good, if not better than I was. And when I had that aha moment, I started being the person that would say, hey, you know what, Dan, I would love to do that. And it's not really something that resonates with me right now. However, I know Lisa would be really great for that. So let me connect you guys together. So what happened was I was opening the door to other people's opportunity. I was then becoming the connector. And that was a slap in the face, because I was like, oh my gosh, all these years, I could have been turning the light on for others when I was dimming their lights. And so if you've been doing that and you are saying yes and not showing up, I want to encourage you to start doing something to make drastic change to that. Because I will tell you, we as women, we have this nurturing part of our DNA that says we want to take care and do for everybody. And when you do, you are not taking care of your health. How many times have you come home, and I can tell you one time I got so mad over having to make grilled cheese sandwiches for dinner because I was so stressed out, because I was so overwhelmed with doing for everybody else. It was becoming such a challenge in my family that my kids were getting frustrated with me. My husband was going, who are you? This is not who I married. I was becoming this other being. So we decided in the family that if I was showing up like that, that they would come up with a word and it was called Buffalo. I'm a huge Buffalo Bills fan, you guys. So they would come up with the word and they just yell Buffalo. And that was like turning off the switch for me to say, oh, I need to stop doing that. I need to see what my day was like and who or what was I doing that doesn't resonate with what I'm doing. So my I am statement changed. It became, I am a mental fitness health coach, empowering women to put themselves first so that they can show up in their life and not let somebody else write their story. And that's what I love helping women do. I love helping women become that hero of their life. I love to help them step into decluttering what's happening in their life. I love to help them learning to start fresh, to start practicing how to say yes. It's not easy, you guys. Put a 3 if the word yes freaks you out because you're afraid of what somebody's going to think in the chat. And I love to help women understand you can say yes as excitedly as you can say no as excitedly. The word no is your power word, because when you say no to others and to things that don't align with you, you really are saying yes to yourself. And last year, when we lost our son, it really hit home for me because I was so grateful that just the day before, we were hanging out in the garage, throwing water bottles at each other. Had I been the person I was before and the people pleaser, I might not have been home that day when he was here hanging out with us. So I'm telling you, the power of the word no to others and yes to yourself can change your life. It can help you become stronger. It can help you become stronger in the fact that you have that belief that saying yes to you is so important. And as you become stronger in that no and yes to you, you then become happier. You start having this feeling in your belly like, wow, life is pretty good today. I'm not as stressful. I'm sleeping better this evening. I'm enjoying hanging out with my family and I'm present with my friends. And then as you become happier, you become empowered. You become empowered to come out like you're all doing here today and sharing your story, telling your story and turning your story into something that can change somebody's life. And as you become empowered, you start walking into rooms and people are like, wow, what's happening with you, Pearl? You have this thing I like to call radiance. You start glowing up. You start walking in a room, people are like, did you lose weight? Do you have new makeup? Did you cut your hair? No, it's because you're showing up in your life. You're there. And then what happens? The next thing that happens is you start walking into your original self. You start showing up as that person that God brought into this world. And he says, I gave you these talents, start doing something for yourself. And now I want you to start pouring it out to others. And when you can do that, the world can change around you. You then start becoming happier in your life. You start doing things like becoming a speaker. Maybe you start showing up for events that you truly want to do. Or maybe you create your own summit like Michelle's done today. If Michelle had not stepped into her story and said yes to her story and sharing it, we would not be sitting here. And I want to tell you, if you've heard the 6 degrees of separation, that's what that is. So living your Shiro life means that you do put your cape on first, but you put it on so tight with the love that you have for yourself that the extra you have left over, you're going to give to your friends, then you're going to give to your family, and then you're going to give to your business. Because you deserve to put yourself first, because you're not promised the next 10 seconds, 30 seconds, the next day. So what are you going to do with that today? How are you going to show up in your life? How are you going to become the Shiro of your life? How are you going to create a way to become stronger, happier, empowered, radiant, and that original self? And if you're not sure where that is for you, and if you're not sure where you're showing up in your self-care, I want you to go and take the survey at pearlssurvey.com. That's pearls with an S and survey. So you got 2 S's in there, .com. And I want you to see where your Shiro superpower of self-care is at. And if you don't like what that number is, I would love to chat with you about that. And I'll put in chat how you can reach out to me, because you deserve to have the life that you were brought into this world to do. You deserve to be the Shiro of your life. And that is including our men in the group. The Shiro doesn't mean female. It means you are stronger. You're happier. You're empowered. you're radiant, and you're that original self. And I want to see you shine into that new Cheryl you are that's been kind of quietly waiting behind in the scenes. And I want you to start stepping forward into the word no to others and yes to yourself.
Yay, Pearl. So let's see, perfect. So I am honored because I actually get to go to your Shiro League retreat coming up, and that's
Yes.
going to be in Alabama in September. So why don't you tell the audience a little bit about what that retreat is, how often you have that retreat, and how long you've been doing this for?
Awesome. Yeah. So we have our 7th annual pajama retreat. It's a PJ retreat. Some of you in the audience, Lisa Pollion's in here. She's been there as well. It really, you show up in your PJs. We have no makeup the entire weekend. And it's all about working on discovering your inner pearl, discovering where your self-care is, creating that vision, those goals you have. And you walk away with those tools and that sense of sisterhood, because there's 26 women, which, by the way, we have 2 spots left. If you want to come, at September the 14th to September 18th in the Gulf Shores of Alabama. And because you guys are here today, if you go online, you'll see the price is $22.97, but I'll give you $500 off if you want to attend and take the last 2 spots. But we do it every year. You're in your PJs, no makeup. And the reason for no makeup is, I believe once you take the mask off, we start really getting into peeling the onion and we start finding your inner pearl, the greatness. So we do that every year. And this year we have 26 women we are expecting.
26 women, that's a lot of women.
Yes.
I'm very excited to go. It's just a lot of estrogen going on. So at her retreat, there's options for massage. There's options for hanging out at the lake. There's
we have meditation. We have yoga. We have everything's included except for your lunch on Sunday and your transportation. So because on Sunday we believe in giving back to the community that we receive. So on Sunday, we go out to a mom and pop restaurant. We have brunch on Sunday.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. So I'm very, very excited to go. I'm very excited to drive 8 hours one way to go. No, it's going to be wonderful. I'm actually super stoked. It is in September, so it's right after I get back from the West Coast, which is awesome. Now, you had said something, Pearl, that sparked my interest. So I've known you now for a couple of years, and you said that you convinced Chuck to marry you.
Yes.
You got a couple of minutes. Why don't you kind of dive into that funny story real fast?
Oh, so we went to a company picnic at Knott's Berry Farm in California. I was with a friend of mine, my roommate, and we ran into Chuck and his roommate. And long story short, we stayed at the parking lot. His car's about to be towed. We've been talking all evening. I said, see you later. Didn't exchange phone numbers. My girlfriend's like, you're going to marry him? I'm like, he doesn't even know me. He doesn't have my phone number. She's like, I gave him your number. So fast forward, that was August. I moved in with him. Sorry to all those that don't believe in that. I moved in with him. Even my mom had a problem with that in October of that same year. And I went away on vacation. I came back. I hated football at the time, but now I'm a big Bills fan. And he wanted to watch Monday Night Football. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I've been gone 2 weeks. And we had this big argument over football. So he left, came back. I go, you know what? We're arguing like an old married couple. We might as well get married. And then the next day I made him go buy me a ring.
Oh my gosh, it was that quick.
That fast. It freaked my mom out, but yeah, it was that fast.
And then you've been married for how long now?
We will be married for 37 years this August 22nd.
Yay, that is so good. Congratulations. It's amazing seeing you two together. If you don't know Pearl personally, her and her husband are just gems, and they do cat back and forth, and it's really funny. It's very entertaining when you go to their house, and Pearl's on her computer and he's on his computer, and they're just chit chatting like nobody's there. It's hilarious. You guys are great together.
Thank you.
You have a beautiful home. You have beautiful children. Pearl, thank you so much for being the co-host today, but thank you so much for sharing. You are a delight. So what I would love to do now is I am going to introduce you to our next speaker of the day, Lindsay Ellis. Lindsay is a Trials into Triumph specialist and the founder of Live Empowered, or Live Empowered, excuse me. With her certifications, degrees, and expertise in leadership development, health and fitness, positive psychology, and personal development, Lindsay has developed a system that helps individuals take control of their lives. In the first year of following her own program, she went from feeling drained, overworked, and guilty to taking 2 vacations with her son, forming a healthy co-parenting relationship with her ex, meeting her now husband, rediscovering hobbies, and reconnecting with friends outside of work. Having her most successful business year in her corporate career, saving 6 figures, and did it all with a 6-pack. That's awesome. Lindsay's mission is to heal 1 million parents and families from adversities so that they can discover and show up as their authentic self confidently and live free from resentment and regret by 2030. The stage is yours, baby girl.
Thank you so much. Well, I just have to say thank you for yesterday. It was amazing. All the speakers, it really inspired me. I was kind of figuring out what I was going to talk about. I had it all down. And then after hearing yesterday, it just empowered me to share some stories about myself that I don't always talk about. And so I thank you for offering this stage to us and allowing us to share our stories so we can empower other people. So growing up, I faced obstacles and I look back and I'm like, how did I ever get through that? Type 1 in the chat if you can do the same. If you can just look back at your life and just be like, how did I get there? How did I even get out of that? Because I think when we forget when we're going through something so hard, when we come out on the other side, we seldomly actually look at it and say, wow, I did it. You know, I'm powerful. Type 2 in the chat if you wish that you could go back to when you were carefree and innocent and a that gentle spirit that you were as a kid. There's so many times that I just wish that I could tap back into that girl. But the fact is as we grow up and the experiences that we go through and the things that people tell us or the things that we think that we are supposed to be start to impact the way that we view ourselves. I remember I was a competitive swimmer and it was my life. I loved swimming. And when I showed up to my new school in 8th grade from moving to New Jersey to Alabama, I was larger than half of the football team. My muscles were bigger and they had no problem pointing that out. And I remember starting to step back a little by little from swimming. And I just decided I wanted to be more girly. I wanted to be pretty. I wanted to fit in with all the other girls. And I got really into the models and Tyra Banks and Cindy Crawford. Who remembers that Cindy Crawford like workout video? I did it every day religiously. And so there was a Model Search America thing that came up and I begged my mom to go. And so we went and I got called back. They sent us to New Orleans. And I remember I was so excited. I felt so perfect walking down that runway, showing all the scouts, you know, who I was. I felt so beautiful. And they called me back as a plus size model. I was a size 4 at age 14 and I was plus size. I started to believe the things that people would tell me. Not only was I compared to my sister constantly, who was perfect. Has anybody ever been compared to other people before? And you're just trying to figure out, like, am I good enough? I was compared to everybody. I was a plus size model, was bigger than the football team. It was all these things that I started to think about myself, see about myself. And it would lead into certain things like eating disorders, depression, suicidal thoughts and attempts, drugs, alcohol, smoking. I managed to somehow, by the time I graduated high school, lose several friends to drunk driving, overdose, and suicide. By the time I finished college, my father had died from brain cancer, and my best friend would take her own life 2 years later. Seemed like everything that I would touch or become close to would leave. They would go away. And I get emotional talking about that because it's not something that I talk about often. But when I look back at it, I think about all the things that I had gone through and how somehow God still wanted me here. Somehow I'm still standing here. And I do believe that the things that we end up going through are for a reason, because one day we're going to help somebody else go through those same things. And when trials face me straight in the face, that's exactly what I look at them as this adversity is not fun at all. And I wish I wasn't the person going through it. But because I know I'm going to help somebody else one day down the road that's going through this exact same thing, I'm going to tackle it just like I'm going to teach somebody else to. And I started doing that when I was in college. And it has carried me through and carried me through. And life wasn't always perfect, but it set me up to give myself grace, forgive myself acceptance, and allow myself to love myself just as I was. And when I ended up getting married to a man that I loved dearly, but was also, I had no idea how controlling he was. Everybody else around me seemed to know, but I did not. And I didn't want to hear what they had to say either, because for the first time in my life, this man cared where I was. He cared about me. He wanted me to be around. He talked to me like everything that I needed, he was. And so everything on the outside didn't really matter. And it wasn't until after our son was born and that I started to I made the decision to change my lifestyle. I wasn't living a very healthy lifestyle. And so I ended up changing the way that I lived because I wanted to be the best example for my son. And when I did that, it caused some issues, and I started to notice little things and changes in his behavior that ended up becoming very real, like breaking me down just to get me back up. He there was just so many verbally abusive remarks and things that were made that I did. Somebody said this yesterday. I did wonder, what is this me? Because I always used to be the problem. So I was used to being the problem. And so I couldn't actually figure this out because I thought it was me, but I wasn't necessarily sure if it was. And I would constantly ask myself, to the point where I would start recording conversations because I just couldn't wrap my brain around it. It took me 3 years to divorce that man. And I was scared, but I was also really, really trying to save my marriage. I wanted to fix it. I wanted to fix us. I wanted to fix myself. I wanted to fix him. I wanted everything to be perfect. And I didn't want my son to be in a broken home. I didn't come from a broken home, and I didn't, nobody in my family was in a broken home. And I just couldn't do it. And it was one day that I realized that I was teaching my son what love was by staying. And I was teaching my son what was acceptable by staying. And so when we ended up getting a divorce, it was the hardest thing that I would ever have to do because I knew that there was going to be wrath. I actually remember him saying that he will make my life a living hell if I leave him. I knew that there was more to come. And the next year would be exactly that. Things that I couldn't even fathom. But one thing that I did do was I made a promise to myself that I would never say anything negative about my son's dad to my son or in front of my son. And I stuck to that promise because I wanted him to have his own view. I wanted him to have his own relationship. And because my son is partially him. And I think that with the support that I had through counseling and coaching and friends, it really did help me in the long run. And I started to see compassion because of where I came from and all the things that I had been through. I knew was not perfect and I could not make every right decision. But at the end of the day, everybody else is the same way. And the way that people experience things, sometimes it's the only blueprint they know. So the first order of business for me was to forgive him. And it wasn't necessarily the easiest thing I did, but it was something that I made a priority. And I'm glad I did, because when I did forgive him, I met him with compassion. I started to see a different way of how he was. And it was still hard. And we still tried to co-parent. I was going to co-parenting counseling like every single week. So I'll tell you this, after this long journey, there was a woman that came into his life, and she said, I will not be with somebody who's constantly mad at another woman. And it changed everything for us. And we were able to start to parent together. And I share that with you today because I feel like more people need to hear that more people need to start sticking up for what they want, just like that woman did. And she changed the trajectory of everything and the experience that my son had with his dad and his mom. 2020 was a really tough year for us when my ex-husband ended up having severe addiction issues, and he reached out for help. And we went through this battle with him, and we linked arms with him. And I could never imagine being linking arms with somebody that was so hurtful to me, but he was my son's dad. And because of that family, it was important. And so we linked arms and we supported him, and we did everything we could. 8 months later, he lost his life. And that was extremely hard. And it was probably one of the hardest things I'd ever been through, because I was on the phone with him when he was shot. And then I had to go tell my 10-year-old son that his dad was never coming back. And I'll leave you with this, because what I do is so important to help people heal and see the different perspective of what's in front of them so they can move forward. And if I had not taken the step to move forward, my son's grieving process would look completely different. My son's grieving process, my grieving process, would not be the same. My son feels comfortable telling me when he misses his dad. He feels comfortable. I feel comfortable telling him he looks like him every day, or he walks like him, he even chews like him. And we're able to talk about him in a way that he feels close to him without worrying about hurting my feelings. And so what I did is I created this thing called Own Your Sass. And I'm going to give it to you in a free download, because a lot of these things that I did were not easy. But when I started to own my sass and decide who I wanted to be and what legacy I wanted to live, I was able to stop, assess the situation that I'm faced with, figure out what choices lie in front of me, figure out who I want to be and what legacy I want to leave. And then I get to select a choice. And I know the choices that I make are not always going to be the best choice. But when I select them consciously, it sets me up to study them. And when I study them, I can decide what worked for me, what didn't, and what I'll do better next time. And this becomes a habit. This becomes, your brain remembers that. And then every day you start to become the person you want to be, and these decisions actually get easier because you own who you are. So I'll put that free download in the chat. And I know my time's about up, but I just wanted to thank you so much for letting me share this story, because the trials that we go through, I do believe are purposeful to help us lead the way for others that might go through them. So if we could just tweak our perspective just a little bit, maybe it can give us the power to be the change we want to see in the world.
Lindsay, that was so powerful. I just want to say, we talked yesterday some here about what forgiveness does. And forgiveness is self-care. Forgiveness is self-care for ourselves. And what a beautiful thing you were able to give him as well, right? In his passing, he was able to, even as tragic as his passing was, he knew in his heart he had forgiveness from you. And that's powerful when we can give it and when we can receive it as well. And then to think about what you're doing for your son. I know with, our grieving process, people question, why are you so strong, Pearl? And owning your sass. I love how you said that. That really is owning how I'm going to grieve, owning how I'm going to do this process. It's not for anybody to say, judge, or do, right? And so you are a beautiful example for your son to know that this stuff, this horrible things can happen in our lives. And what we do with it is so powerful. And what you did today and sharing that your story and sharing how, God still needs you. Your story matters, right? I wrote that down. You said that. I think it's so true. Your story matters. And leaning into and sharing our stories is what somebody listening here may know somebody, if not themselves, that are going through what you went through, and be able to say, she's right. God still needs me. I need to show up. I need to own my stuff, and I need to give myself grace, as you said. So I want to tell you, thank you so, so much.
Thank you.
No, amazing, Lindsay. And you know what's crazy is you questioned yourself, is this me? Right? And I remember questioning myself in my abusive relationship, and I'll be sharing that later today. But is this me? Was it my fault? Was it because I triggered him? The words that came out of his mouth, really, are those true? So it's the second guessing, it's the gaslighting, it's the confusion in that type of relationship. But it's wonderful now that you are able to co-parent successfully, because that is very difficult for sure. And really just congratulations on sharing your story, Lindsay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah. And to those of you out there, whether you are in Facebook land or whether you are a participant right now, so there are a couple of options and a couple of ways that you can get involved if you do want to share your story. We are fully booked now for the Fall Summit. We have only 30 spots left now for the Winter Summit. So that's amazing. Yesterday we had 40. So my assistant is putting that link in the chat, my lovely, amazing Ira assistant. So if you connect with her, then she can definitely connect with me. But she's putting that link for the Winter Summit coming up November 14th and 15th. 13th and 14th. So if you are interested in speaking and sharing your story, there is that going on. And then we have other opportunities for you to get involved. We do have a book collaboration. This is how this started, Breaking the Silence. This summit started because of our book collaboration, Breaking the Silence, Voices of Survivors. So we do have a handful of authors that are involved in all these summits as well. So really amazing. And I'm going to pass the mic back to Pearl.
Yes, definitely go get those spots. It's so much fun. I can't wait for the next ones coming up. And I now get the honor of introducing our next speaker, Martha Breach. She is a thought leader and behavior change expert. Martha has helped hundreds change their thinking and behavior to overcome social anxiety, addictions, and low self-esteem to lead happy, healthy lives. With her show, Healthy Moments, her YouTube channel, her popular program, Yes, You Can, I Did, presentations, workshops, coaching, and consulting, she helps people break the habits, thoughts, and addictions that are keeping them from the health, wealth, relationships, and happiness they dream of. Welcome, Martha.
Oh, happy to be here. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. This is an absolutely wonderful summit. You know, it is never too late to become who you might have been. And I say that because I'm 68 years old. And even though I managed to have a good career, after I retired, I became bored, didn't know what I was going to do with myself. And the next thing you know, I'm drinking, and I'm drinking every day. And I couldn't quit. So one day I was listening to a podcast, and the speaker said, I dare you to ask God to make you quit. And I thought, oh no. If I ask God to make me quit, that's how people wind up in jail or hospitals. I know, I'll ask him to help me quit. So even though I was already drinking that night, I had the presence of mind to look up when the next AA meeting was, and it was the next day at 10 in the morning. So I was able to get some rest and go to the meeting. And it absolutely changed my life. And even though I had been kicked out of 2 colleges for drinking, when I was younger, and I didn't get a whole lot of trouble from it, but yes, I did get kicked out of 2 colleges. I still managed to get bachelor's degree, master's degree, a PhD, all but dissertation, because I mainly confined my drinking to the weekends. But it was after I retired that it really started to take over my life. Well, let's fast forward. So it's never too late to become what you could have been. Because I stopped drinking, I gained a whole new life. And I started going to AA, and I became very active in AA, and my entire life changed. And I only deal now with people who don't drink. I don't have anyone around me except the ones that I help. None of my friends, et cetera, drink or anything like that. And anyway, I was about 4 years sober, and I thought, I was sitting at a meeting, and I thought, I'm kind of bored. Maybe I'll take AA meetings into the jail. And I don't know where that thought came from. I had never been in jail. Why would I do that? But, I knew that they needed people to come into the jail and bring an AA meeting. And the difference between us and the inmates, of course, is that we get to go home after the meeting. Well, anyway, when I went into the meeting the first time, it took about a month between when I decided and when my application was approved. And I went in for the first meeting, and there was a woman there who I had known from meetings, and she had gone to a meeting, gotten in trouble before, but didn't take it seriously. Well, then she had gotten in a whole lot of trouble and wound up in jail for a few months. But she told me later that, and this is providence. This is divine providence. These are the things that happen when you make a decision and you start to become who you were meant to be. She told me that she had prayed for me to contact me because she knew that I was a stable person and I was solid and she could depend on me. And so she prayed. And then she said, and then one day you showed up in the jail to host a meeting. Now, I don't say that to say that she prayed for me. I say that to say that God answers our prayers when we ask and we mean it. And, she's gotten out of jail and she's become really a pillar of the community. She's helped so many people now. And, it is never too late to become what you might have been, what you could have been when you make a decision. It wasn't. And also, I want to also talk about, a lot of people seem to think that they're old. I was talking to someone earlier and she said she was 38. I said, how old are you? She goes, oh, I'm 38. I'm old. No, 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 no. I'm 68 and I'm middle-aged. I have plenty of years left in me. And it's when we start thinking that we have no purpose or usefulness. Let me tell you something else. You won the first race you ever ran. Every one of us here, we won the first race we ever ran, the race for life. The odds on that sperm hitting that egg, there were millions of sperm. That sperm hitting that egg made you and made you special. And that sperm hit that egg, you have a duty. There's something you're here on this earth for, and maybe you haven't figured it out yet, but you will if you want to. And it is never too late to become what you could have been and to fulfill that promise and that duty. Life is for living. When I was 62, I decided, you know what? I want to learn how to take piano. So I took piano lessons. Now, my piano teacher was an elementary school teacher. So at Christmas time, she said, I want you to play in the Christmas recital. Well, all of our other students were children. And of course, everyone in the audience were parents and grandparents. So I played after the 5-year-old and before the 10-year-old who wrote his own music. The child was a prodigy. Anyway, I played Shania Twain's From This Moment. But what's the point? The point is that after the show was over, more parents and grandparents came up to me and said, you know what? I've always wanted to learn guitar. I always wanted to take up painting. I think maybe I'll do that now. See, we get this idea that somehow our life is over. We're 40, we're 45, we're sometimes we're 25. Oh my God, I'm old. No, every day you're living is a new day to start a new course. Start on a new course. I started singing just out of the blue. I never thought I had a voice. So there was this restaurant, and every Sunday night they would have musicians would just come and they'd all get together and play. So I said, well, can I sing with you? I thought, well, because I thought, well, you know what? Why not? Why not try? So I would get these songs, I did Dolly Parton's Jolene and just the old songs, Loretta Lynn, You Ain't Woman Enough. And I just had a good time with it. And it was so much fun. And I learned there, I thought, oh my goodness. And people used to tell me I didn't have a voice. They were wrong. I did have a voice, but who was I listening to? Other kids, you know, other kids. So yes, you're never too old to do something new. I took a cruise with a woman I'd never met. I met her on the internet, and we didn't meet until we got to the cruise terminal. She was a widow, as am I. And, we've got to take chances. If you want your life to be exciting, if you want to meet new people and do new things, who wants to be, do, and have more? Put a one in the chat. Of course, we all do. And if you don't put a one in the chat, what's the problem? Of course you do. Everyone wants to do, be, and have more. And we can so easily. All we have to do is get over our fear. And what's our fear? Our fear is that someone will say something. Someone will think we're wrong. Someone will, oh, she doesn't have a good voice. Well, let me tell you that story. So one day I get up to do Jolene. I hadn't sang in months. It was at some karaoke event. And I get up and I was so off key. When I finished, one poor fella, I mean, I looked out at the audience and they didn't know what to do. One fella gave me a pity applause, you could tell. And I remember looking out at the audience and saying to myself, well, there, see, Martha, you're still living. People still talk to you. The world still turns. It's okay. You can fail and still get up. And that's another thing I want to tell you. I told you I got kicked out of 2 colleges. Well, guess what? I got up and I went back to college. They let me back in. They like, of course, if you have the money, they'll let you back in. But I went back and I grew up and I took it seriously. And I got a bachelor's degree and I got a master's degree. And then I got a PhD, the dissertation. So, and then I became a college professor. My mother was over the moon. She felt that teachers were the greatest. And then I became a high school science teacher because I love science. And see, I always thought I wasn't good at science, wasn't good at math. But I had to mature and I had to give myself an opportunity to try things and fail. And that's my message for you. It doesn't matter how many times you've fallen down, quote unquote. Those are the stepping stones to your life today. And the people who are the most successful are the ones who have failed and admitted it. Because who do you look up to? You look up to people who have made mistakes but won anyway. And you need to be that person in your tribe. You need to say, well, you know what? That didn't work out, but this is. And I am a good example of that. That's our duty as humans to be the good example. And if you aren't the good example, what can you do today to stop? I wasn't a good example because I was drinking. So what did I do? I went to a meeting and I thought, you know what? If they can do it, I can do it. And that's another thing I want to tell you. You know how we live? One day at a time. Don't worry about yesterday. Don't worry about tomorrow. In fact, we ruin our lives when we keep dragging yesterday into it. Yes, bad things have happened to us. Yes, people have treated us wrong. Yes, things have not gone right for us. But when we keep dragging that into our present lives, we ruin this moment. This moment, this moment is our moment. It's our time to shine. I help women by helping them see this is your life, this moment. Those meetings I take into the jail, those AA meetings, that's how I help the women. I tell them, you know what? You are here not because you're a bad person, but because you have some lessons to learn. And maybe one of the lessons you need to learn is just because you think it doesn't mean you need to say it. Maybe you need to learn patience, tolerance. Why don't you take this opportunity today to learn the patience and tolerance? Obviously, God's given you an opportunity, and you're in a better position to help other women who have found themselves in your same position. So take this opportunity to become strong. Stop letting things make us weak. I would let things make me weak. And I'd be crying, oh, mom, this, oh, mom, that. My mother would say, Martha, get up, get up. You're better than that. Get up. And guess what? I did get up and I won, didn't I? I won. So I want to help you win. And now I mentor women and help them. My website is marthaburich.com. And you can go to my website and book a call with me, 15-minute free call, and we can discuss your goals and where you want to go. The best thing you can do for yourself is get a mentor. And any of the, whether you choose one of the women here or any of the other women here or me, get a mentor. Move your life to the next level and stop looking at things. Don't say to yourself anymore, I can't have this because I can't afford it. No, say, I want this. I'm going to be able to afford it. Do what you have to do to take your life to the next level. Start making your decisions on what you want, not what you can have. The day to stop settling is this day. This day, you've heard from all these women how the day they said no more is the day their lives changed, not just their life, their children's lives, their parents' lives, their friends' lives. Once you stand up and say, I won't accept that anymore, you become the example that everyone around you needs. Now, there are going to be some challenges because let me tell you, the crabs in the bucket don't like the one that tries to get out. And even the people that love you will try to drag you back down, not because they don't love you, but because they don't know any different. Of course they love you. They don't know how to deal with you when you finally go, wait a minute, I'm not going to stand for that anymore. I'm better than that. And when you expect them to stand up too, let's say you quit smoking, and then all your smoking friends, they want you to come back down and smoke, don't they? Because you make them feel bad. But no, you stand up and you get strong so that you can bring everybody up. Put that hand out so you can pull everybody up out of the bucket. Don't let them pull you back down. I am so, so glad that you were here with me today and that I had this wonderful opportunity to talk to you. And remember, it is never too late to become who you could have been at any age. We all have a wonderful life to live, and as long as we're alive, we have work to do. Thank you so much for letting me be here. Again, it's marthaburich.com. Thanks.
Awesome, Martha. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I love it that you went into detail about all of the things that you've gone through in your life. The alcohol addiction really kind of sat with me. I don't speak about this a lot, but I was a cocaine addict for a couple years, 2.5 years. And I remember I found God lying on my back, high on cocaine back in 2009. And that experience completely changed my life. And being an addict of anything can really impact you. And like you said, you're like, God, I want to stop. I want to stop. And that's exactly what I said. I remember laying there saying, God, if you exist, if you're out there, right? Because this is when I found him, when he finally said, hello, I am here for you. I just wanted out. I wanted to stop. So it's beautiful. It's wonderful that you share that. I love your analogy about the crabs in the bucket, because it is very true, right? It is statistically shown that if you throw a bunch of crabs in a bucket and one tries to get out, the other one will pull them down. So it is about surrounding yourself with the right people in your life that will uplift you. And like you said, Martha, whether it's working with you, working with Pearl or myself or somebody else on this summit, or one of the coaches that are not here right now, choose you. Say yes for you. Choose a coach, choose a mentor so that you can move your life forward, so that you can do something and make an impact with your story. Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women on this summit are using their stories to make a difference. Speaking up. And Martha, that's what you did. Thank you so much for speaking up.
Thanks. Loved it.
Yes, good. So I am very excited about introducing our next speaker. So I actually went to high school, high school and elementary school with this next woman. And it's interesting how we were able to reconnect, and I'm super excited about connecting. Shantae Morton is from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, but currently lives in Port Orchard, Washington, with her husband of 17 years and her 6 children, ages 14, 12, 10, 8, 5, and 2. Shantae received her bachelor's degree in marriage and family studies from BYU, Idaho, and is currently pursuing her master's degree in clinical mental health counseling at Grand Canyon University. Shantae loves spending time with her family and watching her children grow and excel in their various activities, hobbies, and talents. She loves and regularly plays basketball, pickleball, and soccer. She enjoys backpacking, camping, snowboarding, dancing, hosting or going to parties, and playing board or card games. Shantae has a talent for decorating cakes and does that here and there for weddings and birthdays. Shantae's husband is her best friend. They love spending time together and trying and doing new and fun things, while also supporting each other's individual goals and dreams. One such goal for Shantae, she wants to run her first marathon before her 40th birthday in October. So Shantae, super excited to bring you on this stage.
Thank you, Michelle, for that introduction. And happy birthday to you too, Michelle, because I know you turned 40 as well. I think this week, right? So that's awesome. I'm also very nervous to be here. This is very new to me. But anyway, when Michelle extended the invitation to speak today, I really contemplated over what I'd be speaking about. But something that is very important to me and something that I really felt I wanted to talk about regarded dysfunctional family dynamics. So a little bit about me and about my background. As mentioned, I did grow up in North Idaho. I come from a rather large family. I have 3 brothers, 1 sister, 3 half brothers, and 6 step siblings. My parents are divorced and remarried, so I also have step family as well. I really loved my family growing up. They were really special to me. They were they were everything to me. I love my family. I didn't really feel like I belonged in my family. I didn't really feel, for the most part, I just didn't feel like I was very valued growing up or that I was wanted. Those feelings really weighed on me, and I really struggled as a teenager. At age 13, I started engaging in eating disordered behaviors, and that went on for a long time, and I really tried to hide those things. It seemed to cause a lot of problems in my family, and I didn't like that. I didn't like being the focus. I didn't like feeling like I was the problem. So I hid it even harder. But eventually, when I was 21, I did want to get help. I didn't like my eating disorder. I didn't want it. And so I really wanted to get help. And so I did. And that was something that I wanted to do on my own. And it was really difficult. I heard people speak about just getting to that point where God believes that you deserve something better. And so that is kind of the point that I got to, that I did want something better in my life. I did want to feel better. And that was kind of a pivotal time for me, and made some choices to change and really put my focus on getting help. And I was blessed to be in an inpatient program for 3 months, and very happy about the results of that. Afterwards, I really was finally in recovery, and it seemed like my life just started to get better from there. I got home from treatment and was my older brother, who was 15 months older than me, we started hanging out a lot. He got me involved in church, single adult activities. We hung out all the time. That included his best friend, which is now my husband, and his girlfriend, which soon became his wife. We all were just the best of friends. And in those early years of marriage, we spent all the time together. We were constantly together. But soon my brother, he got a job across the United States in Georgia. And we were really sad because that changed everything for us. We were really sad. My husband and I were really sad we were losing our best friends. But actually deep down, it was more than that for me, because I knew I needed my brother for the family stuff. During family get-togethers and family functions, my brother was the one who talked to me. He considered me and made me feel like I was cared about. And sometimes he would even notice injustices and stand up for me. It wasn't always perfect, but at least I knew my brother saw the best in me and accepted some part of who I was. There was belonging in that, but even with him there, I still felt like an outsider. I wanted so desperately for that to change. I wanted connection with my family. I wanted to feel like they wanted me. And I did at that point make a decision to do whatever it took to change those things and give my family something that they wanted, something that they could value, just so I could feel that sense of belonging. So for a long time, I put a lot of effort into doing things for them. I would put on large parties. I would put on baby showers for them. I sacrificed a lot of time for them. I spent hours quilting or making homemade gifts. I traveled really far to just be there at small family events just to show that support. And I never wanted them to feel that that was a burden for me, or that I just didn't want them to, I didn't want it to be a big deal or make them feel bad for it or anything like that. But even after all the things that I would try to do, it seemed like I would be met with hostility, and smear campaigns and jokes about me and exclusion. I mostly saw this treatment coming from my sister-in-laws and my step family, but deep down, it really saddened me that my parents and siblings allowed these things to happen, and they wouldn't say anything to stop it. As big families go, they just get bigger, and the more people that joined, the more people were allowed to spread lies about me and ignore me. During family functions, I would be excluded from pictures, invites, and conversations that were happening right in front of me. Often my children were ignored, and even they even weren't even allowed to come into a family member's house, even when their cousins their same age were allowed in. So I started to also notice that all of my successes were being dismissed, while others were readily praised and acknowledged. It just seemed like I could do no right while others could do no wrong. It seemed as though when things in my personal life got better, the aggression, exclusion, and ostracizing got worse. I spent 14 years dealing with these injustices, and it was a real struggle for me. I really felt like it was because of me that these things were happening, and I felt and I really believed that if I could just try harder, that it would stop. And I also really believed that my mom and my dad and my sister and my brothers, if they knew what was happening, then they would stop it too, and they would help me. It turns out that my brother, who had moved away, did know what was happening. And in 2019, he reached out to me to share some struggles that he was having. He tried to open up about serious matters in our childhood that I tried really hard to forget. Later, he told me about his struggles with his marriage, with drinking and depression. At this point, I really started to shift my focus from me to looking at the bigger picture and seeing that we, him and I, could only be understood through the context of our family as a whole. There was something just not right in our family, something that wasn't working for my brother and I, and I really wanted to understand. So I turned to my sister and my mom for help. But unfortunately, when I shared things with them, I was quickly dismissed or met with extreme anger and opposition. I wasn't really getting anywhere with them, and I also noticed that that my other family members weren't really they weren't really helping with my brother's situation either, or they just sort of dismissed it. My brother lacked family support, and despite the love from his 6 children and the unconditional love from his wife, my brother, his own self-guilt, shame, and self-hate led him to suicide. I'm sorry. So that happened in January of 2021. I think it's amazing that other people have spoken about these trials and are able to get through that and speak about it. But so it's just really hard to put in a few short words or sentences the devastation of that event and loss. But his loss eventually brought me to where I am today. It really helped me to see the reality of my family system and the way that we function together. Things took a turn immediately after my brother died. Just a few hours after arriving in Idaho to be with my family from my home in Washington, I was met with hostility. My brother, all of a sudden, turned his anger towards me. He took me into a room and started yelling and swearing at me. I couldn't calm him down, and he kept saying horrible things about me and telling me that I was the reason my brother had died. This went on for about 4 hours, and all of my family was right there, and they could hear what was happening. Well, I did give my brother and everyone else grace due to the circumstances. Sadly, things like that continue to happen over the course of a year. My brothers, my sister, and my mom and my dad, they just kept coming at me. And the more I said no, and the more I said I didn't deserve the mistreatment, the stronger the bullying got from them. I was harassed for weeks And every time I didn't respond, the tactics changed and got more intense. I received threats. I was manipulated and tricked. And then eventually, almost a year after my brother died, I was physically assaulted by a sibling, which resulted in needing corrective surgery on my face. This assault finally led me to say enough is enough. The things that my brother had tried to talk to me about before he passed started to make sense. Growing up, my family wasn't doing everything right, like I was conditioned to think. While there was good, there was harmful things too. And I wasn't allowed to talk about it or have feelings about it. There was sexual abuse, physical abuse, and spiritual abuse that happened as a child. And I was made to think these things were not a big deal, that they were my fault, that they didn't happen, or that no one would believe me or care. I started to realize that my eating disorder wasn't the major cause for family problems. I wasn't the cause for the family problems, and my brother's suicide was no one's fault. These things were only symptom bearers that carried the whole family's burdens. And while these maladaptive survival responses helped me to adapt as a child, I can see now that they don't serve me anymore. I realize that I don't want to be a part of a family system that maintains rules and roles that support abuse. I don't want to be in fear or be controlled by power holders that control the family narrative. So even though I still love my family, that will never stop. I know that there is good in them, but I can't be the one to help them. I know that I can't do that. So I decided to take a stand against the abuse. I finally started saying no, and I stopped complying, and I worked to reestablish those boundaries. This was a process, and it's still a process that is not easy. I'm still met with opposition, but it's been 2 years since I made my initial steps to set boundaries that eventually led me to no contact. I never wanted to be without.
Shante, no, you're
Yeah.
fine. No, I, what comes to me is something I wanted to share with you. My parents divorced after 43 years of marriage. I was the oldest child and being pulled in all kinds of directions. I was 44 years old, or 43 years old. The one thing I want you to remember, I'm so sorry for everything. None of us, nobody, you deserve that treatment. It's not your brother's fault. It's not your fault your brother took his life. And the one thing I remember sitting with my pastor and saying, I don't understand. And the one thing he said that changed how I created boundaries around my family, severe boundaries. I have a father who turned racist towards my son who was adopted. I have a mother who blames me and is jealous of my success. The one thing that Father Bill said to me was, we don't pick our parents, God does. However, this is our game of life, and the rules that we set, they have to play by. And if they can't play by the rules of your game of life, they can sit on the bench until they're ready. And the hardest thing, Shante, is to look at my dad. I was a daddy's girl. Everything, as much as Michelle described her dad yesterday being a daddy's girl, that was me, and then some. The hardest thing was to set that boundary and put my parents on a fence. And just as recently as the last month, I let my mother come live with me, and I had to set further boundaries on. So I am so proud of you for stepping into your story, for sharing and understanding that you don't have to start saying no and no to the people please. We don't have to please people just because we want to get their love. So I'm so glad that you shared and you had the courage. You had the courage to sit here and share your amazing story. As I have said for the past 2 days now, we all have a story and somebody needs to hear your story. And you stepped into that. So thank you.
Shante, great job, baby girl. 15 minutes goes by real fast. I know, right? Great
Mhm.
job. And it's exhilarating. I think Lindsay put it
Mhm.
in the chat that the more you speak, the more you heal. So
Yeah.
amazing to have you here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So Michelle, I'm so excited. I get to introduce the next speaker who is also a friend to both of us here in the Tampa Bay area. And I actually got to hear her speak at a seminar back in April. And I was like, oh my gosh, this woman is powerful. So I'm so excited to introduce Mandy Scholas to us. Mandy believes every story has a purpose, as we just saw, and the potential for a happy or happier ending, even the bad stuff. She's a 20-year veteran entrepreneur that has created multiple successful six-figure companies, but her greatest achievement is leaving her abusive marriage, taking a long, hard look at what she really wanted in life, completely overhauling her personal mindset and combining it with her business background to create Mandy Scholas Coaching. Now she teaches her mindset and process to female founders ready to claim their power, release shame, and leverage their amazing stories for income and impact. Hey, Mandy, welcome.
Ooh, hey guys. I'm going to apologize in advance. It's not lost on me that our summit is on Silenced Voices and mine is trying to give out on me. So first of all, Shanti, I just wanted to say thank you. I can't tell you how much family dynamics had to do with how I ended up where I was. And it's always funny how those stories that we're told about, our worth, about who we are as people, become the stories that we tell ourselves, right? And I am so excited to be here. Michelle and I met through one of the groups, and I just immediately was like, I have made a commitment to myself to, as long as it doesn't, as long as it's in alignment, I will get on whatever stage I can get on for at least the next year. And what I will say is one of the reasons that I said yes to this opportunity is because someone tried to take my voice. It is almost 5.5 years to the day that my ex-husband attempted to take my life. Some of you, Pearl, I know we haven't talked about all this, but I actually married him twice. And that's why I wanted to point this out for family dynamics. I was always told to be a good girl and to prove my worth and to prove that I was, the smart one, the pretty one, the whatever. And I believed if I loved harder, that my marriage would be okay. So even when I divorced him the first time, I was like, okay, it was mainly so he would listen to me. This sounds crazy, guys. It sounds absolutely nuts, but I was like, no, maybe he'll take me seriously if I actually go through with it. Which he was an addict. I thought it was just drinking. I'll tell you a minute more about that in a minute. I didn't know really what I was dealing with. And we quickly got back together. I'm going to go to rehab. I'm going to get my life together. I miss you. All these things. And it took a whopping 2 months after we got remarried for me to start finding the bottles again. And I guess he had just gotten sloppy or decided, I had it locked in. I don't really know. Unfortunately, he's passed away, so I can't ask him. And some things we agreed to kind of put on the shelf once we knew he was dying. But when we were remarried, I was like, okay, I still didn't understand what I was dealing with, which with addiction, we never do, guys. And addiction and abuse is so insidious that you don't realize, where the chicken and the egg is. And again, a lot of times with people that are struggling with these problems, it's not you. You feel like it's you. And when you've been brainwashed, it's you, but it's not you, but you keep thinking it's you. And I just kept thinking, I'm like, okay, he'll go to rehab. He'll get it together. He'll make it happen. Right. I know he loves me. He went through all this stuff to get me back. I know he loves me. And about 6 months after we got remarried, I remember the day very clearly. He was at the beach with me and my family and my best friend, and he went to go to the bathroom, came back like 30 minutes later. We were out at Honeymoon Island. For those of you that aren't familiar, it's very remote. There's no booze, there's no anything. And he was schnockered when he came back. And I was like, what? And he's like, oh, I'm not drunk, I'm just tired. And he already had started having pancreatitis and some other issues at that point. So I was like, okay. And me being the dutiful wife, he forgave me for leaving him. We go back to the hotel. I put the bag down, and normally we didn't. Hi, Jill. Thank you for being here. I'm so excited to see some of you guys that I actually know. Thank you. thank you, Michelle, for giving us this opportunity. Woo! I put the bag down. We didn't normally share stuff. We didn't normally pack together, but I distinctly remember hearing the glass break. And I still to this day hate the smell of Fireball, guys. You guys know cinnamon whiskey. I hate it. And it ruined all the clothes I had brought for dinner. It ruined everything. And I remember him holding onto my knees, begging me, please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. And I remember just thinking, this can't be my life. I have this grown big man hanging onto my legs on the floor. There's booze all over us. You know, I'm trying to keep my daughter out of the bathroom. Like, what is going on? I'm telling you all this to kind of give a lead up to exactly the point where I was like, I can't do this anymore. We found out he needed hip surgery after this. He was like, oh, I'm drinking because of the pain, whatever. And so he gets hip surgery, complete hip replacement. And I think he may still be the youngest hip replacement that Florida Orthopedic ever had. I don't know. I should have probably asked his doctor, who was now my daughter's doctor. But I remember very distinctly thinking to myself when we went to go fill the pain pills that they were giving him post-surgery, I might last 2 years. Maybe. If this goes the way I think it's going to go, I'll be lucky if I last 2 years. I lasted 18 months, guys. And if you've ever been through abuse, and I know all of us here are survivors of something, you know, it's not a matter of when it gets worse or if it gets worse, it's when. And those periods of peace become shorter and shorter and shorter. So what happened after his hip replacement was it aggravated his pancreatitis because, of course, he was drinking on top of the pain pills. So it became this explosive rage. And what I didn't know is the drinking had gotten so bad that he had started to develop encephalopathy. So his brain was swelling. And I had no idea. I actually, to backtrack a little bit, and the child of addicts, I had some early trauma, but my grandparents took me after that. So I honestly had a pretty good childhood for the most part, or at least in terms of like serious stuff. But that cycle repeats itself, that generational trauma, which you don't realize until you're in the middle of it. So it kept getting worse. And then finally, it got to the point where it wasn't just a monthly thing or a weekly thing, it was a daily thing. And I knew every weekend he had Fridays off and he would be drinking. I had clients on Friday, so he would be drinking before I got home. And I remember one particular day we were making steaks and, you know, I had a glass of wine or whatever. And I was like, okay, please just let tonight be normal. Like, right, guys, I'm sure we can all relate to that. Like that, just please, dear God, let it be normal. And I remember him going to the bathroom, which I still don't know if there was something in there. Maybe he took pills, maybe he didn't. I have no idea. And he came back out wild-eyed, screaming at me, who have you been on the phone with? What have you been doing? And I'm like, I'm cooking, like what? And next thing I know, I'm down on the ground and I don't remember anything after this. My daughter tells me that I called out to her, Ella, help, before I blacked out. She was 6 years old at the time and she got him off me. All I know is I bit the holy hell out of him and got her, and we went out in the front yard. My ex was many things, but stupid was not one of them. He did not follow me out in the yard. And we left. And I remember the next morning not being able to swallow and thinking to myself, like, you know, when you're in the middle of basically having just lost your life, it almost becomes like otherworldly. You're floating. It just doesn't seem real. And what ended up happening is I went back to my house and he was passed out across our bed and all I could smell was booze. And I packed a bag and I left. And I probably would have gone back for round 3. You guys, if you're familiar with trauma bonding, and especially when you've been brainwashed, you don't, until you recognize what's going on, you don't give up. You're going to make this person love you. You're going to do this thing and you stop recognizing what's normal. And that's the scary part. Now that I am in a healthy relationship, a healthy marriage, I have 2 kids and my life is normal-ish as much as it can be with 2 kids 10 years apart. I look back on the things that I thought were okay and I go, what the hell? And too many of us are surviving. Like literally, I was in a 1,000 square foot house thinking I was hiding things from my daughter. Like what? The things that we convince ourselves to be true, both about ourselves and about our situation in order to survive. It's just crazy. And so many people don't talk about it. So I say all that to say that my daughter is the one that actually made sure that I was able to leave that situation. She goes, Daddy hurts you all the time. You tell him it's okay. And it's not. And it's never okay. It is absolutely never okay. So what happened, to make a very long story short after that, is I retired from my original career of massage therapy and I had to sit with it. I had nerve damage in my hand. Most people believe that it is because of massage therapy. It is not. It is from texting my ex one-handed to try and keep the crazy under control while I was with clients. I got real good at working one-handed. So now what I do is I became a coach and I became someone that helps other women find their voice. I became someone that tells you your story is important. Your story matters, because too many people don't tell it. And I make it easier. I try to break it down to where it's not as overwhelming to tell it. Because that's what keeps us frozen many, many times. It's the inability to go, I have all of this stuff. What do I do with it? So now I do my best to make it easy as it can be, and to make it not as overwhelming, and for people to understand that you really have to be that person. You have to be that person that you needed to truly make the impact. And for future Mandy, whenever she gets out there, I'm in the middle of launching a nonprofit that's called Love Me More. And it's all about helping women to figure out, thank you, how to run their own businesses. And it's specifically geared for women trying to do it all. Trying to figure out how to be the single mom, create a financial prosperity, because let's be real, we don't want to just, can I afford the groceries at Walmart? That's not what we want to do, guys. We want to take our kids to Disney. We want to take them to Europe. We want to be able to do all these things. And it's hard. It's hard with two parents, much less just one. And especially if you don't have any financial support. So my main thing is getting this nonprofit off the ground and being able to inspire women to tell their stories, whatever that might look like, and to do it from a place of not bleeding, because you don't have to bleed to make an impact. It's your story and you should own it. I really appreciate you guys.
Great job, Mandy. Really great job. So it's interesting that you talked about alcohol and how the alcohol increased the abuse. When I got the hell beat out of me, it was most every time he was drunk. Actually 99% of the times he was drunk, and he didn't even remember the next day what had happened. And I remember going to therapy and showing my therapist pictures with him, by the way. This is not something that is recommended. Definitely don't want to go to therapy with your abuser. You need separate therapies first. However, that's what we did. And he's like, I just want to beat the hell out of whoever did that to you. And it was him that did it. So it's crazy. It's awesome that you are starting your organization. Amazing, right? Why don't you take a minute and tell us a little bit more about the organization? Who exactly do you serve? What demographic?
Female, period.
In Florida or abroad, or?
No, it'll be national. It'll be national. I actually, I have to pick my third board member. I've been very intentional because I understand we are all survivors, but I want somebody that has a visceral understanding of this facet. So I'm hoping to have it off the ground by fall. But I want to bring in women like this, like a summit style, to be able to come. It'll be free. But women that have survived and built successful businesses come in and tell, like, where do you start? What do you do? How to file a LLC or what that looks like, or how to get, what do you need to keep track of for financial stuff? One of the big things, like when I left my ex, was he made a lot more money than I did, but on paper, but he wouldn't pay more child support because he knew what I was capable of, but I no longer had any support. So it can get dicey, and to have the resources that women need. And I want to put it all in one place because it's something that I don't see.
Yeah, amazing. That's beautiful. And just letting you know, you can have a sitting board member when you first start. So I teach people how to launch, grow, and build nonprofits. If that is something you're interested in, I can help you do that.
Yeah.
Legacy Camp actually teaches that. So I'll be talking about Legacy Camp, our next Legacy Camp. It's an 8-week course, and it begins August 30th. August 23rd. Okay. I don't even know when my next Legacy Camp starts. But it does begin August 23rd. And it is about how you can launch, go and build a nonprofit, business plan, public speaking, creating courses, et cetera, et cetera. So if that is something, just let me know. But really amazing job.
Definitely.
sharing your story. And it's interesting how, you know, alcohol and how it leads to abuse, and not just alcohol, but any type of addiction. So I'm happy you're out, and it's beautiful and it's wonderful. And I'm so excited to see the mission that you're on.
Thank you. It's been a wild ride for sure.
Good job, Mandy. Great job. Thank you. All right, guys. So super excited now to announce our next speaker. I've never heard her speak, so I'm very excited to hear her story. I remember speaking to her on the telephone. I'm like, okay, we really need you. Vanessa Spark is a survivor of severe domestic wounding and an overcomer. For over 30 years, she harbored hatred towards her former husband and now has found God's grace to forgive and release the pain. Forgiveness is something that is all throughout the summit, right? It's a mainstream word and saying that we've been talking about. So I love it that forgiveness and releasing the pain is what you speak about. From cowering under a raised chair over her head to being paralyzed in bed with severe depression for 2 years, she moved forward to be the founding executive director of one of the largest charter schools in the state of Minnesota. Over 10 years, God revived her broken spirit as the school grew. Now, after God continues the deep healing of her heart, she is telling her story through a ministry called Unique Spark, where she is helping women heal, find freedom, and grasp an empowered mindset. In her words, our story of healing is God's gift to inspire others. Excited to hear you, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm really honored to be here today. I'm so appreciative. I feel like, I don't know, hearing these stories, it's like a sense of kinship. Even though we come from different backgrounds and experiences, it seems like we all share like compassion for one another and a deep understanding of what's going on. Today, I want to take you on a journey through 3 phases of my experience with domestic violence and depression. First is the deep pain of the abuse and the immediate after effects. Second is the struggle of living with a wounded and broken heart. And third is the wonderful God-led experience of being on the road to healing. So the first part of my journey will be called Buried Alive. And what do I mean by that? It means that for the last 12 years of my 18-year marriage, I appeared alive on the outside, going through the motions of life while buried under the weight of name calling, emotional abuse, and physical violence. It was important that no one knew what was going on at my house because there was shame and fear. And that shame and fear compelled me to keep the chaos hidden from the world outside. But inside, I felt trapped, buried, and hopeless. My mom, who knew what was going on, told me that just to go into another room and close the door when there was any violence. After all, she said, it's not that bad. There was no blood. I didn't have to go in the hospital. I don't blame her for that faulty advice because blame doesn't heal. What happened to my high school sweetheart that I married? The constant drinking had transformed him into someone who terrified me, and I was growing to hate him. That's a strong word for me, but I know now that I can't overcome something that I'm unwilling to admit. Hatred doesn't heal. And, you know, it's hard to say how long things would have continued. You know, the fear, the shame, the stress, walking on eggshells. And then what if someone found out what was going on? I don't know. You can put it in the chat. Have you ever felt like that? Have you ever felt like you were scared that somebody was going to find out what was going on behind closed doors? But then, you know, it happened. A moment happened when I knew it was over, when I knew I had to end the marriage. And that moment is different for all of us, but somehow maybe it's quite the same. We know when we're ready to trade the fear for the unknowns of breaking free. For me, it was on a late afternoon when I found myself on the floor, cowering under his rage. He was drunk, the terrible name calling. And then he took a chair and raised it over my head, and it came crashing down within 2 inches of my nose. And he said, "I just wanted to see you flinch." But that wasn't enough. What happened next was what made me turn to steel, and I actually stopped feeling. I felt the wet goo of his saliva as he spit on my face. I think I was gonna cry. And spit again and spit again. The spit was the lubricant for the sword that pierced my heart. Somehow at that moment, I knew I was done. There's no more feeling, no more drama. I had to save myself. So after the divorce, all the packed away unresolved trauma and stress flooded over my system, and I went to bed for 2 years. That brings me to the second part of my journey, which I'm going to call Beauty for Ashes. It seemed that I had no control over the depression. It was going on so long. I hated how I felt. I couldn't even will myself to comb my hair. As I laid in bed for a couple of years, I was thinking my marriage, career, and my health were gone. I felt hopeless to recover. Have you ever felt hopeless? After 2 years in bed, paralyzed with depression, I slowly started to get some energy back. Of course, I was on disability now, but somehow I felt the drive to work. A spark of strength and determination pushed me forward, and I found a job helping to start a charter school. As I poured myself into my work, I realized that the work became my escape, my shield from the pain. I built walls of perfectionism, performance, and people-pleasing to keep the unresolved pain at bay. The truth is, the locked away toxic stress and trauma that had been hardwired into my brain was still there. I was up from my 2-year nap, but now I had to try to keep the dam from breaking and from being overwhelmed by the darkness locked away in the basement of my mind. I had lost touch with my true self, and my identity was intertwined with my work. I needed to find a new way to heal, to uncover the beauty within the ashes of my past. And here's some things that I learned as I struggled to hide a wounded and broken heart. There was a huge cost to be paid. As I ran to hide what was inside me and keep it under wraps, I abandoned myself and what was good for me. Food was my bandage, and overindulgence was ruining my health. I also emotionally neglected my 2 boys. They paid a price for my running and hiding. How could I give to my boys when I wasn't taking care of myself? I also learned that I couldn't do life alone. If it had not been for a community of faithful friends, I would still be hiding today. Little did I know that when I left working at the school, I would face a new tear and a new emotional bottom. And yet I would be entering the greatest awakening that I could have imagined. That brings me to the third part of my journey that I'm going to call a garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. This was the final phase when I faced anxiety and a loss of identity head on. The spirit of heaviness that I felt was like someone was standing on my chest constantly. This heavy anxiety was from a deeper fear of not knowing who I was or how to simply be me. Did I even know who I was? Then there came the dark times of crying daily tears. What were the tears from? What was wrong with me? Have you ever asked yourself that question? No longer able to hide behind work or distractions, I had to confront the emptiness within. But in that emptiness, I found acceptance and love from dear friends and a God who held my hand throughout the fires of sorrow. More than that, I found it was God's whispers all along that had sustained me. I learned how to be still and invite God's Spirit into painful memories, and how to release the pain to Him as He healed me. God will heal a broken heart. The terrible, hateful names I had been called were like a dagger that had stabbed me deep into my heart. In one of my healing times, I saw Jesus gently pulling that sword out of my heart, and every foul name I had been called was written on the two sides of that sword. Then I was amazed that I saw the flesh of my heart closing over the wound, and my heart started to beat fresh and strong again. I had a new garment. I had a new garment of praise covering my heart. My journey has taught me three powerful truths. First, embracing our stories and loving ourselves through the process is an act of bravery. I discovered that allowing myself to be loved by God gave me the courage to love myself. Second, God's love flows through others, and it's through their care and support that we can find strength and guidance. We are not alone on this journey. Last, God can transform pain into something beautiful. He takes what was meant for evil and turns it into a powerful force for good. By sharing our stories, we can strengthen and uplift one another. This year, in one of my special times with God, I heard Him whisper, it's time to talk about the abuse and time to share your story. I thought, at age 69, now? I also heard Him say, your husband was my son too. I had hated my ex-husband for over 30 years, but God helped me to remove that sword and hatred from my heart. You see, hatred doesn't heal, and it definitely doesn't foster hope. After God healed my heart, I no longer have hatred for my former husband. I see him as God's child who is unaware of his own distorted mindset, his pain, and the healing power of God. What he did was wrong, but continuing to hate him would not heal my heart or lead me to freedom. Last week, on the first anniversary of his death, I gathered my two sons and spoke of the truths of our family story together and honored their father with them. I told them that my prayer to God was that the destructiveness and pain would not be passed down through the generations. Today, I stand before you having released the burden of hatred, blame, and shame. I am truly blessed to guide other women through my program, Empowered from the Inside Out, where validation, healing, and renewing the mind and the heart await. I invite you to join or to visit my website, VanessaSpark.com. My name is spelt unusual. It's Vanessa. On my website, you can find a gift called 5 Easy Steps to Less Stress. And less stress is accomplished by learning the power of responding, not reacting. You'll be able to join my email list for upcoming information about the Empowered Devotional Study. It is a wonderful program where we start to unlock the mindset behind a broken heart. we can't heal what we can't identify. My next group mastermind starts at the end of this September, but I also work with women one-on-one anytime. Remember, you're not alone. Together we can find strength, healing, and empowerment. Let God heal those broken places in your heart because He cares and He truly loves you. Thank you for sharing this space with me. And I hope together we can make and embrace healing and hope. Thanks.
You are amazing, Vanessa. I just, to go through that many years, that was one of the things I watched my mom with my dad. My dad was a huge narcissist, and to go so many years and what you went through and to be able to walk out, like we said today, the word forgiveness is so, so powerful because we need it for ourselves. And then to give it to others that's the bravery that you have.
Yes.
To be brave to forgive the others. And then loving ourselves. I talked about when we came on today about people pleasing, and you talked about that as well. And Shantae talked about that as well, about, the people pleasing hold us back. It becomes a shackle on us. And if we have to release the shackle, and when we release the shackle, I don't know if my friend Lisa Pulliam's in here, but she's the one who taught me that you go in the backyard, you have a balcony, and it's who's on your balcony. And sometimes we have to release those closest to us so that we can walk in the courage and walk in God's light and know that we are all His children and we all have a path that He's chosen for us. We may not understand it, but as we come out through it, we know there's a reason why, and we're stronger for it. We become stronger for it. And I just love that you're able to share and pay forward your story. And then also to hold I'm a mom of 2 boys, and to hold your boys' hands to say, I'm going to stand beside you, even though I went through the hardest trauma from this person, I still want to show love to him because he is your father. It's just so powerful. So thank you so much for sharing.
So
Yes, you're welcome.
2 things stood out for me for sure. The movie The Shack, in that movie, right?
Yeah.
Movie, the Holy Spirit or God or Jesus, one of the 3, I don't remember which one in this cave, said the same thing that you said about your ex-husband. He is my son too, right? And unfortunately, hurt people. And you forgiving will release the pain within you, which is beautiful. And then God uses our pain. So the one thing that sticks out to me is the Japanese vase, right? So God is able to turn broken pieces into beautiful things. And when these broken pieces are mended back together, the vase is actually more valuable afterwards. So
yes, and I love that. I talk to my women about, the cracks, the wounds in our hearts, and how Holy Spirit can come in and actually pour liquid gold into those cracks, and it makes our heart beat stronger, and we become stronger as women. So I love that analogy, Michelle. That's actually going to be on the cover of my next workbook, those bowls that are reinforced by liquid gold. And that's what the Holy Spirit does for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. And put your stuff in the chat so we can
yes,
follow up with you.
That's right.
And you're welcome. I get to introduce the next speaker, and Michelle's going to take over for a little bit because I'm from here. I'm going to hop off. I have another summit I'm going to go hop over to, and then I'll be back. So Michelle, and let me introduce our next amazing speaker, and that's Oya Picarillo. She is a holistic wellness practitioner who uses a mind-body approach to help women restore and optimize their health. She believes by healing past traumas and emotions, women can not only resolve their physical health issues, but reach greatest potential in their different areas of their lives. Oya identifies emotions that can be causing physical pain, unhappiness, low self-esteem, and lack of confidence. Her philosophy is, if you heal your past, you can transform your future. Welcome to the summit.
Thank you so much for having me here. I am thrilled to be part of this amazing event, and I am myself learning so much. all that energy, healing energy of all those survivals, all those people who experience pain, it could be very inspiring to open a healing journey to others. I myself feel that trauma was a very frequent guest in my life. As far as I remember myself, I still have these pinned images in my mind. It's in the middle of the night in Russia. My sister and I we in bed, and suddenly I see this bright light over my head. I hear broken glass. I hear my parents screaming. There's some slaps. Somebody's hitting someone, maybe blood. I smell alcohol on my father's breath when he screams and demands more, because he also threatens to kill everyone if he doesn't get any more alcohol. And my mother is frantically trying to hide knives. And I realized at that moment, I feel nothing, no fear. All I do, I pull the blanket over my head and I tell myself, just go sleep, go sleep, go sleep. And this is how I learned to cope with pain, with trauma, just by numbing myself, not feeling the pain. And I did it pretty well through my childhood and even early adult life. So put in chat yes if some of you resonate with that, by not feeling, numbing the pain. I didn't even feel much when my father died. He jumped in the cold, ice cold river, and he was drunk. They actually found his body 1 month later, 25 miles away, all, eaten by fish, unrecognizable. But I felt nothing even then. That was another event in my life. I couldn't go to the funeral because my mother remarried another alcoholic. So drama and trauma continue in my life. It was still my everyday living. And I learned to cope with that, cope and manage my emotional pain. However, when I experienced physical pain, which happened when I tipped a pot hot soup on the stove and the whole pot spilled on my legs. And I thought I can manage that pain too. So I did the same thing, what I used to do. I went to bed, pulled the cover over my head and thought, if I fall asleep, my pain may go away. It didn't. I had third-degree burns all over my legs. I had to go to the hospital and I spent there many months after that, healing my burn wounds, but also addressing my other health issues. You see, traumas, unhealed traumas, they always connect and resonate with some physical issues. And I was experiencing so many health challenges that I spent many months in the hospital, which was almost like my second home. And now looking back, I see if subconsciously that was my escape from this violent, really dysfunctional environment that I was growing up. So I learned to cope with pain and didn't even realize how it was affecting me on every level. Trauma can stay deep inside as long as we choose to keep it inside. So it's important for us to start healing. And when I came to US, I was in my early 20s, I started looking for for doctors who will help me to heal my physical elements. I was suffering with chronic migraines, hormonal issues, endometriosis, IBS, pain in my knees, all over my body, depression, which was never even diagnosed in Russia, because in the 60s and 70s in Russia, depression didn't exist. Everybody was depressed. And that's why people were numbing themselves with alcohol because they were depressed. I realized that everything that was offered to me from the medical doctors were medications for pain, medication for depression. You have chronic issues, you have genetic issues, just take medication till the rest of your life. And I knew in my 20s, I couldn't start living on this medicated path. I was too young for that. I started looking for alternative modalities to heal myself. I changed my diet, I changed my lifestyle. And finally, I met the love of my life. And we got married, we had 2 kids. And I thought I was healed. I felt happy, I felt good, until another trauma walked into my life. I still remember that day, 26 years ago. I walked into a room full of people, still not knowing why I was there and if this was the right place for me. A week before that, I buried my husband. He died of cancer. And it was so fresh, I still could not grasp that reality that this actually happened, even though him taking his last breath and laying in bed, getting cold. I spent that last night with him, already dead, just holding his hand, was still in my head. This was supposed to be happily ever after, that after all this suffering and pain that I went through in my childhood, I finally found my own happiness, and it was taken away from me. All I had left, 2 beautiful children, age 3 and 5, and incredible memories of my love story. So I was in this room, bereavement group with other people, telling the stories about their losses. And one thing I realized, some of these people were coming to this place for so long. One woman was coming there for 10 years, telling the same story about her loss, getting stuck in her trauma, not be able to heal and move forward. I felt fragile. I felt raw inside from my pain. But even then, I knew I could not live in this chronic grief till the rest of my life. I had responsibility. I had 2 small children. I want to take care of them. I want to give them what I didn't have, this safe, amazing, loving childhood that was taken away from me. So many of us go through traumas in our life, and we all process these traumas in a unique way. Some just get stuck and never heal those traumas. Others either numb those pain, which I did in the past, or in total denial, like it never happened to them. And there is another way of dealing with trauma, embracing that healing journey. And for me, that was the only option, doing it for my kids. So looking back, I don't feel sorrow. I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me, because I feel I was giving huge gift of love that some people may never experience in their life. I had this amazing love story. And also, it was a short story, but it was an amazing love story. And I still keep memory of that. But also what I learned from my loss, what I learned from all the pain and traumas I went through, made me grow and evolve in so many ways that I would never imagine this before. And also made me a healer, because feeling pain yourself, it makes you empathetic. It also makes you intuitive, because you can look at someone and just by the body language, how that person speaks about her or his life, you can see what they're storing deep inside. So we can choose living in pain, or we can choose healing pain. Those options we have. I choose the last one, healing my pain, and work on my journey on my pain. So 3 lessons that I learned from that. One is that trauma comes in different shapes and sizes. There is no minor trauma if it's affecting you in a significant negative way. Even something seemingly minor, that maybe bullying in school, or not feeling emotionally connected to your parents, or not feeling enough, being loved, or something like that, it's still huge trauma for you, how you perceive that. And mind and body are deeply interconnected. So when we have emotional pain that we don't process, it can often manifest in physical issues that sometimes doctors cannot find any solution. So if you do have that physical pain that doesn't go away, or you can't find any solution, any treatment for that, and you see one doctor after another, go deep inside and explore what is there that you haven't healed yet. That's important. And now more and more studies show this connection. Dr. John Sarno talks about this in his books. German New Medicine goes to the root of our traumas so we can heal and become the best versions of ourselves. Also, bottle up traumas that we store deep inside and we never heal continue creating different issues in our life. It may be our relationship, self-sabotage, either our weight, our body, our health, our job, our relationship, whatever we choose, even ourselves. So it will continue affecting your life and become bigger and bigger and bigger. Abandoned child may feel unworthy of being loved and will self-sabotage every relationship, even with people that he or she loves, from the fear of being abandoned again. And shame will make us feel less confident and will definitely affect our self-esteem. And we will not go and look for a good person we deserve. We'll look for somebody who is even more broken than we feel about ourselves, because that will make us feel better about ourselves. So when I work with women, I see so many unhealed emotions and trauma stored deep inside. And I recognize now, as women, we store it deep inside in our pelvis. That's where our shame and pain and anger and resentment and embarrassment, everything is there. But this is also where our strength, our vulnerability, our creativity, and it's important for us not to be disconnected from that core, but be connected to that. So empower and heal. So healing emotions and healing deep traumas can help us to unleash our greatest potentials. And that's what I learned. You can heal your pain, you can serve that purpose on earth that you were born for. You can be that light, that candle in someone else's life, which is so important. And it doesn't mean it's an easy journey. It's not easy, but it's possible. And it does require strength, commitment. So many people here on this summit giving you options how to heal and how you can move forward. There are millions of us suffering in pain, trying to heal our traumas. I was one of them. And I know that my journey helped me to heal. So as my gift to you, I offer you connecting to your feminine core meditation, because your healing starts from connecting to yourself, to your feminine core. And for the first 10 women who download that, and there is should be a link in the chat, I will also offer a breakthrough session, how we can identify what you may be storing deep inside and don't even see it yourself, those traumas, and also the options, how you can start your own healing journey. So it is possible to heal. You may be scarred. It doesn't mean you're broken. There is still hope for you. So thank you so much, Michelle, for doing this, for making me part of this amazing event. And if anybody wants to connect with me, there is a link in the chat, social media, or if you want to schedule a discovery call, welcome. Thank you.
Beautiful. Great job. And I love it that you talked a lot about the adverse experiences that happen to us. There's something called ACEs, right? Adverse childhood experiences. When we go through that trauma, that pain growing up, how our body still holds on to that pain. Even if we think we're okay and we pop our collar, like a lot of women do. I know men do this as well, but we all do this as a human race where we think that everything's okay and we brush it off. And then our body holds on to that pain and it comes out in autoimmune disorders and chronic fatigue and diseases and other ailments. So I'm really excited that you talked about that, because so many of us may have those ailments and it's all because of that pain and trauma that we've experienced.
Thank
Great
you.
job. Great job. Make sure I see some of your information in the chat. So if you are interested in connecting, please do so. I am excited to introduce our next speaker. So Shannon Morrison has worked in the crisis response and mental health field for over 25 years. During that time, she supported women of all ages coming out of abusive relationships and witnessed the devastating impact of generational cycles in families that kept powerful women paralyzed in fear and self-sabotage. Through My Resilient Wellness, her mission is to empower women who have come through trauma and abuse to heal their emotional wounds so they can live physically, emotionally, and financially free without being held back by the past. Shannon, excited to have you.
Oh my gosh, Michelle, thank you so much for having me here. And I have gained so much insight and just beautiful stories, and the vulnerability here and the passion that all of these speakers have is just beautiful. So my story is really a mess to create my message. And like Michelle said, I worked in crisis response. So I was in charge of getting and supporting all of our clients' mental health treatment, drug and alcohol abuse help and assistance, and helping women that were experienced domestic violence out of their home into safety for like 10 years. And behind my white picket fence of perfection in a 10-year marriage, I ignored all of what I was experiencing, and I was pouring all of my energy into my clients, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you have ever kind of had a duality of experiencing domestic violence or trauma and just giving everything to somebody else and not looking yourself in the mirror. Yeah. So my mess was I married my childhood sweetheart, my high school sweetheart. We were married for a decade, and I have 2 beautiful children from that marriage. It was toxic. He is a narcissist. He is an alcoholic to this day. And it wasn't until I was helping all of these amazing humans and I saw somebody that was younger than me, and I got her out of her home, and I was like, you deserve more from your life. And I was like, holy crap. Like, she was younger than me. She was living the same life. She didn't have kids. And I was like, doing all of this preparation and save money and pack a bag and for safety and getting her the resources she needed for housing. And I was living this double life. And so it was an amazing, eventually, like, end result was me having the gumption. I don't know if you guys have ever watched the movie We Bought a Zoo. Put in the chat if you're like, yes, I love this movie, right? With 20 seconds of insane courage, anything is possible, right? And I asked my husband, who was doing his normal, sitting in the garage, drinking and watching TV, removing himself from his family. And I went out there and I was like, hey, I said, do you want Naya, which is our eldest child, 21 now, wowza, I just aged myself, right? Do you want Naya to marry somebody like you? And he just looked at me and he said, no. And I was like, what the hell am I doing? Like, I am showing our kids that this is a positive, healthy relationship, that this is what they should grow up and create themselves. And I'm not going to do it anymore. And it was so scary, right? And so that was the line in the sand. Like, besides all the other toxic things that have happened, we don't have to build a house there. It was just unkind. I was unsupported. I was not allowed to have money. I was physically, emotionally abused all the time. I remember being kicked out of my home and not being able to feed my newborn baby because he was angry with me. Like, those things happened, right? And I left once when I was pregnant with my second child, and I went back. And it wasn't until 7 years later that that line was drawn and I left for good. So fast forward, I got into another relationship because I was going still in the same pattern, right? The same pattern of belief of myself, the same unworthy, the same shameful, the same person that felt abandoned as a child and grew up not feeling worthy of the air that I breathe. I drew in another negative human, another toxic relationship that was even more physically not kind to me, right? And so that grew that not worthiness. I actually felt like I was crazy. I don't know if you've experienced this, but the gaslighting from narcissistic abuse, you feel like you're freaking crazy. And again, there was a line drawn in the sand. And this time it was not for me or from me, it was from my child. And so I got divorced when my kids were 9 and 7. And so 2 years later, I was in another relationship, and my child wrote a letter. There was an activity in school, and it was like something about real life and your greatest hero. And my child wrote a letter saying, I wish my mom could see all of this beautifulness that she does and the negative that she is absorbing. So the teacher called me, obviously, because she wrote in very specific detail what was going on that I couldn't see, because my filter or my goggles or my perception was off, because I did not believe in myself. Wow, I've told this story before. So fast forward, 10 years of growth and 10 years has gone by. And after that moment, I chose to heal or to lean on myself and to think of me. I believe somebody said, put the oxygen mask on myself before I could help somebody else yesterday, right? And I felt like I was living an airplane crashing life every single day. It was like Groundhog Day. And I got in the airplane, and it was just like, everything was great and golden, and then it crashed every single day. And I felt like it was just on repeat. And I finally was like, enough is enough. And I changed absolutely everything. I got out of that really emotional crisis response job because it took all of my bandwidth. I was now a single mom of 2 kiddos that also had massive healing to do because I am their mother, right? And those 2 relationships that were negative, that were narcissistic, that were very abusive, that was not my first influence on negative humans that made me feel like I was less than, right? In my experience, it was generational. My mother was a single mom. She was married to an abuser. He tried to sell me for drugs. Like, this was the story that I had already in my generational pool, and we could go on, right? And so then I had a focus. I had a massive why, and I really wanted to heal the generational wounds for my kids. We absolutely always want better for our kids, and I focused on that one thing. And when I focused on that one thing, I got the opportunity to look at myself in the mirror and start healing the human that I saw and loving her so that I could be a better mother. And that really led me to a trajectory of something completely different and unique. It led to the shift of finding a network marketing business in doTERRA and having the tools from the essential oils to help my emotions. I absolutely 100% believe that your emotional health far passes and also creates your physical health. Because when I was going through my divorce, I lost function of my hands. I had migraines every single day. And so what brought me to doTERRA was really finding something for pain. And the essential oil that I was drawn to, that I was told that I would really support me, was Deep Blue. And learning past the physical implications of physical health that Deep Blue does, it's really a surrender to emotional pain. It is really the surrendering of pain that is deep rooted inside your soul. And friends, I had some deep rooted inside my soul pain. My story from my biological father was I wasn't worthy of anything except for drugs. Like, that was my story. And so I had a lot of work to do, right? So doTERRA essential oils for emotions, learning and being certified in GEM and ancestral healing. I was looking for a way that to connect pain and emotions, right? And so I connected with having the opportunity to heal those ancestral wounds, those emotions that are connected to my personal trauma. And I love it, and I do it, and I love, if they say, if you can do anything that you would love for free, like, do it every single day, right? And GEM has massively helped me release those triggers or those imprints of the emotions that are connected to my story. So the shift, right, from victim to empowerment, the things that I did, these are the 6 massive keys that I want to share with you. I changed the words I said every single day. Water what you want to freaking grow, okay? I connected to my vision and my why. So if I get sidetracked with friends, I have ADD, right? So I get sidetracked in shiny syndrome all the time. But I also know that having the narcissistic abuse and the trauma that we have, it causes adult ADD, okay? So if you feel like you're crazy all of a sudden, you don't know why, we get to work on that. Learn who I am and how I do things well. So like my human design, my strengths, how I do things well is how I should do everything. Something new is asking for support because it's asking for love. And I have learned this massively in the last 9 months, because the next one is breakdowns. Every single breakdown is a breakthrough. And the last 9 months, when I've absolutely leaned into my business and leaned into creating something that's possible, I have broken my body. I have experienced breakdown after breakdown. And the lesson behind that is to reconnect with your why and reconnect with the person that I see and practice. So whether we remain the ash or become the phoenix is absolutely up to us. And if you have something like your kids or yourself or your self-worth or a business, or you just want to heal the massive wounds inside of you, you get to redefine your RAS, redefine what you think, because it's, in my experience, it has absolutely helped me. And it's also helped everybody around me heal and create change. Like the people that I have had so many disconnections, right? My ex-husband, my ex-boyfriend, my family members that I've had so many negative connections with, I have practiced, which we've said the last time, forgiveness, massive forgiveness, because what does it do for us? What has it done for me? If you guys don't know how powerful this is, when you can forgive yourself for the shit that you allowed to happen to you, your family, your generation, your lineage, that is the first person you get to forgive, because it lets it off of your soul, it lets it off and gives you bandwidth and more love for yourself. So what's next? What's next is, and what I'm doing right now is, I just last week started a podcast. So I have a podcast. It's called the Divine Play Podcast, which is beautiful. We're already on YouTube. Podcast, again, breakdown, technology. Thank you. We'll figure it out. I have a membership for women that were just like me. It is called Phoenix Rising, and I absolutely love that. It's a great, supportive, private community for women that have gone through emotional trauma, and I love pouring into those humans. And then my next program is called Authentic Affluence, and it is really about creating wealth, abundance, a renewed awareness of your potential, knowing the worth and embodying who you can be, and believing in possibilities again, getting through the shame, the blame, the anger, the feeling abandoned, not supported like I did. And so that is what is next for me. I absolutely am pouring everything that I know into these programs. But again, sitting with releasing and forgiveness to get through the shame and the disbelief of what's possible. I know that so many people have talked about healing and getting through. And I want to just really reinforce that every single time there's a layer of healing, we're going to have a breakdown and life is going to hit us sideways. And not to stop, even though life hits us sideways, because that gets to be another layer of healing that you can do for yourself. And when you heal yourself, you help heal your kids at the same time. You give others an opportunity around you to speak up, just like we're doing right here, right? Us speaking our truth and us telling our stories gets other people allowed the opportunity to feel into and be like, I'm not freaking alone. I can do hard things well, right? And they can heal, and gives them opportunity to heal too. And I know 9 months ago, I was having learning so many skills and not in my contract of what I wanted to create. And a powerful leader and mentor asking for help. We hired coaches and you have mentors. And she said, there are so many women, when you don't say your truth and you don't speak your story, there are so many women that are sitting in silence, not able to find you because you are not being authentic and you are not speaking your truth. And you guys, I have been out of a domestic violence relationship. I am now married to a beautiful human for 2 years. My kids are amazing. And just last week, Naya just said to me out of the blue, Mom, I absolutely have no idea where we would be if you would never have divorced Dad. I don't know where we would be. I don't know how I would survive. So it was just amazing. And it's beautiful to see and witness over time. But be true to your story, be vulnerable, and be out loud, because you're worth it. Thank you so much, Michelle, for this opportunity.
Yes, I love that. You are worth it, right? And I love how you ended that. And doTERRA, I have Serenity right next to my bed. So I rub that and smell right before I go. Yeah, perfect, right? Right before I go to bed. It's very good for my soul. I love the infuser. Is that what you call it? Diffuser?
Yep, diffuser.
Yeah. So it's wonderful. But what you were saying, right? You had to have a breakdown before you had to break through. And you put your mask on first. And then the one thing that really stood out to me is that you finally left, right? Because a lot of people, if they don't experience domestic violence, well, why'd you stay? How long did you stay for? Why do you go back, right? And I'm right there with you. I went back 6, 7 different times before I finally left. But it's a cycle. And you know what? You did it, Shannon. You did it. You left. You now are married and have beautiful children and a wonderful life. And you are doing so much that is going to inspire and impact so many people. So really amazing job, and super excited to have you on this summit.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. And thanks for listening and sharing space. Appreciate you.
Yes, of course, of course. I think it's important that we listen and we share space, just like Shannon said, because in order for us to heal, we have to feel through these pains. And it's not comfortable. And this is why coaches and mentors are important. So whether you coach with myself or somebody else here, make sure you get with somebody that you can coach with, that can mentor you, that can guide you and help you use your story to make an even bigger impact, because your story matters and what you go through matters. I know my assistant, Ira, is putting information in the chat for both the next summit, which is November 13th and 14th. We only have 30 spots left for that summit if you are interested in speaking. And then also our book collaboration. So 2023's book collaboration is sold out. I may have one, like I said yesterday, one spot left because there is an emergency that has happened with one of our authors. However, everything is going to 2024 and we are pitching to publishers now, and it's very, very exciting. You get a full chapter to yourself. So she is putting that information in the chat now. So if you are interested, make sure to do that. So I am very excited that I get to introduce the next speaker. Charlie Dice struggled with infertility for years before her and her husband made the decision to move beyond it. Using the frameworks she learned in the process, she now coaches women and even men to accept infertility and live a joyful, fulfilled life yet again. Her mission and passion is to help others overcome the trauma of infertility and find happiness beyond it. Charlie, stage is yours.
Hey, Michelle, thank you so much for having me on. I'm so excited to be here. Just curious before I get started, how many of you here actually think of infertility as trauma? If you can put a 1 in the chat if you think that it is, and 2 if you think that it's not. And we're going to come back to that answer in a little bit. So just keep that in mind. So let me kind of tell you where I came from. I have a little bit unconventional story in terms of the infertility journey because I never wanted to be a mom. When I was a little girl, I was really focused on my hobbies. I wanted to build a career. I wanted to have a future where I traveled. And when I grew up and I graduated college, I still wasn't thinking about having children. So I had a good job. My husband and I were happy. We had built our dream home. We had done some traveling. And it wasn't really until I was 30 that my internal clock really started ticking. And the thing was, all of our siblings had gotten pregnant so easily that we just thought that that would be us, that we'd have no problems at all. So it took 2 years for us of trying naturally to even get our first pregnancy test, which was in August of 2020. And that pregnancy, unfortunately, only lasted for 10 weeks. And when I went to the emergency room, when I started bleeding, they told me, we're sorry, there's no longer a heartbeat. The baby probably died 2 weeks ago. It just takes that long for your body to recognize that you're miscarrying. And they told me, I'll never forget this, the doctor in the emergency room said, you can go home now and pass your baby. And I thought, like, what does that even mean? I don't even know what that means, past my baby. Like, I had never experienced this before. And it was so traumatic for me. I ended up needing a DNC because I was too far along. And when I did start to continue to miscarry, the bleeding was so bad that they were afraid I was going to lose too much blood without having the surgery. So that was just an extremely traumatic experience for me. And it took me about 8 months to both recover physically and emotionally from that first miscarriage. And one thing to know about me too is that I've suffered from major depressive disorder for the last 15 years. Clinically diagnosed, I did have one suicide attempt when I was 20 years old. And so my emotional health is very important to me, but it's also very precarious. And so I was very traumatized and thinking that, this was something that I wasn't going to be able to recover from. So long story short, over the next 3 years, I ended up getting 2 more positive pregnancy tests. But unfortunately, they also ended in early miscarriage. My husband and I went to an infertility clinic near where we live, and we did all kinds of testing, all kinds of treatments, and found that both he and I had issues. So my eggs were actually at 32 years old, they were actually the quality of a 50-year-old woman. And my husband had 0 to 1% of sperm motility, morphology, and volume. They actually did his tests multiple times because they said they had never seen someone register the test with 0%. At the end of our treatments, we were told that, we'd still have a 33% chance of conceiving naturally, which, even though that sounds like a lot, it was not meant to be for us. So we agonized for 6 months over whether or not to continue trying and continue on this journey. And it just became too emotionally taxing for me. You feel like a failure month after month when you get your period and nothing happens, and you're triggered every single day because you see pregnant women all the time in your everyday lives, at the grocery store, at the doctor's office, at the bank. It wore on me. And I told my husband one night, sat him down and said, I just can't do this anymore. And he understood because he had seen me go through it. And luckily, he said, okay, like, we'll stop. The problem then, though, is that we had no idea what that meant. It was like, okay, well, what now? Like, what do our lives look like now that we don't have this journey that we're on that has been all consuming for the last 6 years? So what I found is that there was absolutely no help from the medical community for the transition from trying to conceive to not trying to conceive anymore. I did go to therapy. I had been in therapy for my depression, but my therapist had never experienced infertility or miscarriage. And so she really couldn't identify with me to, the extent that I needed her to really heal. I also changed medications with my doctor, but it made me feel so much like a zombie that it just wasn't truly me. I was just really numbed to everything. And while that may sound good in theory, it just doesn't feel that good in reality. And also the infertility clinics, like they don't care about you really anymore when you're not patient. That's maybe a harsh reality, but that's the truth of it. We weren't actively trying to use their services. And so they kind of just, said, hey, thanks for coming and we'll see you later. So I started thinking, like, why is there such a huge gap in care between actively trying to conceive and then learning to accept childlessness? Millions of people, both men and women, are in this situation. And so the question that I asked you at the beginning, where, do you think infertility is trauma? And I see a lot of ones in the chat, and that's really awesome because it absolutely is trauma. And so many millions and millions of people go through this. So I started thinking, why are we the forgotten about group? Why are we pushed to the side, told to fend for ourselves? There has to be a support system out there. And I was so tired of feeling isolated, alone, depressed, anxious, like obsessing over this. I wanted to feel in control of my body again, my life, my mind. I wanted to get my confidence back as a woman, as a wife, as a friend, a daughter, a coworker. Like I just wanted to, feel like myself again. So I remember sitting in my living room on a chilly fall day. I live in the Northeast, and I was staring out the window at the gray sky, and I thought, this can't possibly be how I feel for the rest of my life. Like, I don't want to be numb anymore, but I also don't want to feel these painful feelings either. So I'm not the type of person to just sit around and wait for an answer and magically appear. Fairy tales, which I love fairy tales, by the way, so that's a hard pill to swallow for me. But I ended up getting my butt out of the recliner. I dusted off my laptop and I started reading. And it really wasn't a walk in the park. Like, let me tell you, it was super frustrating because there's actually very little out there in this kind of quote unquote after fertility. 99% of the information you find was how to cope going through it, but not after the fact. So it kind of felt like I was landing on the moon for the first time. Like there was no space station, there was no walk path to follow, there was no one to turn to for any advice. So finally, after months of tears and waffling between wanting to throw my laptop at the wall and hugging it, I actually figured out my own 5-step process that encompassed everything I went through, what I was currently feeling, and also how to move forward in the future. And it was kind of coincidental what Shannon said earlier, because I wrote it all down and I condensed it and I actually coined it the 5-step Phoenix formula. Because after implementing it, I felt like I had risen from the ashes, that I was born again, and that I could kind of fly off into a new life of my own making. So that kind of brings me to what I'm doing now. Which after my own transformation of using my formula, I thought, I wonder if this could work for anybody else. So thankfully, a few of my close friends who were also struggling to cope with miscarriage and infertility took me up on my wild offer to quote unquote coach them through this process. And thank you to you all, by the way, you know who you are. And actually the results were incredible. I started hearing from a lot of them in just a few short weeks, working the steps that they were able to see their lives differently, find opportunity in the losses that they had had, and feel confident and joyful about their futures again. Their relationships with their partners improved. They were able to communicate their needs more clearly with family members. And they were also no longer pressured by society to kind of fit into this neat little box of being a mother. Because that's what a lot of us women are told as girls is kind of the only option for us. And to be completely honest with you, I really thought it was a fluke at first because I don't have any fancy letters behind my name. I'm just a woman who got sick and tired of feeling numb, lost, exhausted, and I just decided to do something about it. So because I went through this trauma, I ended up finding my true passion which is to help other women and men cope with miscarriage and infertility and find the joy in life again, to learn not just how to exist in their lives, but actually to thrive in them again, because that's the whole point, right? So it really transformed my life completely, and more importantly, the lives of the people that I work with. So my whole mission now, and in the future, is to just be a resource for those in what I call the gap, which is the in-between space, kind of this limbo between actively trying to conceive and going through infertility treatments, and then the after. So it's kind of that point when you stare at your partner and go, well, now what? Helping people navigate that phase of infertility is what I really am passionate about. I honestly, I get a little choked up just thinking about it, because the women that I talk to, it really feels so good to help them, because I know firsthand what they have gone through. And I just really love when the light clicks and they're like, yes, I can do this again. So I'm just curious, in the chat, how many of you felt like it was impossible for you to feel joy again, even if you haven't gone through infertility, just any of the situations here that the speakers have talked about? Yeah, it does feel impossible. And like, how helpful would it be to have someone who's actually gone through it, who's felt what you're feeling, give you a step-by-step process, how to feel better and get a path, forward. So if you have ever felt that and you have gone through miscarriage or infertility, and you're just kind of wondering how to cope with that and how to move forward, I do have my Life Beyond Infertility coaching program. It's an 8-week to 16-week program where I do one-on-one coaching. If you'd want just to chat, I do offer a totally free, no obligation 15-minute connection call. I'll put everything in the chat, just to get to know you better and kind of see if I can help you. And I also have a website where if you go to it today from the link in the chat, you'll get a completely free 15-page e-guide with my roadmap to kind of starting that process to accept. So to close out, I really want to thank you all for your time today. It's really been a pleasure being part of this summit. And I want to personally thank Michelle and her whole team for putting this on. So I hope I've added to the sentiment that you can do extraordinary things no matter what you struggle with. And there's someone out there who has struggled with it too and is willing to help you. You just need to get over your fear and ask. So just remember, you're amazing, you're worth it, and you're definitely not alone.
Wonderful job, Charlie. I love it. And I love how you asked in the beginning, is infertility a trauma? Because maybe some people don't actually think that. Some people may not know the implications of going through a miscarriage, of infertility problems. I have never been pregnant. I don't know if I ever will. However, when I was younger, I used to want 6 kids. I know Shantae has 6 kids, and there's a couple other people on here that mentioned 6 children. Right now, to me, that seems like a crazy number in my mind. However, it didn't happen. And it's interesting the path that God leads us down and what we're doing now in spite of or because of. So you're now impacting so many women and men discover themselves, even though they have gone through this pain and this trauma. Because like you said, you went through depression, you went through helplessness, where you didn't feel like you were good enough or feel like you were a woman because you could not do this one thing that we think as women is a necessary obligation. And it's great that you're helping. Do you have a book out, Charlie?
I do not have a book. I'm actually working on it. It would be nice if I could work faster, but I don't have it out yet.
You got this. Like I see this in a book, especially because there's a market for it. Because what you originally said was there's not a lot of people out there that do this. There's not a lot of help. So you are going to be that expert in your space to help in the in-between. You called it the gap, correct?
Mm-hmm,
yeah,
correct.
Yeah. So I encourage you to write your book. Definitely.
I will do that.
Awesome. So great job. Make sure to put your information in the chat, and really appreciate you. So I'm actually handing the mic over to Shantae, and she will
Yes.
continue.
Yes, thank you, Michelle. I'm really actually happy to have another opportunity, because I really wanted to say how grateful I am that I had this space, and I'm grateful for Michelle, and so it's I am just happy that I was given that space to share my story, and that Michelle has done all this. And without further ado, I get to introduce Michelle. Michelle Dewsbury is a powerhouse advocate for those who have experienced pain and trauma. As the founder of Unsilenced Voices, a nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering survivors of domestic violence and abuse, Michelle has become a leading voice in the fight against these insidious crimes. Michelle's journey has been shaped by her own experiences of trauma and abuse. However, rather than letting these experiences hold her back, Michelle has used them as a catalyst for positive change, dedicating her life to helping others who have faced similar challenges. As an internationally recognized speaker, coach, and advocate, Michelle has reached countless individuals with her powerful message of hope and healing. She has been featured in numerous publications and media outlets, including Yahoo Finance, KTLA, and NBC News. With her unwavering commitment to social justice and her passion for empowering others, Michelle Dewsbury is a true force for change in the world today. Her work has touched countless lives and serves as an inspiration to all those who seek to make a difference in the lives of others. Michelle, for me, is a friend that I have known since high school and even elementary school. I do feel so blessed to have reconnected with her. I know she is changing lives, and for one, she's changing my life. And here's to you, Michelle.
Thank you, Shantae, for that amazing intro. And, I'm so happy that we've been able to reconnect as well. You never know how God uses us and how our paths will cross again. So many people in my life are coming back into my life now from 20 years ago, even friends that I never thought that I would see again. So it's really beautiful. It's amazing to never, ever close doors, to ever burn bridges, because you don't know how you will impact or how they will impact your life. I am super honored and humbled to be able to have such amazing speakers on this summit. And for being here, you all have inspired me to continue. Oftentimes we feel that we're heavy and that there's a lot to do, and that sometimes our missions and our movements are not going anywhere. And sometimes it's like, well, why don't I just stop and move to Hawaii and bartend on the beaches for the rest of my life? Because I've thought of that. But you know what? Because of speakers and participants like all of you who are on here, it is encouraging me to keep going. And, no matter if you're a coach for 50 years or if you've been a speaker for your entire life or just now, it is amazing to feel that inspiration from all of you. So I want to thank you firsthand for all of that. I will stay among my time, and I will make sure not to take over. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about who I am. I'm going to talk about 5 steps to overcome challenges, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about our legacy camp happening on August 23rd, our 8-week camp happening. And because everybody is here, of course, we are giving a discount to everyone who is enrolling from this summit. So a little bit about me, if you don't know my story. I grew up in a small town in North Idaho, moved around my whole life. My daddy was military. When I was a sophomore in high school, I started to fall in love with theater arts. Now, I was living in Hawaii at the time, and I was a varsity cheerleader. And during that time in school in Hawaii, we would practice with the football team, and I wasn't allowed to do other extracurricular activities. However, my junior year in high school, I ended up moving back to Idaho, where Shantae and I started talking again. And from there, I started to dive myself into theater arts, and I knew that I wanted something even more in my life. I didn't want to stay in Idaho. I wanted lights and glamour and glitz and this lifestyle that I saw on TV. So what I did after I had graduated high school, I went to 1 year of college and said, this is enough. I am moving to Hollywood. So I packed my car, packed my bag. It was really just shoes and clothes in my car. I don't know if any of you ladies can relate to that one. But I drove my happy little butt all the way from North Idaho down to Hollywood. And the lights and the opportunity and the people that I met, I knew that I was going to be on my way to stardom. My claim to fame is a 2-second bit in a Papa Murphy's commercial. So if you know Papa Murphy's at all, I literally have keys in my mouth, no words, but I got paid like 10 grand. So I thought that that was like my stardom right there. Well, lo and behold, that stardom slowly fizzled out. I ended up meeting somebody who I thought was my Prince Charming. He courted me, sent me gifts and flowers, took me to ball games, took me to concerts. We chartered private planes. He told me how amazing I was. And I fell head over heels in love with him. He painted this beautiful picture of what our life was going to look like, of what our life could look like. About 4 months into that relationship, he had pushed me so hard against the wall that my head went through it. Now, I didn't experience domestic violence growing up. I didn't hear my parents yell at each other, let alone lift their hands to one another. So I didn't know what I was experiencing. I ended up staying with my abuser for 4 years. And during that time, I experienced all forms of domestic violence, multiple times beatings lasting longer than 4 hours. When I finally left and escaped that relationship, I sat down in front of my computer, like what you and I are doing now at home, and I just began to document what happened to me. My therapist had recommended me doing some writing. So that's what I did. I started to write my story. And when I wrote my story and read it back to myself, I was shocked. How many of you have been shocked by your own story? You can put a 1 in the chat. When I read it to myself, how is this me I'm reading about? How is this me? How could I have gone through this? My mommy and daddy raised me to not put up with SHIT. However, it was me. And I knew that God was going to use my voice for something even greater than I even could fathom or understand. I ended up writing and performing a 65-minute solo play about my experience in domestic violence, performing that in 2016 at the Whitefire Solo Fest, and then also at the Hollywood Fringe Festival. And then people started coming up to me and telling me their stories. And that's when I was like, oh, wow, this happens so often. I didn't understand the prevalence. I didn't understand how frequently abuse happened in our society, not just domestic violence, childhood traumas, childhood abuse, human trafficking issues. We heard from speakers yesterday talking about statistics on human trafficking. It is happening everywhere right now. And then the statistics on domestic violence. That's when I said, okay, I'm doing something else. God, what is it that you want from me? And I ended up volunteering at the Downtown Women's Center on Skid Row. Didn't end up getting a job there because I'm very outspoken, and instead of referring people to case managers, I gave them advice. So I didn't get the job. However, God was using me in another way. I ended up flying to Oakland for an interview. God's presence was within that organization, but I was not supposed to be there. So I had my glass of wine on Pier 39 in San Francisco, eating that clam chowder bowl. And this guy came up to me and said, you need to start a nonprofit. And how many of us have heard something and we haven't acted? And at that point, I had heard that multiple times, but I didn't act. And then finally I said, okay, I will say yes now. I'm going to say yes to this calling, God, that you are putting in my life. So that's what I did. I said, yes, we were 501c3 within a month. And then 2 months later, I was in Ghana. And then we expanded from Ghana to Sierra Leone, and then Rwanda. And last year in the United States, Unsilenced Voices gifted over $33,000 to US survivors for transportation, relocation, housing, and childcare needs. We have a sponsor a survivor program in Sierra Leone, sponsorasurvivor.org. I'll make sure to add that in the chat today, where you can actually sponsor a survivor in Sierra Leone, pays for vocational training, their materials, monthly stipend, medical and counseling. And that is only $3.33 a day. And we need about 16 more survivors sponsored, and we have well over 50 on a wait list. Well, from there in 2019, I began speaking worldwide. Actually got caught in Egypt and London coming home March of 2020. So that was really interesting. However, I love speaking and I love coaching and I love helping people to really overcome, because it's not about me. It's about how many people you can bring up with you, right? That's what leadership is. It's bringing people with you, helping people to turn their stories into missions, ministries, movements, nonprofits, and businesses. Use your story to then create a domino effect of change. I'm one person, but there are many of us here on this platform. So I started speaking and started coaching, doing business and personal development coaching, and really love what I do. We launched our book collaborative called Breaking the Silence, Voices of Survivors, about 3 months ago, sold out within 3 weeks, decided we needed to host platforms to allow other individuals like yourselves to share your stories and to speak up. So what I would like to do now is to go over a 5-step process that I use to help me overcome some of my challenges. Now, I only have 15 minutes, just like all the other amazing speakers. So I'm going to be very quick. I typically take a little bit longer to discuss this. However, I'm just going to kind of dive in. So the 5-step process, if you text UNITE, UNITE, to 26786, again, if you text UNITE, UNITE, to 26786, you will actually receive this via mobile text message in a PDF format that is colorful and visual, but it really talks about the 5 steps. So that first step to overcoming challenges is you first have to recognize what it is that you've gone through. See, all of us speakers on here, we have recognized what we've been through. We have come to terms with this happened to me, but it doesn't have to define who I am. After you recognize, you then have to go through your thought process. Change your thoughts and your thinking. Well, how do you do that? I put Post-it notes all around my house. You are enough. You are beautiful. You are amazing. I am statements. I am successful. I am worthy. I am beautiful. Right? To counteract what it is that I heard from my abuser. Changing that thought process also means that you have to understand that you will have negative thoughts that come in, but you have a choice to say yes or no to them. So it's choosing that thought process. From there, you go from your head to your heart and you dive into feelings, right? You have to feel in order to heal. We talked about this so much today, and you will get more of that info when you text that. And then from the feelings, it's the words that we tell ourselves, and the words that come out of our mouths, and the words that other people tell us. You are your own worst critic. The words that you say to yourself have longer lasting implications, and the words that other people say to you have longer lasting implications than that of even physical violence. Choose your words wisely. Uplift yourself. Stop being your own worst critic, because you know what? You are here, you showed up, and you are a wonderful, beautiful soul. And from those words, you have to take action. Action could mean therapy. Action could mean writing your book. It could mean expressing yourself, making sure that you go on hikes and scream at God. That's what I needed to do to heal. I did a lot of movement therapy and play therapy in order for me to really overcome my past trauma. Rehearsing my play day in and day out, beating myself up on stage was extremely therapeutic. So you have to take those action steps that are necessary for you to overcome your obstacles. What are your action steps? That's what I need to ask you now. What are you doing now to overcome and use your story to then create a lasting legacy, not just for you, not just for your family, but for your friends and for the people that you don't even know that need to hear your voice? When you don't speak up, you are not hurting yourself. You are hurting those who could benefit from your voice. My why every single day is when I wake up and I see my baby brother who is now recovered from drug addiction, who is out of jail. My mom and my dad are no longer with us. So it's just my brother and I and our friends that we have created family with. He is my why. I love to travel. I love to go to different countries and explore. I love to scuba dive. My birthday is Thursday and I'm actually going to Key Largo to scuba dive 6 times solo. It's a solo trip for my 40th birthday because I love to dive. There's nothing wrong with doing something for yourself. What is your why? Do you want to spend more time with your friends or family? Why are you speaking up on this stage now? And what do you want to do with your story? Now, Legacy Camp is something that we teach. It's an 8-week live virtual course. You actually get me. It's group coaching is what it is. We limit it to only about 12 to 15 people per class. So it's very intimate. We talk about passion. We talk about branding and breakthroughs and course creation. We talk about launching, growing, and building a nonprofit organization. We talk about the tools that you need for success. Book publishing, if you're interested in publishing your own book, or if you are also interested in being part of our anthology, Breaking the Silence. We also talk about public speaking. There's a structure in speaking and it's completely different if you're selling from stage, if you're on a 15-minute summit, if you've been paid to speak and express yourself from stage, right? So we go ahead and go through 8 weeks to equip you with the tools that you need in order to turn your story into a mission, ministry, movement, nonprofit, or a business so that you and your voice and your words can help other people. I know my assistant put Legacy Camp in the chat. Online, you will see that Legacy Camp is $14.97. However, today it is $9.97. We only are limiting that to 12. So if you are interested, please contact either Ira or myself after I'm done speaking, and we can talk about that. Now, I have about 1 minute left before I get to introduce our next speaker. What I want to leave everybody with, I did this yesterday. I know some of you heard this already. However, there is a movie called Finding Nemo, and I end all podcasts with this. In the movie, there's a fish called Dory. Now, Dory is an airhead, and I can say that because I'm blonde, right? I get blonde jokes all the time, but she is an airhead and she runs into things and she gets lost all the time. But the one thing that she continues to sing over and over again is just keep swimming. So if you are out there, if you are listening, whether you are on Facebook, whether you're here in the live Zoom, just keep swimming. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other because you matter, your voice matters, your story matters, and you are making a difference. I want to thank all of the amazing speakers for being here. I am so excited and honored that all of you have chosen to speak on Breaking the Silence. So I now get the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Kyle Hollingsworth, a multifaceted, creative, intuitive, and community leader, ignites a courageous and creative spark in others, empowering them to live boldly and to step outside the limitations of their wounded beliefs. Drawing from her own experiences as a survivor of numerous traumas, Kyle is passionately dedicated to inspiring others to find the courage to heal, leveraging the transformative power of mindset, energy work, and creative expression for personal growth. Through her intimate community, Courageous AF, I love that, Kyle shares her creative gifts as well as her stories of trials and triumphs, guiding and inspiring and fostering an authentic and vulnerable space for others to do the same. Kyle, I am super excited to bring you to the stage, and the stage is yours.
Oh my gosh, what an honor to follow you. Happy birthday. Oh, I'm so excited to be here. I'm so moved. I just want to initially acknowledge every speaker, because the amount of courage that I've been witnessing the last day and a half, and just the vulnerability, is just so beautiful. And it's honestly one of my biggest commitments in life, is vulnerability and transparency. And I love that. I love that so much. I have so much to share. I'm excited to be with you all. So I want to start with going back 12 years ago. That was when I reached a point where I knew I was going to die. My life had come to a crescendo that was just absolutely terrifying. I've heard so much here that's so reminiscent of this moment. After a very long night of abuse that was absolutely terrifying, with my young son, my dog, and I hiding in a bedroom, afraid for our lives, the next morning, I knew that something really terrible, as in one of us was going to get killed, was going to be the next step. And so in a moment of, I'm so glad I did this, in a moment of thought, I decided, I was sitting in front of my computer and I decided to hit record as my then husband came into the house after having stormed out the night before. And I recorded a 45-minute tirade that was so frightening, breaking things, threatening. This is a person who threatened to kill me, who threatened to harm my son, who it was that make or break moment. And I knew that I had to make a change. And I had to ask myself, what got me there? How did I create this? How is this my life? How is this moment? And the reality check that I got, the really incredible truth, was that I created it. I chose this. And I had continued to make choices in my life that mirrored what I had grown up with, what I was used to, and what I thought I deserved. And that the only thing that was going to change it, the only thing that was going to save my life, the only thing that was going to protect my child, was for me to take a stand and to take ownership of the choices that I've been making to be with this person. So I'll back up a little bit. My myriad of traumas, it's funny because people have always said to me, like, you should write a book, and how does so many bad things happen to one person, and yada, yada, yada. It is kind of wild to list them all out, and I won't list them all, but I will say that it began when I was very young. My mother dealt with some mental illness and some depression and abuse in her family. It goes back and back and back and back. And when I was 8 years old, she committed suicide. And my sister and I were alone in the home with her and found her. She left a note. That sort of was the beginning, if you will, of a domino effect of just one thing after another over 4 decades. Subsequently, from her death, we were taken in the night by a family member to another state. We were tossed back and forth between family members. There was so much alcoholism, so much verbal abuse. There was sexual abuse. You know, by the time I was 21 years old, I had experienced within my field, within my immediate family, suicide, drug addiction, alcoholism. My father became a drug dealer. He went to prison when I was in high school for dealing drugs to my classmates and to our town. We were ostracized. I was absolutely pariah in 11th grade in a small town where everyone knew everything about you. There were nights when I chose the role we often do in that scenario, where I felt like it was my responsibility to make sure everything and everyone was okay. And so I would stay awake on a school night until 11 o'clock at night, waiting for my father to come in, because he would come in stumbling drunk. And some nights it meant he would throw me across the room, and some nights it meant he would threaten to murder us all. And other nights he would make passes at me thinking I was somebody I wasn't. And so all of these events, every time he would come home, I felt it was my job to make sure that we lived through the night and that he didn't hurt anybody. In the process, of course, I got hurt myself plenty. And so through all of this, I was bullied in high school in my hometown. I absolutely just wanted to get the fuck out of there and get away from this traumatic life that I had. And I felt really trapped in, and I didn't know why was this happening? And I was starting to sort of develop that victim mentality where life is cruel and life, I don't deserve love. I don't deserve safety. And so I escaped, or so I thought I did. I actually changed my name. I started going by Kyle, which is my middle name. My first name, I was born as Melissa. But I thought if I abandoned Melissa and got away from my family, then I would be okay. I'd be saved from all of this. And so I moved across the country to California and brought it all with me, like we do, and immediately went into a relationship and into a marriage with a narcissist, a person who absolutely helped me build this amazing belief system that I was not worthy, and who absolutely convinced me that I was crazy. And in that marriage, I also experienced, I really wanted to have a child. And I know now in hindsight that my reasoning for wanting to have a child really had to do with wanting to give another human being the love that I hadn't gotten. And so I was absolutely committed to that. And I had a very hard time with that as well. I dealt with some infertility. I had multiple miscarriages. I lost a baby in my 5th month of pregnancy. And then finally, I was pregnant again. We figured out what was going on. I had twins. I was pregnant with twins. I lost a twin. And ultimately, I birthed my son. And even that process of motherhood and of early motherhood was just absolutely traumatic. My husband, within a week of my giving birth via cesarean, sort of just abandoned me and was like, he didn't leave, but he left. He said, you wanted the kid, you deal with it. Became very abusive and cruel. And within a short period of time, I knew I had to divorce him. And because I had developed this deep-seated belief in my own lack of value, I immediately chose another relationship that this time was even exponentially more abusive. I chose a person who was absolutely dangerous. And this is the person that I was with when I mentioned at the beginning of the story. It's amazing to me now when I tell it, because I can hardly believe all of the things that happened. I've kind of just barely glanced on the whole list of them, but all of this culminated in this idea that I was different than everyone else in the world. I was somehow broken. I somehow deserved all of this. It was my fault. And so I can remember being in that relationship before we decided to get married. I had gone away by myself for a week, and I got super clear in my mind. I had this glimmer of like, you're surviving all of this for a reason. There's something that you're going to do in the world. Look, I mean, I had years growing up when I was suicidal. I was absolutely depressed. I had eating disorders, anxiety, you name it. But there was always this little voice in the back saying, there's a reason, there's a reason, there's a reason. You're going to do something. You're going to do something. You're going to do something. And I got a taste of that. But then I came home and I met this person face to face. And even though everything inside my entire body was screaming against it, I said yes to marrying him. That's how deeply ingrained that belief was. That's how deeply unworthy I felt, that I thought, this is what I deserve. This is it. This is what I deserve. We got married and it escalated tenfold. So we were married for a year. Inside of that year, I was tormented. I was verbally abused. Things were thrown, broken all around me all the time. I was not hit physically, but I was hit in every other way you can be hit. And I got to the point where I walked on eggshells every day. I was afraid all the time. I was afraid of I became somebody else. Not even sure who that was, but every hint of me and my true self was shut down. I'm holding my throat actually right now because I'm remembering that I was sick all the time. I was in and out of the hospital a number of times. I developed all sorts of throat and lung issues, breathing issues. I would cough to the point where I would vomit. I would get so sick, I tore my abdominal wall coughing. I sing, but I shut my voice off and wouldn't sing for decades because I was terrified that whatever I did or said was going to result in harm. It's amazing to me to look back at it now. And in that moment, when he kicked a giant hole in the wall next to me and threatened me, I knew that that was it. That was the turning point. And I knew that the person that I'd been looking outside of myself my whole life for somebody to swoop in and save me. I've been looking for my mom. I've been looking for anyone to help me. And I realized it was me. I realized it was me. I am the one I've been waiting for. I am the one, and I get to choose. So what I've done with that is I've been able to kind of take personal responsibility for my life. And that's what I am such a stand for now. I'm a stand for courage. My group is called Courageous AF because I'm courageous as fuck. And you're courageous as fuck. And no matter what you're going through, no matter what has happened in your life, you are not what happened. You are not your story. You get to decide what it means. You get to rewrite the script. You get to take responsibility for your joy and your happiness. This is your one precious, beautiful life. It's my one precious, beautiful life. And damn it, I deserve joy. I deserve safety. I deserve authentic love. And it starts with me. It always starts with me. Going back and finding Melissa, that little girl I abandoned, and giving her everything she didn't have, giving her the love she didn't have, holding her, telling her she is safe and she's going to be okay. And this is everyday work. But you know, the pain of continuing to see ourselves as a victim and calling in more trauma is so much greater than the discomfort of taking responsibility for our lives and owning our lives and owning our stories and choosing the next chapter, choosing how we write it. So now for me, I'm absolutely 100% committed in my life to being a lighthouse for other people and to demonstrating what it looks like to be courageous and to be loving, to have radical self-love, no matter what's happened. Because you are not what happened and you are not your past. You are beautiful, you are courageous, you are powerful beyond measure. We all are. Love y'all. Thank you so much, so much for having me today.
We are courageous as F. I love that, right? Every single one of us who are on this summit, sharing our stories, telling what it is that we've been through, we are courageous. And you have had a lot of trauma happen in your life. And you are now doing something in spite of what it is that you've gone through. I wouldn't even say in spite of, you're doing it because you are called. We have a calling, and your calling is to speak up and to stand up and to share your story so that others can do the same. I absolutely love your story. I understand when you get sick, right? You said that you just got sick, and so sick because your body was holding on to the pain. We talked about that earlier, right? When your body holds on to that pain, then it comes out in physical ailments, emotional ailments. And it's only through speaking up, sharing your stories that we can heal. And that's what you are doing. And it's absolutely beautiful. So tell me just a little bit more about Courageous as F.
It's a Facebook group. It's a private Facebook community that I started a couple of years ago. It actually started out as an art group, and now I just decided to call it what it is. And it's a space, we have about 540 some odd members currently. It's a space where we show up. It's a safe container within which I will come on and do lives. I'll have guests sometimes, sharing authentically, offering guidance, offering insights, and offering just anything that I can to help contribute to other people feeling courageous.
Oh, that's amazing. Yes, because it's so important to be courageous. Now, I am going to be doing a switcheroo on Facebook, and I'm handing the mic real fast to Dan. So Dan, do you want to take over for me for just a couple of minutes while we switch over?
Sure. Hi, everyone. You're going to get to hear me in just a little bit, but I'm happy to help Michelle out for a moment in whatever way I can. I think I'm being picked on a little bit because I'm a professional speaker, but I really wanted to just comment on how powerful everything has been. I can say is that my first time in an event like this, especially as a male coming into these spaces, sometimes there's this discomfort and not knowing, should you applaud, should you clap, should you make comments, because you don't want to offend, you don't want to get anybody uncomfortable. And the reality is that all of you have shared such incredible stories that anybody that's listening is going to learn, is going to be educated, is going to be empowered. And I think that's really what we need right now in today's society, that empowerment. So I'm very grateful to the event. I would also be remiss if I didn't highlight for probably the umpteenth time that there is a winter summit that is going to be coming up very soon in the next couple of months. I still have to figure out. Uh, I don't even know if I'm going to be participating in that. Basically, Michelle says, "Hey, Dan, I need you to do this," and then I do it. I've learned well in my 12 years with my wife. So it's just a matter of fact, but I appreciate everybody for being here. And by the way, just a quick shout out before I turn it back over to Michelle. One of the two people that inspired me to even be here today right now is in the audience, Amber Hollowell. So I appreciate you being here.
I didn't want to scream.
Yay. Thank you, Dan. And that worked. I needed to spotlight in order to go ahead and switch that. So we had to change the Facebook Live. Now, Facebook, if you are unaware, doing a live summit, they only allow you to go live for 4 hours. Thank you again, Dan. So we needed to go ahead and make sure that the rest of the speakers are live as well. So if you want to go to my Facebook page, then you can share from my Facebook page. I am looking for that link right now so I can copy it. But go ahead and go to my personal Facebook page and you can share on Facebook. It is now live. So super excited to have everybody here. What an amazing day. Can we just put a 1 in the chat for what an amazing day it has been? So many great speakers, so many people here sharing their stories, being vulnerable, talking about heartfelt issues, just like Dan talked about, right? And it's important to be able to speak up because that is how we are going to make change on this planet. So I am very, very excited to be here, to have all of you here. Like Dan said, you know, for the upteenth time, there is a winter summit. The fall summit sold out. So at least come and check that out. That fall summit is September, I should know this off my top of my head, September 19th. So it's a 1-day summit. Tickets, of course, are going to be free for participants. We have our authors from Breaking the Silence, Voices of Survivors, the 2023 book collaborative speaking at that. We also have former Attorney General of the state of Nevada as our guest speaker at that summit, George Chanos. So make sure to get your tickets. I will go ahead and send that to all the participants and I will put it in the Facebook chat once we make that link. So it's going to be after today when we make that link on Eventbrite to invite everybody to that fall summit. And then the winter summit, go ahead and go to that link that Ira, my amazing assistant, is putting into the chat. And then that can hold your spot. We only have 28 spots left for that summit. So it is starting to fill up, which is absolutely amazing. Super excited to invite speakers back, to invite participants who want to share their story to come and to speak. So I am super excited to introduce our next speaker on this platform, on this stage. Bernadette is, let's see if I can say your last name, DeGabriel. So Bernadette DeGabriel is the Abundant Life Coach. She is a holistic healing and personal transformation coach and founded Bernadette DeGabriel. Bernadette holds degrees in behavioral science, metaphysical psychology, and communication, and has extensive certifications in energetic modalities and coaching. She has been working in the transformative industry for over 15 years. And Bernadette, I am so excited to invite you to this stage so that I can learn about some more ways and different modalities to help and serve our clients. Bernadette, I think there's your video. Perfect. There you go.
Thank you, Michelle. So privileged and honored to be here with you today. Hopefully I'll deliver on all of those requests you just gave me. So during your childhood, were you ever told children are to be seen and not heard? Hush, no one wants to hear you, or an all-time classic, stop crying or I'll give you a reason to cry? Go ahead and give me a thumbs up in the chat if you've ever heard anything like that. I definitely heard these phrases over and over again, especially being the second youngest of 7. I grew up in a strict Roman Catholic home where rigid conditioning was our first language. Women were to submit and serve, and men were to be obeyed and served. So with this as my parents' philosophy, there were often internal conflicts over and suppression of my own needs. I was being molded to serve, and my self-concept and self-image being formed around these beliefs. Can anybody relate? Being Catholic, there were a few voodoo subjects, one of those being sex. We never spoke of it, and I wasn't allowed to attend any human anatomy classes that involved the human reproductive system, so I knew nothing of it except that sex means to have babies. At 12, I met with my first sexual experience when approached by an older man that I knew and trusted. I had no idea what was going on, and I had no idea how to feel. I was desperately afraid, and yet feeling these currents through my body that I had never felt before. I froze. The words of my father reverberated through my head. Women are to serve men. You do what you're told, and toughen up. Those words kept me frozen. I was so confused, mostly because my sexual energy had been awakened, and I had no idea what that was or what to do about it. I did, however, feel small. I felt like I had no right to choice, and I had a really low opinion of myself, 0 self-worth. This led to a few similar experiences through high school that I never spoke of. 1, because I didn't think anybody cared. 2, I felt ashamed and embarrassed. And 3, I thought it was all my fault. How many of you have taken responsibility for your abuser's actions? Go ahead and give me a thumbs up. Let's fast forward now to my marriage. When we met, I left my employment to become his executive assistant in support of his business goals. I married young. He was 15 years older than me. It started out pretty toxic. Turns out I had attached to him through my trauma bonds. Once we got married, he didn't want me to work. That was a really tough transition for me because it was my only sense of independence, and I really enjoyed having my own money. But I complied. His affairs were plentiful, and being the submissive wife that I was, I rarely let on that I knew anything was happening. But I did know, most of the time. I thought if I could just show him that I could love him unconditionally, he would see the value in me. It didn't happen. I tended to my responsibilities as wife, mother, homemaker. I wasn't allowed to speak to other men unless it pertained to business. I could talk to women, but I could never talk about what was happening behind closed doors. I could only profess how amazing my husband was and portray this image of the perfect marriage. After my 3rd child and confronting him on one of his infidelities, I requested to go back to work. He agreed, as long as I took care of the childcare and home care out of my income, which, knowing that was really limiting and constricting, I was searching for purpose and a sense of worth. So I agreed. The affairs continued. I still kept quiet. I concluded it had to be me. Maybe if I tried harder, maybe if I did a little more, maybe if I was a little more adventurous in the bedroom, maybe he would see me. And it didn't happen. I had 5 biological children at this point. My youngest had just turned 7 months old when my world turned upside down. I discovered that my husband was living with a woman in one of our corporate condos, and he had gotten her pregnant. It broke my heart. I started drinking a lot. It was the lowest point for me. And the first time I sought out professional help for my mental well-being, I was literally losing my mind. And I fell into a very deep depression. So here I am with a bottle of pills from this doctor, driving home, crying uncontrollably. I pulled over and sitting in this parking lot, gripping these pills like they were my lifeline. And it was then that I heard my own voice say, what are you going to do? Are you going to take that next step over the edge? Or are you going to pull yourself together, toughen up, and figure this out? I decided in that moment that not him or anybody else was going to drive me over the edge. I was stronger than that. I did want to leave him really badly, but the mental and emotional games that he was playing with me reiterated in me my low self-worth, and that I couldn't make it on my own, especially with all of the children. I didn't feel like I had a choice. I had to stay. So I hated him a lot. I had to be drunk or high on weed to have sex with him. He grossed me out. It took me about 1.5 years to fully suppress those feelings and find some kind of a medium inside of myself. 7 years later, I noticed my physical health was declining. My energy was low, depressed all the time. And what got me the most was that I knew I loved my children, but I couldn't feel a thing. So I had made an appointment with a holistic practitioner, and he said, Bernadette, your organs are shutting down. You have 2 choices. You can continue the way you're going, suffer from mental illness, and most likely die young, or you can make some changes in your life and reverse these effects. Guys, I wasn't shocked, but I was shaken. I knew I needed to make changes. It was quite timely. I had gotten a phone call from my sister I lost contact with over the years. I was sharing that I needed to get away for a reset. She mentioned a friend of hers who did one-on-one intensives, and just so happened she had a cancellation for that following weekend, and I knew my husband was going to be out of town. So feeling this was all very synchronistic, I booked it. I found childcare, and for the first time in a while, I felt excited and a little relief. Y'all, when I got to her door, she opened the door and she looked at me and she goes, oh my God, look what the cat dragged in. And all I could do was cry because I knew what she was looking at. And I felt such a relief that finally somebody was seeing me. Who here knows the feeling that I'm talking about? It was the best weekend. She served me morning, noon, and night. She didn't let me do anything except, of course, my coursework. I truly didn't know how to respond to this kind of treatment. It was amazing. I left feeling so reborn. She introduced me to energetic modalities and metaphysics. It was amazing. I knew that this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to help those struggling through their life transitions to find balance, their purpose, and a sense of direction. I was dedicated to working through my shit, healing traumas, reforming beliefs, and shifting mindsets. I began to feel stronger and everything around me began to shift. I realized that breaking the silence meant finding my voice, reconnecting with my power. It's about breaking the silence within. Have you ever felt like you had a frog in your throat or a weight on your chest? This is your body's way of telling you you're being silenced. You have a truth to be expressed that's being suppressed. Your throat is the portal for your expression. And if you keep your truth locked away, you clog your throat chakra, which also affects your sacral, because they work hand in hand to support your creative expression. Allowing your truth to be told, to be heard, doesn't necessarily mean that you have to confront anybody, although you can and you should if that's what you feel called to do. However, the one that truly needs to experience that expression is you, breaking the silence within, allowing this energy an outlet so you can properly process and release the trauma. This means feeling into the pain, feeling into your truth, and feeling into what it is that you need. Identifying the points of trauma, the beliefs that surround the trauma, and allowing yourself the opportunity to call back the soul fragments that are left in the experience so you can truly heal it. Cutting cords, attachments, agreements, oaths, vows, and any binding contractual arrangements, and calling back the soul fragments is a huge part of the clearing and the healing of the trauma. For me, this has been an ongoing process for 2 decades. I got certified in Theta Healing and decided to open my own practice. This did not go well with my husband. Once I began to listen to my voice, to break my silence and to step into my power, I was no longer the submissive wife. I had gone rogue. I knew it was the beginning of the end. And a year later, I announced I wanted a divorce. That was 17 years in total. Determined to be the best version of myself, I have spent countless hours on discovering me. I had lost myself along the way. How many of you can relate? All of the factors that had contributed to the me that I was constricting the me I am cosmically designed to be. There were and still are so many layers and different ways programs are running. So much of what I was experiencing was genetically imprinted and repeating itself through me. Realizing me has taken a lot of work. What do I like? What do I want? And what are my goals? I went back to school, got my degrees along with additional energetic modality certifications. I've been working one-on-one with women and men through their transitions ever since. One of the profound things that I have learned through my studies is that our survival strategies begin from the moment of conception. Add conditioning, environment, genetic, and past life experiences, and you have the compilation of factors that dictate how you think, how you feel, and how you respond. I discovered so much about myself. I have healed many wounds, faded many scars, shifted behaviors, reprogrammed countless beliefs, broken patterns and cycles, and I have realigned myself with myself. I took what I've learned through my process and I created an 8-week online course. The next one does begin in October. I designed personalized programs for one-on-one coaching and one-on-one intensives, much like the one I attended because it impacted me so profoundly. I have a YouTube channel and I'm working on my second book. Currently, I'm opening myself to public speaking. I'm starting a podcast, and I am working on funding my nonprofit, the Abundant Life Education Center, assisting families and single parents through their tough transitions. I am Bernadette DeGabrielle. I am so honored to be with y'all today. to share my story, and to feel your amazing presence. My gift to you is a 30-minute cutting of the cords and soul fragment retrieval session with me. So behind me, you have my QR code. Go ahead and snap that, put your information in and set up your session with me. I'm also going to go ahead and put it in the chat.
Yay.
Thank you, Michelle.
Hey, Bernadette, thank you so much. I came after you started another summit I had to hop over to, but I love you said you found, and look at past your masterclass you're doing in front of your voice, and to have somebody, which is what all of you are doing here today, is to have somebody that was there, that they took their talents, they paid it forward to you, they use that talent, and now that's what you're doing. And that's what all of us in this summit today are doing, is taking our voice and showing others how we use our voice and how we can pull through these things that bring us and define us, right? They don't have to be our permanent definition, but they are our bounce back. So I just want to thank you so much.
And I love this
Absolutely.
17 years, right? You said 17 years, and then now you are changing your life. And, you know, those 17 years don't define you. And I love that.
But they have molded an amazing new version of myself for sure. And that's the beauty of it.
Yes, it is.
The journey wouldn't change a thing. I am grateful for all of it because of all the beauty that has come out on the other end. Yeah. Thank you.
Yay. Thank you. All right, so I am back and I get to introduce our next speaker, and I've been having fun getting to know him. I just love this next speaker. He's so much fun. He's got such a support for what Michelle and I are doing here today with all of you. And Dan Roth, he is an award-winning international recognized recruiter, DEI program manager, and keynote speaker. Diagnosed with attention deficit disorder at age 7, Dan struggled with anxiety and depression from an early age. It is this lived experience and dedication to creating a more equitable world for his twin daughters that have enabled and motivated him to break through the confines of social norms, I can't say that word, by discussing topics often deemed too uncomfortable. These topics include systemic inequities, the role of corporations in facilitating lasting change, mental health, and domestic violence. Dan, we are so excited to have you and can't wait to hear from you today.
Thank you. First of all, I put that on to try to not take myself seriously. I've spoken 300 times plus in my career. This is probably one of 2 times I've been nervous. Also, as I get started, I want to recognize Jen Buck, who's in the audience. For those that don't know her, she's my mentor, she's my family. She's a professional speaker of over 25 years, and honestly, I wouldn't be here without her. So with that, please pardon my anxiety, and I will get started. So the talk I'm about to give is the first time I've done it. It's called Lessons from Nancy. And the reason it is that way is because it's a woman named Nancy Deborah Burroughs who, speaking up, gave me the encouragement to tackle this, which is something that is a long time coming. So as mentioned, growing up with ADHD and language processing disorder, I really had an incredible lack of social awareness, misreading cues, was scared to honestly even speak to women, yet had a desperate need to feel loved and accepted. I dated in high school, but not for long, usually wrong people. And when I finally met Jackie on summer break of my freshman year, I really thought I had found myself in a good relationship. Shared a hometown, religion, friends in common. 3 months, we had what most would consider a normal relationship, a good relationship. But when it was time to go back to school, things started changing. For one thing, I went to a small school in central New Jersey, if you believe that there's a central, and she went to school 70 miles south, closer to Atlantic City, for those that are familiar. In understanding I had this relationship that I wanted to hang on to, and being a broke college student, I took a job working retail just to be able to pay for my gas to be able to go see her. I would wake up at 5 a.m., do my work, go to class, go back to work. Then on Fridays, I would drive down that 90 minutes, pick her up, and she immediately wanted to go to fancy dinners, go out partying, so on and so forth. Well, between that, gas for my car, didn't really have much left. On top of that, I was so exhausted that my grades suffered. In fact, something I wasn't originally going to mention is I actually failed out of school after that year and had to fight to get back in. Well, not being able to do everything that she wanted, she started throwing fits. She'd do things like grab my arm with 2-inch nails and dig in until I'd be bleeding. And when I'm talking about bleeding to the point where I would need stitches, I still have those scars. Other times she'd randomly punch me in the stomach. She'd put on heels and step on me until I was in immense pain. The times that we would get intimate, she'd do things I was very uncomfortable with and refused to stop even when I said no. When I kept telling her no, she would knee me in the groin over and over. From a psychological perspective, she demoralized me. She took an already weak confidence and pushed it down even further until I was there for whatever she needed. But I never questioned being with her. I was so in love with what I thought was being in love, I saw past it. The reality is that not only was I the victim of domestic violence, I was the victim of sexual assault. Now, eventually, she broke up with me through text. I was driving home after escorting her to her sorority's dance, paying for tickets on her dress. I worked doubles for I think it was like a month and a half in order just to pay for everything. Yet when it was over, I mourned the end of the relationship. I didn't believe that I was worthy. Felt like she had just proved that I wasn't. Now, I have to tell you, because this is a bit of an interesting wrinkle. About 4 years ago, I get a message on LinkedIn, and it's from her. And I'm a big believer in second chances. And that point in my life, I was starting to realize who I was and come around. So I decided to accept the message. But I wasn't going to accept without calling out it. And she was talking to me like I was an old friend, truly gaslighting. And I called her out on it. And then she went on the attack. The difference in her going on the attack and from when I first dated her, well, I'm going to age myself, but 20 some odd years ago, was that I didn't care what she had to say, and I immediately blocked her. That was the first step I took in my healing journey. It's the moment I realized I was not a victim, I was a survivor. Now, when this all happened, I was 19. Like Michelle, I'm also a Leo and just had a birthday. I'm now 39. This is my first time speaking about it in public. For 20 years, I held it in, never let it go. I never thought it was domestic violence. I never thought I was assaulted. When I told my wife that I was doing this talk today, she had no idea what I was talking about. I didn't realize it, but I had never even told my wife, who I've been with for well over a decade, that this had happened. Now, 2 months ago, I heard two good friends speaking publicly about their experience. Both are here today. Nancy Deborah Burrows, who may or may not have came in, as well as Amber Hollowell, which you heard me refer to earlier. When I heard them speak out, because these are people that I really care about, it hit me in a different sort of way. And sometimes it's those random things that you hear that make you go back over your experience and really start to heal. So when I got the message from Michelle, I just thought it was serendipitous timing. And I knew that if I was going to do this, this was the place, this was the time. Now, I mentioned earlier that I named the talk after Nancy, Lessons from Nancy. And because I am a professional speaker, what I've decided to do is, understanding this is a topic that needs to be talked about, I've decided to add it as one of my keynotes. But I don't do anything without a couple extra layers. So I told this to her last night because I can't keep surprises, but anytime an organization pays me to do this talk, 15% of the proceeds are going to be going to Michelle's nonprofit. See, I'm a man who over the last half decade has become known globally for speaking out on uncomfortable topics most men don't really speak about. I do it because I'm a heterosexual white man with an eating disorder, severe body dysmorphia, anxiety, and depression. I suffered from postpartum depression and burnout. I'm a son, a husband, and an autism dad, and I'm damn proud of it. I walk into rooms, nobody wants me, and discuss how the country I lived in was created to oppress. I speak about these things because there's not many other people that look like me doing it. If we're going to heal as a country, if we're going to heal as a world, we need to show others that these conversations are needed. If you want to speak out, you are not alone. Now, Michelle asked us to talk about where we are and where we're going. Before I do, I wanted to address two things. The first is that while it is true that societal old school views of men needing to suppress emotions and not show pain still permeate society in a very strong way, I cannot say that it played a role in me not saying anything about my abuse. I don't remember feeling shame. I never thought my family or friends wouldn't believe me. It just didn't play a part. What I do believe it had a lot to do with, and what me staying in that situation to do with, was a history of being bullied, not feeling good enough, being used to that horrible treatment. I never had a best friend that accepted me to step in and tell me I needed to get out. I never had somebody see the scars in my body and bother to ask, where did those come from? I was alone. The second thing I wanted to mention is that since this revelation happened, hearing Amber and Nancy, it made me realize that my relationship history was very much dictated by the things that happened during this relationship. I wound up with the wrong women. I wound up with women that would continue to emotionally and physically abuse me, maybe not to the level of this particular situation, but we don't need to validate that, right? We live in a world where we're taught to validate, but we don't need to. I was treated horribly, and the reality is that I was the same broken human when I met my wife. The only difference was that she saw something in me and stuck by me for reasons I still don't understand. So let's get back to Michelle's question. Where am I now? What's next? So here's the hard truth. December 2022, working for arguably the largest corporation in the world, rebuilding their DIB initiatives and resources from ground up, sought after professional speaker and podcast producer. And then I'm let go as part of those mass tech layoffs. All the work that I did reduced to a faint memory. Finding a full-time role in this economy has been incredibly difficult in spite of whatever recognition I've received. Still looking for work. Now I'm also doing speaking engagements. I mean, I'm here. I'm still using my platform to talk about things that nobody wants to talk about. I'm still working to amplify voices. I've used my talents as a graphic designer, producer to produce over 35 diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging related free events. So what's the future hold? Perfect world will allow me to continue to do the speaking engagements while finding a full-time job, which I can make a global difference and give back. I have a private community of 12,000 people I created to allow people to be safe. Now, it may sound like I do a lot. I do. I'm ADHD. I have two beautiful, smart, funny, gassy toddlers about to turn 4. I almost lost their mother during childbirth. And you know, people always ask, what's your why? Well, the reality of my why is that when I almost lost my wife, I had to think in that room about, was the world a place that my daughters would be able to be whatever they wanted to be? And the truth is, it's not. So from the first moment I wake up until the last minute before I go to sleep, I'm fighting. I'm fighting so that when they get a little bit older, it might be a little bit more fair. And if it's not, they're going to know what to say and what to do to make sure that they get their fair shake. My name's Dan Roth. I'm a domestic violence and sexual assault survivor. My experience does not define me. I define me. I appreciate being able to speak to all of you. Thank you for your time.
Dan, we knew we needed you. You did a great job. And I know that it is very difficult to share your story, especially because you said that this is the first time that you've shared your story publicly. You inspire us. So the number one reason why I asked you to speak is because there are not enough people who look like you talking about what you've been through. And we need more people, more men to speak up about domestic violence against them. It does not just happen to women. It happens to men as well. I hear horror stories from men who are unwilling to speak, and you are speaking up. And you are giving other people encouragement to use their voices and talk about what it is that is happening. See, the only way to have a healthy relationship is for both of the partners in that relationship to be able to have a healthy relationship without physical and emotional violence. Dan, you have done a great job, and I want to hear more about what you're doing, where you're going. Make sure you put your information in the chat. And you did mention, Winter Summit stuff, so perhaps we will talk, but what were you going to say?
So real quick, so the reason why everybody's seeing the design that they are here is I'm utilizing my platform software. So if you see that QR code in the corner, that's going to take you to my Linktree, where I do everything. I have a YouTube channel that has all those 35 DIB events. I would also encourage everybody, because if I'm not amplifying voices, then it's not really me. Jen, I get very emotional talking about Jen, because Jen Buck, she runs another nonprofit. She works for another nonprofit, and she's been my mentor in speaking. And honestly, I don't believe I would ever be here without her, her encouragement and watching her speak out about these issues. So they say that you put people in places of opportunity. And if I could ever put anybody here in a place of opportunity, I'd be honored to do so.
Wonderful, Dan. You're great. And I am super honored to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, this insidious crime happens to so many individuals around the globe. And there are so many traumas that we experience collectively and alone. And the reason why we have this summit is so you don't have to feel alone any longer. So you know that there are other people out there who have experienced similar pains and traumas as yourself, that it is okay to speak up, that it is okay to spread your light and share your story and your voice. And this leads me to our next amazing speaker. This is a special guest speaker of mine. I remember when I first went to her retreat, she was actually writing words of encouragement on a wall. And I had met this woman and I said, I need to know this woman. So I'm very excited. Melissa Binkley is a dynamic and highly respected figure in the world of spiritual development and trauma healing. As the founder of the Intuitive Intelligence Academy, her mission is to help others achieve conscious awareness and spiritual fulfillment. Melissa aims to impact the lives of 1 billion people and inspire a new consciousness. With extensive experience in various fields, including quantum healing, spiritual psychology, mastery transformational coaching, neuroscience, Vedic science, quantum physics, and cognitive behavioral therapy, Melissa offers a holistic approach to personal growth and transformation. She is currently working towards her PhD in consciousness and human potential, building upon her academic foundation as a graduate of OSU. Melissa, super excited to have you. And baby girl, the stage is yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much. First off, before I begin anything, I just want to say thank you, Dan. Thank you so much for your empowering and beautiful sharing your story, because I am also of the belief that we need more men to speak up. We need more men to share. I've worked and done all male events and retreats in Australia where there's a very high sense of trauma in the masculine. And I believe that if we're going to heal the divine feminine and the divine masculine, we need our men to show up and to share their stories. And so thank you. I honor you. I appreciate everything that you're doing. And I can't wait to follow your work and more that you are up to. So, and thank you, Michelle, so much for allowing me to break into your silence today and see everyone and share a little bit about myself. I was like, what am I going to share today? Whereas I was like, well, what are you going to do? So I'm just going to tell a little bit about my backstory, about like where I came from and like my own trauma and stuff like that. But I'm not going to really stick in that. And then I'll share a little bit about like what I've done in the world to help others now that I've healed my own stuff. So how many of you have heard of, like, I'm sure pretty much everybody on here has heard of this one before, the ACE score, the Adverse Childhood Experiences score, right? So it's 10 questions that they ask for children that are under the age of 18. For each question that a child under the age of 18 answers yes to, that a child's tendency for suicide, drug use, mental disorders, physical issues, all of these types of things like exponentially grows. And so when I found out later in life what the ACE score was and took the test, it turned out that I was a 10 out of 10 by the age of 10. So I had, and all of those questions, like there's a question, it'll have like 2 or 3 questions inside one question. I was usually like a yes to like all 3 of the questions inside the one question. Kind of thing. And so there was no question that by the time I got into my college years, that by having that massive amount of trauma, losing family members, sexual trauma, homelessness, all these types of things that I had dealt with when I was younger, but I was a super high achiever. I was one of those that I was a high achiever on the outside, meaning that I was a straight A student. I was able to hide all of my trauma, even though I had been suicidal when I was younger. Like nobody knew that I had gone through the abuse and the things that were happening at home and the things that I had experienced. I saw my father rape a woman in front of me when I was like 9 years old, like all of these types of experiences that I had gone through, but I was able to put on a good face, right? I was able to put on a good face and kind of work through it. So I graduated summa cum laude from Ohio State. I was the top of my class, but I got married while I was in college. I had a kid while I was in college. Like I did all of these crazy things. And then I got out of college. I left my husband. I got into a relationship. And then 9/11 hit and my world fell apart. My partner and I broke up. I lost my job. I left everything and I became an international drug trafficker. You know, it's what any traumatized, and I lost my 6-figure corporate job. I lost all these things that had been going on in my life, and the trauma of all my childhood just kind of went and just hit me all at once. And so then I spent the next several years deep in the trenches of drugs, and it was a party. It was fun, but it got to a point where it was so not fun that I thought I was going to die or go to prison. And I actually was just being interviewed on a podcast literally a couple of hours ago, and they're asking like, what was your turning point? My turning point was when 2 people OD'd in my house, and I was the one that dosed them. And it was my wake up call that something had to change. And thank goodness both of those people that flatlined in my house and in the hospital are alive today, and I am friends with them still and have come through some of my courses and different things. But that was the moment in my life where I decided to change everything. But it didn't end up easy. It didn't come easy. That next 5 years when I walked away from that, so I went into the world and started doing what I say, like what the world says are all the right things to do, right? Like get the job, go do the thing, get the relationship, all of the things that you're supposed to be doing, clean up your life and live the normal experience. Well, I did that for 5 years. And instead of that working out for me, what happened within 5 years is because I had all this unhealed trauma and all of these things that were going, I couldn't live the way that the world wanted me to live. And I felt like something was missing. And so I ended up going through an experience again, where I lost my job. I lost my girlfriend. I was fired. I ended up homeless, like all these things. And so I ended up in my car and I was like, yeah, you know what? This is it. What do I need to do? Like, I can't go on this way anymore. And so I worked on finding a way into my own path. I got, our dark night of the soul. Like, how do we grow through the experiences that have challenged us, that have kept us into this thing? Because I kept creating more experiences of trauma in my life, like bringing on experiences of abuse, or even my own self-mutilation and abuse, and drugs and suicide, like all these things that I was doing to myself in this experience. And so I got to a point where I was like, I have had enough. And my enough was in 2009. And that was when I said, I don't know what else to do, but I can't go on this way anymore. How many of you have been there? Like, I just can't go on this way anymore. Like, I'm like, yeah, like there's got to be something else. But the things that society tells you are the something else, they don't fucking work most of the time, right? Like, you're like, they tell you, oh, go work with a psychologist, did that, go do this, go. But they're not giving you the tools, the things to actually shift your system in your body. We're holding on to trauma in our brains and in our energetic systems and in our somatic systems. And yet we are told that we can just, that everything's going to be okay, or that, like you can use simple techniques to shift. And yes, and we have all of these things going on. And I knew that I was meant to be doing something greater. And I could not go on this way anymore, because although I wasn't going to die anymore, I wasn't in the drugs, I wasn't in any of that. I still was living a very unfulfilled, unhappy, life where everything was not working out for me. So in that time when I was homeless, like in that year of like sleeping in my car and my friends' couches and things like that, was my year of like trying to figure out what am I doing wrong? Like where is the difference for me? And I ended up going back to school. I went to the Institute for Integrative Nutrition to start working on like the physical side of it, because if you know anything about trauma and emotions, they get stuck in your body and they cause physical illnesses, disease. And I had them all. Like I had thyroid issues, I had skin issues. I had gotten to a point where I couldn't stand up straight, like my back, I'd throw out my back and I'd be stuck in an L shape and I couldn't walk. I now climb mountains all over the world and ice climb and run half marathons and you name it. I'm an adventure athlete, like to the hilt, and I do all sorts of crazy stuff. But there was a time where I couldn't get out of bed, where my feet and hands would bleed and pus and break open, and where I literally could not stand up straight because of the throwing out my back and the things that I'd done. This was all the trauma from all of the sexual abuse, the mental abuse, the things that had happened that was stuck in my system. And then of course the years of doing the drugs and the things that had destroyed other parts of my system too. So I had to literally grow my entire body and my entire system. But I had to do that not just on a physical level, but you have to do it on a physical level, a mental level, an emotional level, a spiritual level, and then in the energetic quantum field, like the field of energy. And so I went to the Institute for Integrative Nutrition. I called my gateway drug. They always say that pot's the gateway drug into other things, which I disagree with. I think it's alcohol. Personally, don't even, I think alcohol is the #1 gateway drug. I don't even drink or anything anymore. But you know, for me, the Institute for Integrative Nutrition was my gateway drug. It was my way into some of these programs and spiritualities and things like that, that kind of like pushed me into a whole nother world. I went to school with them in 2010, and in 2017, they invited me back as a teacher. So what I can say is like, I was homeless when I went to school with them, and you can literally shift and change anything in your life. I went from homeless in 2009 to having an international organization by 2016. And by 2023, my docuseries has reached over 1 million people. I have we've had over 10,000 students go through our academy. And what we do is we're literally teaching people, how do you heal trauma? How do you heal emotions? How do you heal the physical and mental experiences that show up because of all the shit that you had, and heal that on all levels, right? Not on just this. We have trainings for psychologists and doctors and people that have come in. I've worked in Australia with different industries that come in and actually learn our processes to implement it into the work that they've done. Because now I have over 20 different degrees and certifications, and I learned because I wanted to heal myself. And I think that's where we all, like, we're talking about breaking the silence. Every single one of us is here because our story, I'm so grateful for my story. I would not be doing what I'm doing today if I didn't have all that. But I'm so grateful because our story is what leads us into impacting the world in a bigger way. So the reason I'm here and what I want to share is that I don't believe it doesn't matter where you go or where you come from. I was an international drug trafficker who did some really bad things in my life, and I turned out, and now I've helped thousands and thousands of people all over the world to heal and to reach higher states of consciousness and to step into their spirituality. And I've been on stages with like Marianne Williamson and Deepak Chopra and Jack Canfield, and like, you name all of the big things. So it doesn't matter where you are or what you've done or the trauma that you've experienced. You have a gift, and you need to package it and get it out to the world. That's that is my key of what I want to share, is really like, get your message out to the world. And if you don't know how to do that yet, then find someone get a mentor, find someone to guide you into figuring out how to share your story and package it in a way. Package it, I mean, like how to present it so that it creates impact, because income and everything will follow the impact that you want to create when you just share.
Pearl, I think you're muted.
I know, I got to get used to this theme again. I just saying that I think it was so amazing for everything you've been through, and like the stuff you've been through. It's so the heavy stuff, and to find a way to, you know, create your mission and find that, you know, the year of where you're going, like figure out where you're going, right? And then learning how to heal all the trauma on all levels. I mean, you're truly right, on all levels. And I know INN very well. I've got some friends who've gone through it. They've got a powerful offerings and trainings, but to find that and then to heal yourself. And again, like everybody's been doing here today, and find a way to pay it forward. And I'm glad to hear the two people that, you know, that they're okay and they're doing work on themselves as well. I think it's really powerful.
Yeah, the one of them came back in 2019, found me online, and didn't tell me who they were, signed up for one of my courses on manifesting and miracles, and literally showed up to the first class, and I just broke out in tears. I was like, oh my God. And he had been in prison, and he came back and he said, Melissa, I've followed your work for years, and I just wanted to let you know, like, here. And that's how it is. Like, I have people that have been in my life from 20 years ago that saw me when I was doing the drugs and things like that have all come back into my life. And now I get to be the light. They've come in and taken my courses. I'm always that person that they, like, I get to be the shining light to the people that at one point in time, I was, in a different place. So it's so beautiful to see how things can come full circle and what we're meant to actually do.
And you're also shining the light on yourself.
Yeah, definitely. And it does come full circle. People come to me now, during high school years, I did ecstasy all the time. I found God high on cocaine. All of these people that I met during that time, that I knew during that time, look at me now and they're like, wait, what are you doing?
Right. Yeah.
like I'm so confused at the moment, and it's very inspiring. And I remember now hearing you speak again, because it's been a little while since we've been connected.
Yeah.
But I remember now hearing you speak again why I wanted to stay connected with you, because we have so many similarities in our life. I mean, my brother literally just got out of jail not too long ago, and he is sober, and it's the first time that he has been in this good of a position in a long time. He's still looking for jobs, so if you are in the Tampa area and have employment, please let me know. But I mean, it's wonderful, Melissa, that you talk about this, because it is your former life has made you who you are today, and you
Yeah.
are now impacting thousands and hundreds of thousands of people.
And growing in different avenues. Like I've worked with, like I work with women and children that have been trafficked, but now we're moving into veterans and like with the military and like, getting our programs into other places. Like there's so many ways that we have, like, find what you're passionate about, and shift that. Like I'm passionate about bliss and bliss consciousness. And like, I used to talk about trauma, but now I don't talk about trauma anymore. I actually talk about like, how do you literally stay in cosmic consciousness and shift that, and like the science and quantum physics behind that, because that I can literally help people to shift in that like bliss as a space. And it's so powerful when you get there. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, thank you again, Melissa. It really is so powerful. And I just want to thank you for being on today.
Thank you.
We'll put all your information in the chat as well.
Okay.
I'm going to now introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Nicole Spears. She's a devoted and affectionate wife. And above all, she takes immense pride in being a mother to 4 remarkable youths. While she was born in Miami, Florida, her formative years were spent on the captivating island of St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, my favorite place to go visit. Currently, she resides in Winter Haven, Florida. Oh my gosh, Michelle, another one like half hour away from me, which she proudly calls her home. As the CEO of a nonprofit organization, Divine Sisters of Love, Nicole is deeply committed to her mission, empowering women to reach their fullest potential. Her passion for health and wellness led her to pursue education at the Institute for Integrated Nutrition, there we go again, INN, where she honed her expertise in this field. Through her organization, she strives to impart the significance of holistic health, guiding and supporting women on their journey towards wholeness and balance in all aspects of their lives. Welcome to the summit, Nicole.
Hi, thank you for having me, Michelle and Pearl. It's very much an honor to be here today with you guys. So I want to start out talking about, have anyone wished or wanted to know what happiness looked like as a child? So for me, I dealt with a lot of trauma in my life, from mentally and emotionally, watching my mom go through a domestic situation and my dad not being in the picture and wanting to find love from my parents. So how it started was I was living with my mom, and she always used to tell me, "Oh, you like your dad more than me. I can't believe you like your dad more than me, and I'm the one that's taking care of you." And at that time, at a young age, I didn't even know that parenting should have been a competition. Even though I did want my father to be in a picture, I actually wanted my parents to be together so that way I could feel as though I was like the princess of my younger siblings. But for me, I ended up to feel like though I was the black sheep of the family, because my mom did things for my brothers and sisters, but when it came to me, it was different. It wasn't the same. I didn't feel loved. I didn't feel appreciated. I didn't feel seen. She used to say, well, speak your mind. And when I spoke my mind, I got a slap to the face for speaking my mind, which was kind of a contradiction, because if you're telling me to do something and I'm doing it and then I'm getting hit for it, then why are you telling me to do such things? My dad, on the other hand, like I said, I want him to be in the picture, but he went on to marry another lady after divorcing my mom. He worked around in the same area as where I went to school, but never showed up to even say, hi, how you doing, what's going on? And not knowing that the household was toxic, where my stepfather would basically demise my mom, like make her seem as if she's the worst person in the world. So nowhere around me, I saw good role models as being a parent. That led me to not even wanting to be a parent. because I didn't want to do the same things that was happening to me to my children that I would get in the future. Whew. So when I got a little older, instead of me finding love within myself, I actually turned to men for love and attention, which turned into a lot of unhealthy relationships. I think in high school, I was in a relationship with this guy that was older than me, which he lied to me about his age. I thought he was younger because I was in like 11th grade. So from young, men was always lying to me. So because of what I seen my dad do, it kind of like trickled into my lifestyle. Whatever my mom went through trickled into my lifestyle, which it was like I didn't have identity because my mom would tell me, oh, do all this stuff about my dad. My dad would say this, my stepfather would say this. So it was like I was feeding so much negativity at such a young age that it was like, okay, so where's the happiness? Where's the joy? Where's, fun? Where's excitement? Where's that stuff that children are supposed to see when they're young? After I got out of high school, I got into another relationship that was very bad as well too. I had just had my first son when I was 21, right out of high school. And after having my son, I think I started to awaken to the fact that I need to wisen up. But even though I wanted to wisen up, I still felt as though I was in so much pain from young that I hold on to it for so much years. I never knew that when you go through so much traumatic situation when you're young, that it will stem into when you're getting older. So I could say when I got to my second child with another guy, because it was just a cycle that I was in, never stopping, just continue getting with guys, thinking that that was the way out, that was the way to, heal, and it wasn't. I had my daughter in 2008, and her father was cheating on me the whole time that we was together. In that time, or let me dial back, I had did something to myself that I said I would never have done. I got an abortion right after my first child. So what that did to me, it scarred me spiritually because that was something that I said I would never do. So when that happened, I had to find myself again because I felt I lost a piece of who I was. So I ended up getting another guy, getting pregnant again. And that one was very troubling for me because I went through a hardship through that situation. And then right afterwards, finding out that while I was pregnant with this guy, he was already dating somebody else. So mentally, that scarred me. Emotionally, that scarred me because I never healed from anything that I've ever went through. I learned to realize that maybe it was my fault. Maybe because I should have just stopped. Maybe I should have taken time out. Maybe I should have prayed. Maybe I should have, a lot of maybes, what if, why I didn't do what I did, what I should have done. I got into another relationship thinking that because this guy was about God, he's speaking life, he's speaking truth, maybe he's the one for me. No, it wasn't. When I got there, as soon as I got into that relationship, it turned into a controlling one, to where I had to eat what he eat. I had to do what he do, pray when he pray. I had to do everything simultaneously whenever he wanted. And it just became a situation of control. My mom actually had to fly down from America to come and save me because no one on the island could have even recognized who I was. I lost severe weight. My whole energy changed. My whole perception of life changed. And when I left from under his wing because of my mom, I felt so empty. Like I was just a vessel with nobody. So from childhood, from lack of affection from that, lack of self-esteem, lack of self-control, lack of anything that I had think I knew of myself was gone. I was empty. I was so empty, lost. I suffered from depression. I had to leave the island because of this, because it was so traumatic that no matter where I went, I felt I was still in that trap. I still felt that I had no more control of myself. to where I had to leave the island to try to regain myself, regain my confidence, to find who I was, to find who I am, to know that I can still deserve love because I have a good heart. I always was and always will be the person that would see somebody that's going through something and talk to them and help them with their situation. And I was feeling other people instead of myself with all this courage and compassion and love and dedication that I had to dial back. So I left again, came back to America, got into a situation with my now husband, where we came together. We started to raise my kids together. Another situation happened in my life. I was on my third child at this point. In 2008, I was at my fourth child. And those that know about the medical field, when you are pregnant with your 3 kids and you have a cesarean, you can't have any more. But because I felt as though I couldn't have another abortion, I told God, I don't even care if I die. If I have the child and I die, it's okay. I didn't even care at this point because I felt I wasn't worthy to live because I've done so much stuff that was wrong that I knew better and I didn't do better. So it almost happened. I got into labor. My daughter was okay, but for me, I actually bled out 5 pints of blood. I was in ICU. My doctor that came in the next morning said that, hey, praise God, God was with you because you almost died. So mentally, that did something to me like, oh my God, I need to watch the words that I say because these things can actually manifest. Fast forward now through all of that trauma, I thought it'd subside, but it didn't. 2019, when I was just about to get married, everything resurfaced because I thought everything was gone, but everything resurfaced. I tried to reach out to my dad to explain to him what I'm going on with me. He let me know, oh, well, you need to go see someone. So that led me to think that, okay, something must be wrong with me. I need to talk to someone. So my weight fluctuated, my health fluctuated, everything was just seemed like I was just in a spiral going downwards like never before. So what happened was that I ended up going to school because I had a health issue where I found out I was allergic to corn, so I had to stop eating a lot of food. So I went and found out that I needed to eat a little better to try to control what's going on inside me. So I decided to go to school to the Institute for Integrated Nutrition, where I actually found some healing. I found a sense of self-worth again. I found that I can heal from within. I can heal myself. So because of that, I decided that I had to gain my self-love back. So what I did was I found out things that I love to do. I started doing stuff that I love to do. I also decided to partake into activities of healing within the mind through meditation, yoga, grounding exercise. I started to show myself a lot of compassion. And by doing that, I found happiness within food, happiness within myself. I actually decided to formulate a nonprofit to give back to the community, which is called Divine Sisters of Love, Inc., where is empowering women to be better versions of themselves through the wholeness and balance that can be achieved through holistic living. So that way, women like myself are able to know that there's other people out there like them that are able to help them gain their confidence back, gain balance back, gain wholeness back, and gain peace within themselves to be able to share and be a ripple effect in the world. So that way we can continue to build an environment of love, of prosperity, and to be able to know that wherever you find yourself in a place that you feel lost, you feel that you're disconnected, that there's other people in the world that's willing to help and that they should reach out for help and don't keep their mouth closed, and to be able to speak about what's going on in their life, because by speaking your voice, you're able to heal. As I found out being vulnerable is actually a way of healing. And I'm very grateful to be on this platform today, to be able to listen to like-minded people and people that went through trauma as well, to find healing, because I resonate with a lot of people that was on this platform. And I'm very grateful to Michelle for offering this platform to me, and as well as Pearl, and for you guys out there listening to my story and just taking the time out to hear what I had to say. And I hope that everyone find healing within themselves. Thank you, Michelle.
Amazing. Great job, beautiful girl. And it's wonderful that you talk about the abortion and how that affected you as well. And a lot of people don't speak up about that. And I've spoken to a lot of former clients who it has detrimental impacts on your psyche. And you speaking up about that, about all the childhood abuse that you experienced, about the abuse that you experienced after the childhood abuse because of the ACEs that you had, why you kept repeating, and then now you do meditation. Now you're able to not only heal yourself, but heal others. It's very, very beautiful. So really great job. You are creating that ripple effect of change. Make sure you put your information in the chat. I'd love to hear a little more about what it is that you're doing with the nonprofit. And actually, I can give you a couple minutes if you'd like to talk about that.
So with the nonprofit right now, I'm trying to collaborate with like-minded women to be able to partner up with women so that way I can actually start the nonprofit as I just started to create it. So I want to create a platform for women where they can speak their voice, share their story, get out in the community and help people find the resources, the tools and support that they may need, that they don't have to mental and emotional trauma. Because when I was going through my journey, and I am still continuing to go through my journey, I found out there's a lot of women out there that is having mental and emotional trauma through childhood trauma that they didn't even realize, and finding the root cause of it, they can find healing. So right now, that is what I'm trying to collaborate with people from generational trauma specialists, yoga teachers, meditationists, to collaborate with those individuals as well as myself to be able to go out in the community in my area to be able to actually bring an impact to where I am at right today.
Awesome. You already have some people commenting in the chat for you. So make sure you put that information in the chat, how we can get a hold of you. And great job. Very excited that you have been a part of this amazing summit.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
So there has been so many great speakers. We still have a handful more speakers and an amazing panelist at the end of the day. If you are interested in launching, growing, and building a nonprofit, in public speaking, writing books, and getting tools so that you can use your story and turn it into a mission, ministry, movement, nonprofit, or a business, please make sure to visit the link for Legacy Camp. Today only, the Legacy Camp will be discounted. So instead of the $14.97, it will be $9.97 of 8 weeks of intensive group coaching, limited to only about 12 people per class. Let's see, I've been speaking a lot today. So super excited that we have another amazing man coming to the table. I am so grateful that this platform is open to all sexes so that we can really talk about traumas that happen to everyone, because a lot of us experience obstacles, a lot of us experience trauma in our life, and it's so important to have platforms that everyone can collaborate and be able to share their stories. Essie Bagari is a survivor in every sense of the word. As a child soldier and refugee, he faced unspeakable horrors that no one should ever have to endure. Essie's struggles continued as he battled addiction and trauma. Today, he is a recovering addict, author, podcaster, TEDx speaker, and an advocate for mental health and wellness. Through his own journey of healing and growth, Essie gained the knowledge and expertise to help others overcome their own challenges and find hope in their darkest moments. Essie, so excited to have you. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I really appreciate it. Thanks for putting this together. It is it's been a really amazing 2 days that listening and learning from the speakers and listening to their vulnerability, and I truly blessed to be part of this. Yes, my name is Esi Bagheri. I live in the most beautiful city called Vancouver, Canada, and it's amazing. I believe we all have stories, and our stories not belong to us. And here is why we come from completely different background, adversities, and you know, to set the stage, you know, to let you tell you a little bit about myself. As you can tell from my accent, I'm not from here. You know, I'm from. I was born in Iran. Give you a little background. My mother was 11 years old when my father, who was 32 years old, got married, and I was born when she was 12 years old. And just to set the stage, the dysfunctional places that I were. When I was separated from my mom when I was 6 months old, and I had no clue. I find out at the age of 5 that I have 2 mothers, and that's by itself was a shocking revolution for me to realize what's going on. Before age of 9, I was physically, mentally, sexually abused, and I was in a really very bad situation. And at age of 13. Some of you know there was I'm originally from Iran. There was a revolution in Iran in 1979, which at the time I was 13 years old, and I was brainwashed to be part of that revolution. And at age of 14, Saddam Hussein attacked Iran, and I was again brainwashed to go with another friends of mine, 13, 14 years old, to go and fight Iran. So I was trained to kill at age of 14. And after 6 months of training, just wanted a little warning, a little, you know, trauma, war, and a lot of abuse. At the age of 14, after 6 months of training, I'm in a battlefield at 2 a.m. And we were trained to dismantle landmines. And I saw that 2 of my friends in front of me step in the landmine and blow up. And the impact of that explosion threw me a few meters away, and I became conscious, and I didn't want to die. And I knew that everything that I was doing is wrong, but I couldn't go back and say, hey, I'm sorry, I changed my mind. I'm just a kid. What should I do? And I didn't want to die. So the only thing came to my mind at age of 14, I put up my AK-47 and put it in my left arm, and I shot myself, and able to save my life. And I thought, I'm going to be okay, I'm going to go home. But the pain and suffering still, every time that I talk about that, gave me goosebumps. So they took me back, and you know, the funny thing is, 3 months later, after 93 stitches, my physical wound healed, but I had no idea the impact of psychological effect that would have me for the rest of my life. And so that's how my journey started. And then at the age of 14, I started drinking, and drinking was against Islam and against the new regime. So I was living this double life, and my family said, you know what, you're destroying yourself. So at that time, they put me in a forced marriage with a girl that I didn't love, I didn't want. And they forced me, another psychological abuse, which cultural abuse that I went through. And as a result of that marriage, I had two children, 2 sons, but I was really in a bad mental state in every aspect. And so I was, they took us from Iranian government to Syria, Damascus for prayer. And I was I was drinking and they didn't know I was living this double life. I made excuse and I saw a bar and I said, I'm going to go just, have a one drink. They had no clue. As a result of that, I got drunk and they find out that I'm drinking and they send me back to Iran. One of my friends was working in an Iranian government. He said, "See, you're in a deep shit. You got to get out of Iran." And I had a 1 week, so I escaped from Iran to Istanbul. From Istanbul, I escaped to East Germany. From East Germany, jumped in a midnight train and west to West Germany and became refugee in a refugee camp. I really wanted to change my life, but I had no clue what's going on still. And I was drinking and drugging and the whole 2.5 years, to the point that, the German people at the time, there's some of them, they were very racist. They came to me and said, "What the F you doing in my country?" And I felt like I'm not white enough, I'm not black enough, and I'm not good enough. So I better kill myself. So I tried and I ended up in hospital. And then one of my friends came to Canada in 1988 and said, "Essie, why don't you come to Canada?" I said, "How?" He said, "Send me a picture." So I sent him a couple of pictures, and then 3 weeks later, I received this passport, who's Antonio Gracie or something, with not my name on it. It's my picture on it. And I bought a false prep ticket and I came to Canada. I really wanted to come and change my life, but I still had no clue. Long story, I just want to get into the solution. I came to Canada in 1988 with a really perception that I had still didn't know what was wrong with me. And I started drinking and drugging, and I moved to Vancouver, Canada, geographical change that we talked about in recovery base. And as a result, I ended up 17 treatment centers, 29 detox, psych ward, homelessness. And I would build business with 20 employees, hundreds of thousands of dollars in my account, and 6 months later, I'm homeless. It's like, it was insane. What was I doing? And until 10 years ago, I'm in a motel room with the cockroaches and mouses, and I just missed my son's wedding, and I couldn't do it, and I started bawling and I started crying, and I said, "I don't know what you call yourself, God, Jesus, Allah, Buddha, either kill me or save me." And then my journey started. The next day, 2 of my friends came, and I went to a trauma group, 12-step exercise, and people start telling me, "Essie, after a year, you should write a book." I said, I don't know how to write. Long story short, I wrote a book, but that by itself was a very therapeutic experience. And as a result of that, I got invited to New York, LA. I got invited to many podcasts, TV station, and I have a phenomenal life today. What is my message today? My message is, no matter how far down the scale we have gone, we see how our experience can benefit others. And, and this is like, today, I feel like I'm white enough, I'm black enough, I'm good enough. And that's the result of the action that I took. I lived that self-pity lifestyle for many years, that poor me, and today, I cannot live in a fear and gratitude at the same time. So today I live in a gratitude, and as a result, I help people to overcome addiction, trauma, self-pity, and all the things that I struggled through my life. And one of my message is this. My message is, do not give up. Do not give up now. Actually, that's the name of my website. Do not give up now. Because if someone like me, and and I'm pretty sure there are stories that very more terrifying than mine. But our stories, my stories, I don't live inside my story. I live on my story. And that's the powerful things, the platforms like what Michelle put, and for us to come and say, I'm good enough. I can do this. And I travel all over the world. I am respected in my community, and I believe in I believe in God that was loving, you know, the whole thing about my life today, what I do, I get up and I bend on my knees and I pray and I ask for direction. I ask, how can I be in service to another human being? Because as soon as I'm not thinking about me and I'm thinking about you, I'm in a good place, because lack of that, I'm a selfish, self-centered individual. I think about me, my finances, my relationship, me. The next thing you know, I'm depressed and I have anxiety and I don't know what to do. And you know, I'm a huge fan of the 12-step program. And not that by itself, for people who have trauma or experience of depression, trauma, anxiety, I had to do some extra work, and simple, but not easy. A price had to be paid. What is the price? I am responsible for my life. I am responsible for my health. I am responsible. I don't point a finger anymore for any of the challenges that I experience in my life. Everything that happened to me, I say, where I can take action to make things better? Where can I take action to inspire someone else? And, you know, it's, this is like, you're talking about gratitude. You know, I'm pretty sure some of us, like in US or Canada, in my case, you know, we are so blessed and grateful, because sometimes if I want to really feeling gratitude, I have to look at the places that in the third world countries, some places they don't have anything to eat, place to live. And, you know, and he's put things in perspective, and I put things in perspective and realize how grateful I am. And you know what, sometimes I'm thinking like, oh, am I going, the way sometimes we do action is like, I'm going to live another 300 years. I'm going to be in this world for a certain time. And what can I do to maximize my impact? And all the things that I've been through can be used for good. And I'm so blessed and grateful to be part of this. Thank you, Michelle, for having me. And thank you, Pearl, for being in service to our community. And God bless you guys.
Oh my gosh, Essie, I just, your story is just, you know, with everything we're hearing going on in the world today with Ukraine and everything, I just thought of some of those kids that are, you know, walking through that path that you've already walked ahead of them, and what you've gone through so much. And then knowing that you are good enough, right? I'm good enough, right? That we have to remember that. We have to remember that we are good enough. We have to remind ourselves that no matter, I like what you said, that you live on your story. We don't live in the story, right? That we've been through the story, but now we live on it. We live on it to carry it forward, to reach out to others that are going through some of the hardest times of their lives right now. And how can we take our story and do something about it? And then, you know, we often hear that we get down on our knees. I mean, Michelle talked about how, you know, her addiction, she just was laying on a bed, you know, we get down on our knees. I remember last year when I lost my son, I was like, okay, what do I do? What, you know, I always ask, why is this happening? I don't, you know, what's the lesson here? And then, you know, the last thing that I wrote down too was, where can you take action? Where can you take action today in your life to make a difference for yourself, but that also can maximize that impact to others? You know, so I think what you shared, it was awesome. And like Michelle said, we need more men like you and Dan, some of the other men that have been here to pay this forward to hear, because it's not just women that are getting affected. In fact, our kids, we you know, heard some stories yesterday. Our kids as young as 5 years old are walking some of these stories. So thank you for being brave to share the story. And thank you to your friend who gave you this passport and said, just let me get you out of here.
Yeah, no, it's, I traveled to Sierra Leone a lot, and in Sierra Leone, they had a lot of war and child soldiers as well. And the implications that happen because of having to endure that type of psychological manipulation and physical violence and emotional abuse are far reaching. And Essie, you are brave for speaking up, and super honored to have you here.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Make sure you put everything in the chat. I think you've got your link tree, but anywhere anybody can get a hold of you, put that in there too. All right, so we are going to our next speaker, and I get to introduce Kimberly Henry, who was raised by two alcoholic parents and experienced domestic violence at home. At the age of 20, she was pregnant with her daughter, whose father was a drug addict. She is now an international speaker, podcast host, writer, poet, and believes in a movement to helping others heal from their past trauma, and writing memoirs is one of the ways. And as we all say, we all have a story. So Kimberly, thank you for coming and sharing your story.
Hello. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to be here. And I attended yesterday for a little while after working, and I was so inspired by all of the stories yesterday. And then to be here today and to follow Essie, like, I'm so inspired. And it's such an incredible event that the two of you have created. So I appreciate both of you for creating this space. And I want to start with the fact that as someone who was raised by two alcoholic parents, and I have a sibling, I'm the youngest, and I heard it from other speakers today, particularly, that I felt the need to take care of everyone. I remember at 5 years old feeling the weight on my shoulders that I was responsible for the world. I was supposed to change everything. I was supposed to make everybody happy. I was supposed to fix. And that's what I was going through up until the last few years of I wanted to fix. I wanted to fix me. I wanted to fix everyone. I wanted to just, it was a whole different mindset. And, you know, as someone who, my grandmother raised me, she was basically my mother because both of my parents being functional alcoholics. I heard it from other speakers today that people didn't know that what they were experiencing outside of their jobs because they were able to maintain themselves. They were able to show up to work. As an entrepreneur, I admire my dad so much today because he would wake up at 4:30 every morning. It didn't matter how much he drank the night before. It didn't matter what he did. He had a reputation that he had a waiting list for people to work with him. He was a carpenter. And now I'm in my 40s and I admire that so much. But it took a lot of work for me to sit here and say that because I held on to resentment for so many years of my life because he chose alcohol and because of the choices that he made. And my grandmother was that presence for me. She grounded me. She had me feel loved. She had me feel seen and heard. And I felt so appreciated by her. She would play games with me. She would allow me in the 80s. She would allow me to watch MTV with the guys with long hair and I'd ooh and ah over them and she'd make fun of them and she couldn't stand it. But she allowed me to be in that space. My parents, I felt unheard. I felt unloved. I felt unseen. And I was trying to always fix. I was always trying to, what if I do this, I can make him happy? What if I do this, they'll stop fighting with each other? And my grandmother, she was at a place where by the time I got out of high school, she forgot everything. The dementia was starting to kick in. And then it morphed worse into Alzheimer's. And for a little bit, I went away to college. And then when I came home, she completely forgot who I was. And as someone who always felt unseen and unheard and unloved, to have someone of that magnitude of someone in my life who had me feel seen and had me feel heard, to forget who I was, I dropped out of college. I came back home and I spent as much time with her as I could. And one thing that she always said to me, especially towards the end of her life when she knew it was going to be the end, is don't forget me. And that stayed with me for so many years of my life. As a kid, it traumatized me because I'm like, how are you going to be forgotten? Like, to me, you're unforgettable. So why do you keep saying, don't forget me? Like, there's no way that I would forget you. Now, here I am in my 40s. And when we went into lockdown with COVID, I took this step, and Michelle, I honor you for the work that you do, because I took that step of writing my story. And what it really did is it opened me up to see the compassion that I have for myself, because I didn't get the magnitude of what I experienced in my life. I didn't get why people were saying to me, how are you doing what you do? How do you still wake up every day? As a single mom, I went through 16, 17 years of constant things that was just traumatic with my daughter's father. And people would always say to me, how are you maintaining a full-time job? How are you maintaining her life and her fun things? And sitting down and writing my story, I really got, one, where I come from, and two, why I am who I am today. And I was able to open my heart and feel so much love for myself for like the first time, especially when I chose to write my domestic violence story with my daughter's father. It's one thing with my parents, because that was just total survival mode and loving my parents and having that conflict of I can't stand what they're doing. And then it's another thing to write about my own story with my daughter's father and this amazing child who came into my life and completely changed me, because I finally got like how strong I am because of her. Like I had no choice. I did have another choice, but I really had no choice to be strong for her, because I knew I had a vision of who I wanted her to be, who she was. And I knew that it didn't go with how I was living at that time. Back to my grandmother. When my grandmother said to me for the last time, don't forget me, I did not realize just how much that instilled in me and how much that stayed in my heart. So when I did write my story in 2020, and I opened up my heart for myself and saw the love and compassion I have for myself, I chose to then open this up and help others to write their story and to get that our voice does matter. And I love that that's been the theme of this event. I love hearing that from so many other speakers. And when my grandmother passed, it was the most heart-wrenching experience I can say that I had lived up to in my early 20s. And 2 weeks later, I left my daughter's father. She was an infant, I took her Pampers, I took the things that were necessities for myself, I took some of her necessities, and I left, and I never went back. However, I did repeat those patterns over and over again until I was willing to really look at myself and really look at my story. And so I do have a free ebook for folks, and I'll share that in the chat. It's 5 ways to recover from your own personal trauma. And those are some things that I used to help myself to get to the place that I am today. It's also for someone who is scared to take that step. For myself, the scariest thing was, am I going to be able to feel my feelings with feeling like I'm re-traumatized again, feeling triggered? And that's really what held me back from writing my story. Who wants to experience those awful feelings again? I lived them for so many years of my life. And so it really got me to a place of trusting myself that I can do this. I'm safe. I am not that little girl. Like I always refer back to little 5-year-old Kimmy, because little 5-year-old Kimmy was so terrified and yet felt so responsible for everyone. And always feeling like she was never being able to get anything done because I was coming from that, I want to fix everyone. And so my story today, my message today is that today is now. We don't know if we have tomorrow. I don't even know what's going to happen when I leave where I am today. When I walk out, I have no idea. So for all of us to remember that today is now. We all know that we have stories. We all know that our stories matter. And so to take that step and to be courageous, feel your feelings, because as Michelle and Pearl both said, that's the way that we heal. We feel. And I know as someone who experienced so much with my parents and then my daughter's father, that it was scary to feel. And there are times where, honestly, and to be totally transparent, today I had a breakdown earlier and I didn't want to feel my feelings. And I reached out to my friend Chris, who's here being with me today. And I so appreciate that she's here supporting me. And what I did was I reconnected to, I am not that 5-year-old anymore. I love that 5-year-old. She's amazing. She was incredible because she got through so much. And I'm able to even experience what I'm experiencing today. And then I tuned into this, which helped. So I really appreciate both of you, Michelle and Pearl, for having this space. Thank you for having me on. And I really am so honored to be with all of you and to follow Essie. It's just incredible. I really admire your story, Essie. And I love that you have men sharing here, because I always say, like, there gets to be more men to share their experience.
Yes, we definitely need more men, and we need more people like yourself and more men to speak. And it's interesting, our next speaker is another man, so I'm happy about this. But Kimberly, thank you for sharing. I love how you said, really look at yourself, because it is, we have to look at ourselves. We have to heal. We have to feel in order to heal. And we have to be not, I wouldn't say okay with what we've been through, but we have to recognize what we've been through and be able to sit in it so that we can feel through that pain, so that we don't repeat generational trauma, so that we don't repeat what our parents and grandparents, brothers and sisters have done. We are changing that dynamic, and you are changing that dynamic, Kimberly. And really congratulations on speaking, going from feeling unseen to now being heard.
Thank you so much.
Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
So like I said, our next speaker is another male, and I'm super excited that we have a handful of men on this summit. If we know other men who want to share their stories, please have them reach out. It is very important that it is all sexes involved in speaking up and telling their stories. But I have the honor of now introducing Matt Hilton. And Matt Hilton is a lifelong entrepreneur, a pioneer collegiate graduate, and Dallas native with an unmatched knowledge of the DFW Metroplex. As the eldest of 4 siblings and a devoted father of 4, Matt's passion for real estate over the past 2 decades has propelled him to become a consistent top producer among his peers. Beyond his thriving career, Matt finds fulfillment in exploring the world, impacting lives, and hosting the Matt Hilton Show. And it was at the age of 43 that he broke his silence, embarking on a purposeful journey to live his truth. Today, as a captivating speaker, Matt imparts the 5 essential declarations that empower others to embrace their truth. His mission is simple yet profound: to inspire imagination, lead with love, and listen intently to the stories that shape our shared human experience. Matt, the stage is yours. Where did he go? Oh, right there. Perfect.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you, Michelle and Pearl, for giving us this platform to share parts of our stories. Michelle and Pearl are truly passionate about giving us a space to have our voices heard so that our mess can become our message and have a profound impact on others' lives. If everyone could come on screen, if you're able, come on, turn those videos on. Let's show appreciation and love by giving Michelle and Pearl some jazz hands. Come on, everyone. Very good. Thank you, Michelle and Pearl. Okay. Close your eyes for a few seconds and imagine a small 1,300 square foot house with 3 bedrooms and 1.5 bathrooms, a small kitchen, a living room, and a connecting dining room. Imagine walking out the front door and going to ride your bike until sundown with some neighborhood kids. Imagine coming back home and sitting on the living room floor because mama didn't want your sweaty body on the couch. Hearing laughter from another room and the Atari gaming system playing in the background, and your mom making dinner for her husband and 4 children. You can now open your eyes. This was my life, the oldest of 4 children and growing up in a house full of love. My dad was a mechanic, and my mom kept 10 to 12 kids in our house during the day. And I'm sure the 1.5 bathrooms did not meet state guidelines with that many kids. My parents always provided for us, and I never gave up or never thought that we were financially poor. We attended the Church of Christ every Sunday morning, Sunday night, and Wednesday night. I was a straight A student and loved singing in the a cappella choir. I was an entrepreneur and a community activist from a young age. I mowed yards and did a few other things. I actually wrote a script for a play, which involves some of the neighborhood kids as fellow actors. We made chocolate chip cookies, sold lemonade, put cardboard signs on telephone poles, invited the neighborhood to come see the play. We had such a big audience and we thought we were a big deal. Our parents came and we decided to only have one show. I was a good kid and did my best in everything. And I constantly worried that I would disappoint my parents in some way. Can anyone else relate? The decisions I have made along the way may or may not be decisions that you would have made. And I ask that you breathe and take in what I'm about to share with you. One thing that I have learned in this life is that you cannot avoid disaster. Bad things happen. If you can accept that and have a way of dealing with life overall, it is going to be an amazing life. And the bad things make the good things look even better. Wouldn't you agree? Music stirs us because it has high and low notes. So will the music of your life. If only we had high and low notes in music, we would become annoyed with the monotones and we would shut it off. We strive for the high notes in life and then discover that they are fleeting, maybe even leave us feeling lonely. The low notes or valleys are where growth truly happens. When you lean into the low notes, you discover the beauty on the other side. When I was a preteen, around this age, I remember watching the Von Erichs wrestle on Sunday afternoons. Who else remembers the Von Erichs? Anybody? I started to realize that I had an attraction to muscular, good-looking men. I didn't know what that meant, but I knew from my religious upbringing and programming that this couldn't be a good thing. I began small prayers to God to take these feelings away. Over the years, those feelings and urges got stronger. I wish there was someone I could talk to, I would say to myself. I wish there was someone to love me unconditionally. I have to repress these feelings and I cannot let anybody know. My dad will beat me with the belt if he finds out, or worse, like have me pick a crepe myrtle switch out of the backyard. My mom, if she finds out, she'll give me that look of disgust. I began wearing my mask because I didn't want anybody to find out my secret. For the next 30 some odd years, my daily prayers grew stronger too, asking God, why did you create me just to condemn me? Pleading with him to make a deal with me. I would have done anything, y'all, if I would be normal again. During those 30 plus years, I went to college and was the president of a fraternity. I was a youth minister at my college church. I got married and we had 4 beautiful children. And here they are. Can you see them? Besides quality family time, I put a lot of focus into being a successful entrepreneur and doing great things in the community and at my church. You know, by focusing on others and their needs, I was able to keep the focus off of me. My mask was around my sexuality, and it was very heavy. Mask like the one I'm holding, figuratively, leads to stress, anxiety, loneliness, exhaustion, burnout, depression, and even suicide. People wear masks of all sorts. Think of it like a masquerade party. One person wears a mask hiding a physical disability. Another person hiding depression. Another hiding sexual or physical trauma. Looking around the room, someone is standing in the corner over there wearing a mask hiding their porn addiction or drug usage, menopause, imposter syndrome, PTSD, and the list could go on. Everyone in this room has on a mask at this masquerade party. I know I can't be the only person who went through what I went through. I know I can't be the only one wearing a mask. I know that God created me just to not to condemn me. And I know that I can experience unconditional love. I know that a safe space and community designed to share our individual stories and removing our masks will create radical freedom. Remember earlier I said our lives are like music? Pauses and rest in music are there to set up the next part of the song. And if you don't like your song, guess what? You can wad it up, throw it away, and create a new one. And that's what I did a little over 7 years ago when I removed my mask. I didn't come out. I allowed others into my story. I began living my truth. You see, I was happy with my life, and I didn't have to disrupt the lives of many others. Some may say that I was selfish. Looking at this next photo, I beg to differ and believe I had to do it in order to live fully. You know those DMV, Department of Motor Vehicle photos that we all take for our driver's licenses and nobody likes theirs, right? Here is mine in 2012 versus 2022. Before I removed the mask and after. Do you see the difference? This is 2012 and 2022. I definitely look healthier and happier in 2022. Oh, and by the way, I weighed the same in each photo. Before I decided to take off my mask, I contacted a gentleman who lives in California and works as a coming out coach. Yes, those really exist. I met him at a leadership conference in upstate New York a couple of years prior to the spring of 2016. We walked through options, whether to fully remove the mask or keep it on until after the divorce was over. I decided that I had worn my mask for way too long, and I didn't want it to be any part of me. I wanted it to be removed. On May 1st of 2016, I sat down with my then wife of 17 years and told her that I was gay. At first, she was in shock. Tears were shed by both of us. And she told me that she was sorry that I had to keep that secret for so long. I left our house and drove out to my parents' house to tell them. I was determined to get that mask off as quickly as possible. The conversation with my parents went better than I expected. My mom sat over in the corner and sobbed the entire time. My dad asked questions and asked me if I was going through a midlife crisis. At the end of that 20-minute conversation, I got up to leave, gave them both hugs, and they both told me that they loved me and that I would always be their son. Wow. Were all the things that I had told myself for all of those years not going to come true? Could I have been my true self growing up and would have been okay? I was in total shock. Then it happened. My parents stopped communicating with me. And y'all, this was 7 years ago. When I called my mom the following Sunday for Mother's Day, she didn't answer and never called me back. For years, my mom had called me every year at 4:22 p.m. on May 25th to wish me a happy birthday. That year, I waited by my phone, praying that I would at least get a text message from her. Nothing. Then my ex-wife's family got mad and convinced her that I was hiding money from her. You see how everything started to shift? So much money that I had to file bankruptcy and testify before a federal court that I was not hiding any money. And the divorce drug out for over 1.5 years, costing over 6 figures. My 2 older kids were telling me that I was going to hell. They were angry and I couldn't blame them for saying those things. They were scared and confused, and I had helped raise them that way. Looking back over the years, my kids have made a complete 180-degree turn. They love me, and we have a great relationship now around who we are as humans. I have been able to demonstrate love to my children despite the hurtful things that were said and done to me. My parents don't speak to me much, especially my mom. I have turned those lemons into lemonade, though, and have assured my kids that they will never be ignored by me. They will never be unwelcome in my home, and that they will always be loved unconditionally. There are times when I miss my mom and cry a bit from that sadness, but I don't stay in that space long. I began telling my story, respecting myself, unleashing my shame and fears, trusting myself and transforming, and created healthy habits, mindset, relationships, and the version of me, of my life, whom God created. I began making 5 declarations to fully live my truth. My TRUTH. I will tell my story. I will respect myself. I will unleash my shame and fears. I will trust myself and transform. I will create healthy habits, mindset, relationships, and the version of my life. About 5 years ago, me and 5 other people started sharing a dinner on the first Tuesday of every month. This is a time where those who have been hurt by family or church or anyone else can come together and share a meal and conversation. We consistently have about 20 to 25 people at every dinner, and usually with a guest or two. With no agenda, with no expectation, with only love and belonging, guess what we call it? Just dinner. So what's next? I must tell my full story, and I've created a full speech for public speaking engagements around those 5 declarations that I mentioned earlier. I have also created a 6-week workshop designed to help you remove your mask in a safe environment, work through those 5 declarations at a deeper level, and create an action plan to sustain your joyfulness and your transformed you. Your journey is about you, and it's not optional. When you learn to self-advocate, love yourself, and remove your mask, that's when the needle begins to move in a new direction. That's when radical freedom begins. I've created a Google form that I'll show here. It is a QR code. You can snap that. We've tested it out. You can snap it from the screen in front of you. And by signing up today, you are letting me know that you want more information about this 6-week workshop. Begin a life that you may not have thought was possible. Oh, there it is again. Sorry. Remember, impossible broken up says what? I'm possible. This is the evidence of me removing my mask and living my truth. You do want this experience of transformation too, right? Thank you, Michelle and Pearl. And thank you all for your attention.
That was amazing. And I wrote down rewriting your song. Like, you can rewrite your music of your life. It doesn't have to be the same song over and over again. I think that is so powerful. And then I wrote down, what mask are you wearing? Like, I'm going to use that this Sunday when I meet with my small group of women, like ask them. Right now we're working on mental fitness. I'm like, I want to know, what mask are they wearing? What
Yeah.
mask do they need to take off? That just sat with me. And then you're right, when we focus on others, like the people pleasing, we forget to face the stuff, our own truth. And I think it's really, really powerful. I had a friend who, unfortunately, her husband didn't come out to her. She found out through accidentally, and it was not pretty. And so I commend your courage to stand in that. And there was one thing that we always told our kids growing up, that no matter what, as they went on their path of finding themselves, no matter what, our house is your standing place, and no matter what's happening, we hold no judgment. So I'm sorry you went through that judgment with your family, and I'm glad you rewrote your song, and I'm glad you took your mask off.
Thank you, Pearl.
You're welcome.
Great job, Matt. Loved it. More people need to speak up, and I'm so sorry about your mom, and you are living the best life you can now. So that's beautiful.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, so I'm going to get to introduce our next speaker. It looks like we're going a little out of order, but I'm so excited to introduce you to our next speaker, who is Jackie Bailey. She is the International Conversation Coach, a TEDx speaker, and executive director of the Speak, Feed, Lead project, which has empowered hundreds of children, teens, and adults with confident, courageous voices shared on global stages, competitions, podcasts, and books. Jackie is herself a best-selling author of 5 books on topics ranging from leadership, healing, communication, and parenting. She is co-host of weekly streaming Life Mastery Radio with Todd and Jackie. Welcome, Jackie, to the show.
Hey, thank you. It's delightful to be here. Rudyard Kipling once said that words are the most powerful drug used by mankind. And I want to thank you, Pearl and Michelle, for being dealers of wonderful drugs today and giving us an opportunity to hear so many amazing words and stories and experiences. I've been popping in and out, but what I've heard has just been tremendously inspiring. So I thank you. My story is similar to a lot of the stories that I've heard when it comes to childhood abuse. In fact, if you can imagine that I'm 10 years old and it's the middle of the night and I'm jarred awake by hearing his ankles cracking in the hallway outside my room. And I pray, please, no, not again. And I tuck my blankets tighter around me, determined not to make it easy for him. But when it's done, as usual, my older brother would always say 3 little words: don't tell anyone. Those 3 little words were significant, and they kept me from speaking up, always afraid that I might say something I wasn't supposed to, or tell a secret that I wasn't supposed to tell. Now, in 2020, the National Children's Alliance reported more than 600,000 cases of abuse against children in the United States. 1,750 of those children died, silenced forever at the hands of family members usually. Now, if you consider all of the unreported cases, that number probably quadruples at least. And so that means that at least 500,000 kids every year are likely silenced like I was. They're unable to break that silence because they can't use the words. If they're like me, even if I had someone I could tell, I wasn't sure the words I could use to describe what was happening to me. So I basically stayed silent. It wasn't until, though, when I was an adult woman and I had 2 young kids, when my older brother, the one that abused me chronically, got married and had a baby girl. I was faced with this awful dilemma because I was the only one who knew the danger she was in. I was the only one who could either save her life or look the other way. And yet, there was a lot of risk for me. If I spoke up to save my niece, would I lose my husband? Would he not think me beautiful anymore because of all the ugliness I felt inside? Would people think I was crazy and try to take my kids away from me because they didn't believe my story at all? It was scary to take that mask off. That mask I'd worn my whole life. For months and months, I was in this silo of silent thoughts and even suicide. Well, almost a year later, when I was miserable to live with because I was just angry and in this emotional pain all the time, I finally said 3 little words to my husband. I have a secret. And I started to break the silence. My words made awareness to where my niece was at and the danger that she was in. And that was the most important reason for breaking my silence. Also, it brought awareness to this generational problem of abuse in my family and poor communication and silencing. I started therapy, which, by the way, is something that we should all do. If you need it, do it. It took me a while to find the right therapist, but when I did, she was golden. And I remember our first meeting together, and I shared with her my story, my history, and of course, crying all the way through it. And then she asked me a question. Jackie, do you think you can forgive? I mean, I just about laughed in her face because I thought she was kidding. I was imagining that she was asking me to pick up this garbage truck and throw it across the road. I mean, that's really how impossible it felt to forgive in that moment. And she said, well, if you're not at least working toward that possibility, you'll never fully heal. And at that moment, I realized that there had been a voice in my head my whole life, and I never knew what that voice meant. But I remember it saying, if you live through this, you're going to be strong. If you live through this, you're going to be strong. I never knew what that meant. But in that moment, when she was asking me to consider forgiving at some time in my life, I realized that that's what that voice was encouraging me to do. Being able to forgive would be that strength. Well, my little family and I, we moved away. Well, actually, let me go back for a second. There was a time when Dr. Knutson, my therapist, she asked me to do something that I thought was incredibly hard, almost as hard as forgiveness. She encouraged me to write a letter to my brother. And she told me, you can burn it, you can tear it up, you can send it to him via mail, or you can read it to him in person. And I decided that I needed to spill my garbage, my emotional garbage at his feet, and decided that I would read it to him in person. So I arranged for him to sit with me. I had a friend sitting next to me, and I told her, all you have to do is just be there with me. Don't have to say anything. And I read a letter that I wrote. So in part, that letter read, you killed me. You murdered my soul while taking from me without permission what was most precious. You used me for pleasure and left me poisoned, slowly dying, unable to dream, feeling forever unsafe. Now you have a daughter. Will you take from her what you took from me? If I hear you have, I will take her from you any way I can. Well, my brother didn't deny the long list of accusations that I made against him. And in fact, he told me that when he was a teenager, he sought for help. 3 different authority figures outside of our parents knew of his abuse, and no one helped either one of us. I believed him when he promised that he would not hurt his daughter. And in those moments, a little seed, tiny seed of compassion was planted for him in that big pile of garbage I'd laid at his feet. And so years later, after we had moved away, it took me a decade or more to really find myself, to understand the power of my voice. And then one day out of the blue, my husband asked, "Hey, have you forgiven your brother? And does he know?" And I realized that the answer was yes and no. That little seed I'd planted was now reaping this harvest of forgiveness. And I had felt like I'd reached that pinnacle. But the no was that I hadn't yet revealed that to my brother. And so I decided to fly back home and face him again, years since that had happened. And I said 3 little words. You can probably guess what they were. I forgive you. And articles and books and sermons have been written about those 3 little words. And yet we really don't perceive their power. Because my brother sobbed. He sobbed at finally being given permission to have a different life. And mind you, he had been in and out of marriages and jobs and jail. He needed a different life. And those 3 little words finally gave him permission to have something different. In fact, I often think that at some point during that process, I had become, in a way, an abuser of him only because I was holding back power that was his to have. But because I wasn't forgiving him, because I hadn't done it to that point, he was unable to really progress. And here I had done all this progression, and now he was being held back, just like he had done for me for so many years. And so what I have learned from forgiveness is that, yes, it's important that we do it for us, and we do need to forgive ourselves first. And that was a huge part of the process. But there is a beauty that happens when you can truly take out that garbage, because what I realized is that garbage truck I'd been asked to throw was now a Hot Wheels size. And I could just easily toss it. It didn't go away, but it became easier to make that leap to forgiveness. And it was a blessing for both of us. And his life changed as a 180-degree turn. Now, you might be wondering about my niece. How did her life turn out? And I appreciate the question. In fact, about 20 years after I forgave my brother, in a moment of weakness, he made a horrible mistake. And sometimes those old habits die hard. And he was arrested for a crime against a child. And this child happened to be someone that my niece knew. And she called me. "Aunt Jackie, how could my dad do something like that?" And as much sadness as I was feeling for this victim, this little girl, I was elated that my niece asked me that question, because it meant that my brother had kept his promise to never hurt her. She had no idea what her dad was really like. And in fact, her mom was the one that said, "You need to call your Aunt Jackie because she knows some stuff about your dad." And in sharing my story with her, 3 little words she said brought it all back to me in the power of my voice. She said, "You saved me." My message for you today is that your words are so powerful. They can harm, they can heal, and they can save lives. When I was about 11, and there was another person who was an abuser. He was actually a family friend. His name was Ray, and he would come to our home when he knew my parents were not going to be there. And Ray would do what most child molesters do. And so on this one occasion when I was about 11, my mom was reading the local newspaper, and she said aloud a headline that her friend Ray had been arrested for molesting his children. And my mom, with me in the room with her, looked at me and she said, "Oh, Jackie, I'm so glad he never did that to you." Now, from my 11-year-old perspective, my mother was happy in her ignorance, and I didn't want to take that from her. So those words continued to silence me. And I think it's something that we, those of us who are parents or have influence over kids, need to be aware of. The way we say things, it can cause more harm. It can cause more silencing. And I'll bring you another example. When I was about 14, my mom came into my bedroom one night and she sat on the edge of my bed as if we were going to have this heart-to-heart talk, which never happened. But she asked me a question because I think she must have sensed that something was not peaceful for me. And she said, "Jackie, are you letting someone do something to you they shouldn't be?" Well, those three little words, "are you letting," made me realize very clearly that this was my fault. That I was letting this happen and that somehow I had power to change it, but I just wasn't doing it. And as meaningful or as caring as her words may have been, or at least her intention, silenced to me only more. Which brings me back to my purpose here today, is that our words can make such a difference. They can harm, they can heal, they can save lives. And if Rudyard Kipling is right in that words are the most powerful drugs we use, it is my hope that you will overdose on those words that only heal the harm. Those of us here who've had these experiences and have this wonderful venue where we've been able to share them, thank you for doing that. Because my words have always inspired some sort of reaction in people. Sometimes they've made people angry because it makes them realize their own pain, the pain they still haven't dealt with. Some women get angry at me because they can't believe I could ever forgive such a monster. And those women are angry because to them it's still a huge garbage truck they haven't yet been able to lift. And then there are other people who approach me and say, "Oh, my experience has been very similar to yours. Thank you for reminding me that I do need to forgive. Thank you for reminding me that I need to still work through some things." Our words. Well, in the next minute I have, I want you to know that I'm paying it forward. I've started a nonprofit called the Speak, Feed, Lead Project that helps to empower the voices of kids. I will never let another child in my presence be silenced again. Now, I don't just work with kids that are healing from trauma. I work with all kids, and I assume they all have trauma because I'm pretty sure they all do. Whether it's like mine or yours or anyone's, it's still trauma all the same, and we all feel silenced from time to time. So what we're doing for these kids is we're putting them into clubs where they can safely and significantly socialize with other kids, talk about things that they want to in the form of speeches, conversations, games, improv, whatever. We're teaching them those skills, and then we're getting them on stages, and we're helping them to develop their unique keynote so that they can take a look at their experiences in life and ways that they can inspire others through sharing their stories. And I can tell you, these kids are brilliant. They have so much to share with us, and if we just listen, and if we give them the opportunity to speak, And if we ask the right kinds of questions, they are going to be our saviors because they understand more than we give them credit to do. And so I thank you once again for letting me use my words today, for letting me break a little bit more of my silence for you. And I appreciate all of your heartfelt messages for me as well. So thanks.
Jackie, your story is so profound. I've heard bits and pieces, but I've never heard your full story. Did you know that?
Didn't.
So you are the shining example of what forgiveness is, what overcoming our trauma is, and what using our story to create a movement, a nonprofit, a business is all about. And I am so honored and humbled, and especially I know you came on early, so thank you for doing that as well, to have you on this platform. So I'm very excited that you have been able to share, and you have moved and will continue to move so many people.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. Make sure to put your info in the chat. Speak, Feed, Lead. Great organization. I remember when Jackie and I first actually met, we spoke specifically about her organization. So definitely put your info in the chat so that other people can follow what you do. And now I am going to introduce our next speaker. Amanda Olahars is an empowerment coach at Amandala Coach. Amanda's mission is to empower individuals on their journey by connecting the dots between holistic health and spiritual wellness. Through compassionate guidance, personalized support, and evidence-based practices, Amanda aims to inspire clients to connect with their inner wisdom, embrace their authentic selves, and cultivate vibrant physical, mental, and spiritual health. Amanda is dedicated to creating a safe and nurturing space for transformation, healing, and self-discovery, empowering individuals to live fulfilling lives aligned with their true purpose and highest potential. Amanda, I look forward to hearing you, and you have the stage.
Hello, thank you so much for not only letting me speak, but having this platform. My story begins actually with silence. Drop one at the chat if you've ever heard this, because this was the story of my childhood. Little girls should be seen and not heard. That was what my parents ranted and raved, my grandparents did. So as a little girl, I feel like I've been trying to fit into a box and just really play the role, like some kind of chameleon. And that comes from holding back my authentic truth. And I found myself in a whirlwind of trouble because of it. I feel like I was led in some dark past that I wish upon nobody. However, being able to not just admit it, because admitting that we've been through some stuff can be challenging at times because it's vulnerability. I put myself in that situation. It's just so powerful because I've been a massage therapist since 2007, and emotions live in our body. And if I would have known this growing up, I definitely would have let some stuff out. I wouldn't have repressed as many things. Maybe I would have gotten into some of the trouble that I once did. However, yeah, I do just completely love my entire journey. It's taken me a very long time to get there because I used to hate everything. I used to keep everything in. And like when I started doing some more generational work, I realized that there was a lot that came from my ancestors as well. Some deep, dark secrets of the past, some stuff that my grandparents had, some stuff that was really, really massive that my parents had. And I found it coming to life in my life. And I realized that I was something that we all don't really want to hear. I was my mother. but I was the good parts of her, right? I was the deep evil, just like that shadow self of her. And I realized where it was getting me. Of course, I was my dad too, but I related more with my mom, or at least wanted to. I realized at one point that I needed to do something different, but I was way too scared. I was way too comfortable just being where I was. And I didn't want to change, / I didn't know how, / I was around the people that allowed me to be in this state of comfort that kind of fed off of me being in survival and just having all of this negative stuff. Misery loves company. Well, that sure was a thing, especially for me back in the day. And then you add in alcohol on top of it. When I grew up, it was just all sorts of bad news. And I found myself at one point in my life being sexually assaulted in my sleep. And when I turned to the people that were closest to me, I was looking for some support, some compassion, some empathy. All I got was, well, that's just what he does. And I lost it hardcore, because no, that is not what people do. Hurt people hurt people. Consent is not the absence of a no, it is the presence of a yes. And when you're doing something to somebody that is wrong and in the most vulnerable state, like the state of sleeping, it does something to your mind. And I lived in fear even more than I already had from my childhood. So moving forward, I lost even more confidence. I went into a deep, dark hole. I cut out everybody from my life, and I found butterflies in my stomach, something that we all want, right? I feel like the butterflies in your stomach were that sign that I grew up with as true love. And of course, I thought my parents were superheroes. They still are, but everything that they said was right. That was still my assumption into, my 20s, when I met this guy who gave me the butterflies. And well, there are so many signs that I chose to ignore, because once again, I grew up on survival, and I thrived, or so I thought I thrived, in discomfort, in pain, in agony. My body was physically screaming at me. I had so many physical illnesses. I was going through lordosis. I had chronic migraines. I was diagnosed with exhaustion. Apparently that's a thing. But I married this guy who was supposed to be life-changing, and we all think life-changing is usually in the good way. However, I found out firsthand that it was not. I realized that there were so many things that were going wrong with my life, and I had the power to change them, except I was super scared, super nervous. So I took it, like baby steps at a time. There's no diving, jumping in any pool whatsoever. So I started making itty bitty steps, changes, and it was a little nasty. This is when I started to realize what a narcissist was, and that I was married to one. I went on one retreat where it was just so empowering, and it gave me permission to be myself and speak my truth. And growing up with don't do this, do this, the conditional love, you're going to say what I want you to say. Having that permission just unleashed something in me that I was and still am forever grateful for, because I started putting these actually into practice. I'm like, all right, let's see if this works. So I will always, this is imprinted in my brain, like no tomorrow, one of the the best days of my life. It was like a normal day. The husband at the time was coming home from work, and long story long, he unplugged my phone charger. And, it's not cool. It's not the biggest thing, but I'm like, ooh, I'm going to use my words. Let's see what this, just so happens. This is the first time that I ever did it. I just told him, that's not cool. You're showing me disrespect. And this off-duty police officer came back, sat on the couch, pointed his duty weapon at me. I had no words. I let something else take over my body, and I watched the words speak out of my mouth. Please don't do this. Put this down. I don't like this. And then click, in that second, my life forever changed, because I realized just how powerful I actually was. That I hate to say it like this, but I'm just going to say, I deserved to be in that very position. Everything that I had done, and it wasn't one big thing, it was a whole bunch of little things. Me not speaking up when I really needed to, me not being honest about my feelings, me not showing the fact that I am vulnerable. All of these little things over time added up to get me in the position I was. So that moment in time, I decided I needed to change. And that's when I went from surviving to thriving. And yeah, it was scary. And honestly, it's been since 2016. So just a little over, what is that, 6 years? And I'm still healing and growing from it. However, like something like that, it does change you. And I have healed so much from my post-traumatic stress. It's been amazing. From all of the PTSD that I've had in my life, I've gotten so much better. I'm not scared to go out. But that also came with me being able to speak my truth, especially without so much charged emotions and rambling on about the little details. Because what I noticed is when I focus on the details of everything, it gets me really, really hyped up in not a good way. And it pulls me into that victim mode and survival mode. And that's not something that we're supposed to be doing. I physically know right now that my body is safe because I'm taking all the precautions I can to do so. And having that trust in myself, I trusted myself so much to get me into some poopy situations. That's my cat, named Cat. Some really just crappy situations, but I was really good at it. And then I started, okay, this whole like positive mindset, let's work on the subconscious. And I feel like I tried to do a bunch of different things to try to fix myself. Brain health coaching, vibroacoustic therapy. I've done all sorts of energy work. And the only thing that I came to find out was the fact that I was not broken. I was just thinking that I was. And for that, I was right. So switching that little thing inside of me, one little thing changed my entire life. One little mindset can change my entire life. So where I'm currently at is so much better than where I was just because I say so. And because I can see all of the negative and all of the traumatic things that I was attracting, and I can see why, I can go back and switch them out. So my story has a new ending, which makes the future super exciting because, well, I feel like I'm finally around the people that are helping me go forward. And I've come to learn and realize and understand just how much we're a product of the 5 people that we hang out with most. And I finally have like that circle that I call my ice. They're my inner circle experience. They're the people that are calling me out of my stuff very politely because I'm still super sensitive, right? Nobody likes their feelings hurt. So I'm like, okay, you got to do constructive critique. There's no criticism. We're critiquing and it's out of love. You got to be having goals and setting them, because before all my goals were just like, all right, well, I have to get through this day and I have to muster this and I'm never going to retire. And that didn't get me anywhere good. So now it's like, all right, I get to do this. I get to experience it, because legit in the blink of an eye, it could not be here. I could not be here as soon as I turn off this computer. And honestly, I just experienced a loss the other day in my life. It can happen. Anything can happen in the blink of an eye. So rather than living my life through fear and anxiety and worry and depression and honestly just the pity party of me, it's all right, now I'm putting on my big girl pants. I'm going to go do this and I'm going to make it look damn good. I don't care what I look like. I'm going to raise the new standard to what beauty is, right? Because beauty to me is about vulnerability. It's about honesty and authenticity. It's not necessarily about the way that we look, because we have this natural glow when we are just being ourselves. And it is the most wonderful thing on the face of the planet. And I feel like that in itself is contagious. And I want more of that. So me and my girlfriend are actually starting up our own non-for-profit. It's going to be a private community called Arama Journey, where we're just going to get together and we're going to be able to hear each other, because there's so much power in that. And if you're spiritual at all or have ever heard of shamanism, one of the questions to that is, when was the last time you actually got embraced by a story? So storytelling has been going on for so long, and it's one of the lost arts of this time frame right now. So we're coming together to bring that together so more people can be heard, so we can all heal. Because some of the stuff that me and you experience, it's just not okay. I don't care who you are, where you come from, it's not okay on any level. And without that awareness, without it being heard, there's nothing that we can do. But there's power in numbers. And when we're all together and coming from that good place, not revenge, not hate, not like raw, from that no, like, we're setting a new standard, we're setting our boundaries. This is how it is. You can take it or leave it, but this is what it is. I feel like this platform itself, once again, is so beautiful. And I'm done rambling. Thank you so much for listening.
You are not rambling. I wrote down words of affirmation, but something that I love to do is look at affirmations a little differently. So when we get up and tell ourselves we're going to have a great day, or it's going to be a positive day or whatever, I like to challenge it with the question, Amanda. I don't know if you've ever done this, where you ask yourself, and what actions am I taking today to bring abundance to my life? And what actions am I doing today to bring love into my life? Right. So it's like you're looking for the actions. It's almost like telling your brain to start looking for actions. I love that you talk about affirmations and words and how we write our story as well, because we write our story. We don't have to let somebody else be the director of our story. And then I wrote it's beauty and vulnerability and being authentic. And you called it earlier today when I first spoke, I called it glowing up. You mentioned too, how do we glow up in our life? So I love that you shared that. And, near the end of the day, we talked about glowing up again in our life.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I love it when the universe just keeps presenting it to us. It's like, all right, well, this has got to be it.
This is definitely got to be it. So I want to thank you so much for sharing. Make sure you put all your stuff in the chat as well. And thank you for sharing your cat with us too. It was so fun having him come in.
Great job, Amanda. Love it. Love it.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so now I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, and her name is Holly Ray Gellion, and she's an internationally certified life coach through the prestigious ICF Mental Performance Mastery Certified, Assist Interventionist, Mindfulness Facilitation, and Trauma-Informed Facilitator with a background dating back to 2002 in helping individuals, youth, organizations, and teams. She focuses on developing and embodying leadership skills, empowerment, transformation, youth and individual work, and one's own autonomy in achieving potential and alignment, strategic success, frameworks, and performance metrics as defined in the individual or team's vision and experiences all life has to offer on a deeper, more intimate and potent level through her coaching and transformative luxury community and corporate retreats. Welcome, Holly.
Hi, how are you? As Miss Pearl was saying, my name is Holly Gallion. I have certainly battled my fair share of things over the years, and I'm super grateful to be asked to be here today. I wanted to come at this from a place of both education, because by trade I am definitely very much an experiential facilitator, but also from the level of you being able to kind of understand me and my why behind why I have created some of the things that I have done, why I have chosen the path and been directed onto the path that I have been placed. So I would love for you to kind of take this journey with me a bit today. First, I want to find out kind of what I have or whom I have and the situations that you have been involved in yourself. So if, as an example, you have experienced some form of trauma in your life, if you could put a 1 in the comments, I would love that. I can tell you from my own personal experience with coaching, mentoring, helping others, and kind of working with people who are navigating situations and challenges over the past 20 plus years, that trauma is one of the things that comes up quite a bit. And I'm even seeing in the comments right now, we've got ones lighting up here. So definitely it's something that we've all, several of us for sure, have encountered in our lives. There is one thing with me, right? I am very much someone who looks at perspective shifts. Okay, and this is a realm that I work heavily in, is better understanding how and why and what we can do to take these things that have happened to us, assess the results, okay, and then take that to improve or sometimes shift how we address these outcomes in future challenges. One of the things that we do as humans is we tend to operate either inside our values, which are the things that matter to us most, or we aren't aware of what our values are and we kind of throw things against the wall when it comes to situations and hope that we survive it, which in a lot of ways, each of us have probably had to do at some point in our life. I would very much classify life as happening to me in many ways for many, many, many years. And I felt like I was on a constant hamster wheel. I felt very overwhelmed. There were things that kept popping up that would inhibit me making strategic decisions in my life. And it wasn't until I got to a point where I essentially hit rock bottom that I realized that life was literally happening to me instead of through me. And life was literally minimizing, if you will, the impact that I could have on the world. I grew up struggling with undiagnosed CPTSD and ADHD for many years. And even now, right, I very much, have learned to kind of navigate my ADHD. And so it becomes something where I've almost turned it into a superpower for myself. And so that actually is one of the pieces that plays into me being the type of coach and mentor that I am, is because instead of looking at things linearly, right, I can look at things very holistically, right? Instead of having a very short focus, I can look at things like this in a much broader perspective and be able to bring another set of eyes to situations and to challenges that people work with. One of the things that I don't want to diminish too is the fact that my life up until I started to take charge of my life in 2010 was literally an endless cycle of reacting, hustling, trying to put pieces of a puzzle together that absolutely did not fit. It was me trying to figure out how to navigate sexual assault, a very abusive, both toxic and domestic violence ridden marriage at one point that I have 2 older sons that were born into that marriage. And so that has been a whole trauma in itself, right? Navigating that situation over the years and really trying to figure out how to best help my boys and also help myself mentally, emotionally, physically, all of the things. And it really, all of these things didn't really hit full on until I had to navigate my mom passing away from breast cancer at the age of 49. If you have ever lost a parent that you were close to, I would love to make sure that you've also, kind of navigated something similar. If you've lost a parent, please put a 2 in the comments. That in itself, I think the loss of a parent can trigger some serious things, and it can also trigger some things that you reevaluate where you're at in your life and those changes that you choose to make moving forward. My mom lived life full out. Ever since I was a little girl, she lived full out, completely, totally, absolutely, was someone that did not take life for granted. And so for me, it really was a wake-up call. It was a wake-up call to address my childhood, right? My childhood very much consisted of me being born in very rural Montana. I'm not sure if anybody here is from Montana. If you're from Montana, please give me a 3. right? Montana is definitely has a whole piece of my heart. And so, oh, look, we got some Idaho. Absolutely. So after my sisters and I were all born, we were all very young. We moved to rural Nevada, which is essentially the same thing, right? Very small town. The town we moved to here in Nevada has approximately 8,000 people in the city limits. It's an agriculture, farming, mining based community. So there are definitely very old school beliefs here and very old school, thought processes, things like that. People, tend to not talk about problems. They just kind of brush things under the rug, right? If you've ever been a part of a small community, please absolutely give me a 4, because that tells me that you understand exactly what I'm talking about. Our community literally had 4 stoplights. We had 4. Even to this day, I actually moved back here. We have 4 stoplights in our entire community. And it was something where, as we were growing up, my mom was a very, like I said, independent, live life to the fullest woman. And she raised us so that we would know that we were capable of changing our stars. What I mean by that is my mom's favorite movie was A Knight's Tale that had, oh my goodness, I'm totally forgetting his name right now. Heath Ledger, I think was his name, is the main character. And they talk about how William Thatcher, who was this lowly peasant, basically, he told his son that he could do anything. He said, if you want to be a knight, you can be a knight. If you want to do this, you can do that, right? That it's a thread that's all through the entire movie. And that went against all of the societal, cultural, all of the norms, right, at that time, that he could achieve these things. And for him, he would tell him all the time, he would say, he would question his father and say, can it be done, father? Can a man really change his stars? And my mom firmly believed that my sisters and I could do anything in the world that we wanted. So we were raised like this, very much believing we could do anything. And as these things started piling up, I was sexually assaulted in high school here. I left. I ended up getting involved in a very toxic relationship. All of these things started raveling. And then my mom ended up battling breast cancer again after she had battled it in high school. And this time it was something that she could not beat. It metastasized all through her body. It took her when she was 49 years old. And one of the things that she told me before she passed away was that she knew that she didn't have to worry about my sisters and I, because we could create and do anything that we wanted. And it took all of that. It took losing my mom for me to be like, oh my gosh, like, I don't need to stay in this relationship anymore. I don't need to stay in this position anymore. I can move forward and I can do what I need to do to protect my sons and protect myself. Because it was getting very physical. There were things that were happening inside the household that were getting extremely dangerous. And so with that, with my mom passing away, it became a situation where I was like, okay, we're going to use this for fuel. And in those moments, if you believe in a spiritual power or you have a higher power for yourself, I invite you to drop a 6 in the comments. I had a conversation with God and I said, you know what? If you get me out of this position, if you make this right, I swear I will spend the rest of my life helping women, individuals, youth, everyone change their lives. I want them to be able to change their stars. And so God came full circle for me. He got me out of that position. He helped me find a job and create an economy for myself. He kept pulling me into like helping people. I used to work in a mine and I had underground grown men in my office asking me how to fix their lives, how to fix their marriages, how to do this, how to create goals, how to set them, how to strategically move through life, how to handle these things that have happened to them over and over again. And as a result, I ended up going and becoming an internationally certified coach. I've done extensive work with trauma-informed care, especially, right, because of my own situation and because of others. But it's become a situation where I moved forward into creating something that I call the Soul Gold Collaborative. And it is a group of like-minded individuals that want to sit at a larger table, a longer table, to be able to really help others and be able to really embody the change we want to see in the world. My hope is that we can change and make things better than they were for our next generations that are coming. I've worked with youth. I heavily work with youth. I heavily work with adults, and especially women who have had to battle through those fires and come out of that fire as a phoenix, and to gain those new things and to gain those new skills and to rebuild a life that they design and that they choose to live inside. And one of the most beautiful things, right, is I also run both individual, corporate, and team style experiential retreats. And with that, it's incredible because I have the opportunity to give people tangible skills in a weekend or in 5 days or 7 days, depending on what we're doing, both domestically and internationally, for those travel bugs out there, to allow them to really take a look on the inside and create from a new foundation and move forward from a place of empowerment versus life once again happening to them. Life can now happen through them so that they gain that momentum and they can rebuild and know that what they're doing is what they've always desired. And in some cases, there are things that clients build that they've wanted since they were small children, and they never had the right environment. Society said no, their culture said no, their family, whatever it was, prohibited them from being able to do that. So those are some of the most empowering ways, right, to kind of access that is through retreats and things like that. But one-to-one coaching, all of these things are something that are completely tangible and something that my heart absolutely loves doing with people. And it's something that I think is extremely empowering. If you are interested in connecting with me, I will drop all of my information here into the chat. And you can find me on both LinkedIn, I'm on Facebook, I'm also on Instagram. So I'll drop all that information into the chat. But as we kind of wrap up, I want to offer this to you, and I want to tell you that you are seen, you are heard, and you are known despite what you have battled and despite the fires that you have been put through. You are here for a purpose and a reason, and I want you to know that you matter on every level. So as you walk away tonight, I want you to just breathe that in and embody that, and know tomorrow when you wake up, the sun will rise and you will have an opportunity to rebuild and work on that foundation for yourself.
Holly, great job, amazing job, inspirational. And it's amazing that you're in Montana. I'm from Idaho. I was actually supposed to be there. I think I told you that, but I'm actually not going. I'm going to Seattle and then the Gorge instead. But yeah, I mean, what you've gone through in your life and then now turning that into what God wants for you is very heartwarming. And it's exactly what we need to do, despite the sexual violence, despite the abuses that we've experienced. Your values matter, and your values is to overcome these challenges so that you can empower and impact other people. So we definitely want you to put all of your information in the chat and to be able to share with all the participants. And we have the Facebook Live going as well. So it's on my Facebook. So we've got a bunch of people there watching as well. So Holly, thank you so much for being here and for coming on a couple minutes early. Sorry for giving you a heart attack.
Right, I was like, it's all good.
It's all, yeah, you are great. I remember my coach, my first coach, all of a sudden he's like, all right, you're up. I'm like, what do you mean I'm up? What am I talking about? Right. So So it's good experience. So
Yeah.
great job, and thank you so much, and keep kicking butt, girl.
Definitely. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yes, so I am going to be introducing our last speaker before our panel, and I am so excited to bring this young lady up. This is the first time I'm actually hearing her story in a 15-minute presentation. Very excited, Elise, by the way. And she is a potential, not potential, she is a client of mine. We're just waiting on something to happen in order for that to happen, but excited to start her with branding and breakthroughs and allowing her to be able to monetize her story. So Elise Stevens is a mother to 3 beautiful children, a wife, and a survivor. 15 years ago, she was kidnapped and held hostage for 5 months while pregnant with her oldest child. She used all the strength she had to escape and find safety for her and her daughter. She promised her daughter that day that they would never be trapped again. It took her 11 years to heal from the pain and trauma that she endured. She learned that simply putting her words to her trauma set her free from the pain she held onto for so many years. She now tells her story worldwide and shares her family on multiple social media outlets to show their survivors that there is life after abuse. And what is great is she calls her husband Big Red. It's awesome. And I give the stage to you, Elise.
Well, thank you. Yes, my name's Elise Stevens, and 15 years ago, I was kidnapped and held hostage while pregnant with my oldest daughter. When I say kidnapped, I wasn't taken off the side of the road and thrown into, your typical white van. This was a man who had promised to love me and care for me and raise my child as his own, because it was his own. I was never informed of what the signs of domestic violence were, or even truly educated on what domestic violence was in a whole. So from the beginning, I had that gut feeling something wasn't right, but I couldn't put words to what was happening that wasn't right. Before I knew it, I was 4.5 months pregnant, and he stabbed me in the abdomen and gave me acute kidney failure from beating me so hard. I drove myself to the hospital, and I told the hospital that I fell down the stairs and landed on an open X-Acto knife. I was so scared. I was scared, like, what if I get out of here? He's going to do this to me again. I can't tell the truth. I did not know about shelters. I didn't know that women could go and this would be a secret. I was not informed of any of that or my rights as a woman. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks and released, and I was met with a U-Haul packed with my stuff, and he said, "Get in or I'll kill you." I truly believed he would. I mean, it would have been less than 2 weeks prior, and he had stabbed me in the abdomen while pregnant. I got in that U-Haul, and he said, "I'm taking you to my mom's for a better life." And in my head, I was like, please let this woman be nicer than he is. But in my heart, I knew, if he's this bad, what does that say about her? I was kept in a 10-by-10 room. All contact was taken from me. I had no phone. I had no internet. I was only allowed to check my email when they were with me. And if I would write an email to my family, they would read over it and send it in their words. So my family really had no clue where I was. They had no information. I realized if I was going to get out, I was going to have to do it myself. So I started stealing dimes, nickels, dollar bills from any opportunity I had. Like, they would take me to the grocery store with them, and anytime I could find change, I would pick it up. When my oldest daughter, Gracie, was 3 weeks old, I had enough to get a train ticket. I called up a friend I hadn't talked to in months. I said, "Please, no questions asked, just be here at this time and get us." And she's like, "No questions asked, I'll be there." For the next 3 months, my ex followed me. He attacked me. He sexually assaulted me in a park, which resulted in a pregnancy when my daughter was only about 5 weeks old, and I had an abortion. And when my daughter turned 4 months old, I had this man arrested, and the police believed me. They never doubted me. They arrested him, no questions asked. And I was like, wait, what? He told me you guys wouldn't believe me. Like, I had such a construed idea of what the police were going to do that night. And when they took him away, I felt freedom, but they released him the next day on a release agreement. You know, he was supposed to go to his mom's. Instead, he came to my house, he broke in, he stole all my daughter's birth certificate, social security card, her clothes, anything he could get his hands on that were hers. And I was scared. So I reached out to a friend and I jokingly offered him $100 a night to be my bodyguard. And that is why today we are known as the real life Whitney Houston and Kevin Costner. We were published 2 years ago after a company in Bristol, UK bought our story. And I never thought my story was special. I never saw anything different in my story. It was just who I was. It was how I had gotten to where I was at. And I honestly did not think it was special. A woman asked me one time, what's your story? And it was the first time in 11 years, but I sat down for 3 hours and I told her all of it. And she looked at me and she said, I can't use your story, but somebody can, and it will be used for great things. And I looked at her and I thought, why would I give you my story to use? It's my story. I was very confused on that. But from that day forward, I decided I'm going to tell my story. I had no clue how I was going to get it out there. I made a stupid TikTok about 2 years ago about how I hired my bodyguard and now we have 3 dogs, 2 horses, 3 kids, a mortgage, and I'm broke. It went huge. And you know, that's my husband's and my personality. We joke, we laugh, we make light of what I went through because it's how I heal. But you know, putting words to my triggers is truly how I healed. And I didn't realize that for 11 years. So for 11 years, I would fight against my husband. Every time he would trigger me, I would think he did that on purpose. Nope, I'm not even going to talk to him. And I'd walk away. And one day I looked at him and I said, do you know that when you do that, it triggers me? And this is why. And he looked at me and he said, I would have never thought that. And just that simple action is what changed our marriage, changed our life. We literally were on the verge of divorcing. We were on the verge of separating our family. And me just realizing, simply putting words to my triggers could change my whole life. My goal is to show the world that that's all you have to do to heal. And I know it sounds so simple, like how could you not think to put words to your triggers? But when you don't even understand you're being triggered, you don't even know what that trigger is, how can you do it? But that's the great thing about when you just simply say, hey, whoa, you triggered me and this is why. It doesn't only help the other person understand your pain, your trauma, and your triggers, but it helps yourself understand your pain, your trauma, and your triggers. And you can learn that the next time this happens, I'm just getting triggered, and you start finding freedom in things that you never thought you would find freedom in. For instance, I hated water because I was held under it. It was used as a tool to abuse me. I finally put words to that. I now kayak. I now waterboard. I now am in the water 24/7. It is no longer a trigger for me. I have opened a door for my kids and opened a door for our family by just putting words to that small trigger. We now share our family and our story worldwide. We have over 250,000 followers combined between all apps. And just yesterday, I released my merchandise. It's Big Red's Wife official. And we are just blowing up. This is a whole different world. It's a world I never thought I would live. But if I can help one person see that there is life after their abuse, by just putting words to their triggers, then I will sit in front of this camera every day if I have to. I don't enjoy the camera life, but it is one that God has led me on, and I have learned to love it. And I have learned that that is how I am going to share my story. And that is how I am going to show others that there is life after abuse. That's my story.
That's amazing, girl. So there's a lot in there, right? You have a profound story. You know you have a profound story, and your story matters. And because you're speaking up, you're empowering other people to speak up too. You're not alone. And there are so many individuals out there who have experienced forms of abuse similar to what you've gone through. And the only way to help others is to speak up. Now, she's not joking that she's got 250,000 followers on social media. I looked at that profile and I was like, we need to make you some money, girl, for sure. However, you're able to use that platform to inspire. And once you are able to continue speaking like this is what will inspire even more. It's impactful. Your story, I wrote so much down, right? It's how you survived through that, what you're doing now. And I just see the joy in all of your Instagram and TikTok posts, TikTok primarily, and all of the TikToks, right? And it's Big Red. Seriously, she calls her husband Big Red. And like,
I wish I had a picture of him like right here, because he really is he reminds me of the Kool-Aid man. Remember like the Big Red Kool-Aid man?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yes, that's why we call him Big Red, is because he is the Big Red Kool-Aid man. That is just who he is.
That is hilarious. But he and her interact so well together. They throw popcorn at each other. They just went to Carl's Jr. the other day and she filmed the whole thing. And I do watch your stuff because I'm watching you. And I do so because I know that you're impacting and inspiring so many people, and that you will continue to do that same thing. And I am grateful and humbled to be your coach and to have you speak and to share your story on international stages all around the world, do TEDx talks, and be able to sell your merchandise and monetize your experiences, because you matter, your experience matters. And because of what you've gone through, you now can help other people, and you're worth it.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to tell my story here. It's not the easiest story to shove into 15 minutes. So
oh, you actually were 5 minutes shy. So that's why we're still talking right now.
well, I'm 5 minutes shy because I was off on the time, because I live on the Pacific side. And I'm a scatterbrain. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, time management will help fix that, but definitely stay who you are, right? And be who you are, because people are attracted to your energy. And you kick butt, girl. So keep going and keep moving forward, okay?
Well, thank you.
Make sure you put your contact information in the chat for those who want to connect with you, at least on TikTok, because that is where you are most known.
Yeah, all my Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube handles are pretty much the same. It's all just Big Red's wife, because that's who I am.
Yes, I love
but
that.
I will put it in.
Yes, go ahead and put it in. But the Whitney Houston and Kevin Costner, the real life, I love that movie, right? That movie, The Bodyguard, is great. So now you are the real life bodyguard.
I think it was New York Post who posted us as a real life Whitney Houston and Kevin Costner, and Big Red will not let go of that, because he says, man, I must be sexy if I look like big Kevin Costner.
Yes, ma'am. That is great.
All right, well, I'll put that in.
Thank you for being here, and we will be talking with you soon, Elise.
Thank you.
So now we get the honor of having amazing panelists come, and we are going to ask some questions. So let me see if I can tag some of these panelists. Here we go. Here we go. Am I missing a panelist? If I am missing a panelist, please make sure to raise your hand so I can get you down in the spotlight. But I'm very excited to have these ladies as a panelist for Breaking the Silence Summer Summit Series. So as you know, when I spoke with people individually, it was an interview process. I was not the one who chose all the panelists, by the way. There was a team of us who did so. And we are missing a couple. I know some of them couldn't make it, and I am excited that you ladies are here. So what I would really love you to do I would say in 60 seconds, tell us a little bit about who you are. We'll go around round robin, and then I'm going to come right back to you, and then we'll dive into your story for a little bit. And then we'll come back and dive into what it is that you are doing now to inspire, to impact, in spite of or because of what you've gone through. Sound good, ladies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Gigi, you said it first. I'm going to have you go first.
All right, awesome. Hi, everyone. First and foremost, thank you, Michelle. It's an honor to be here. And Pearl, thank you as well. And it's an honor to be here with all of you today. Thank you for being here. My name is Gigi Sabat, and I'm a motivational keynote speaker and the CEO and founder of Life Service Center of America.
Oh, that was short and sweet. Good. Okay, Gabriella, you're next.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. And I am Gabriela Chang. I am a feminine embodiment coach, and I help women primarily, but also men, to tap into their feminine energy, release any negativity, and have the relationship that they desire. I am also the Magnetic Goddess Institute founder, and I love to help people to download the information they need to process beliefs, outdated, negative thoughts that are not serving them anymore, and to really tap into their sensuality to release the magnetic goddess that they are.
Awesome. And I know, Dana, you just entered. However, we are putting you on the spot. So in 60 seconds or less, tell us just about who you are.
My name is Dana Saperstein. I live in Santa Barbara, California. I've been a clinical psychologist in private practice for the last 35 years. And I started a podcast about a year and a half ago called Fear Me Out. And I have about 85 episodes that I put on about, they're really inspiring stories about people, how people have healed their trauma. And it's really a source of great passion and fun for me to share the experiences I've had over the last very long period of time and helping people heal the worst that you can ever imagine that they've been through.
Awesome. Awesome. And Pearl, I know Let's Be a Panelist, but you are also a co-host. So tell us a little bit about you, and then you can ask the next question.
Awesome. So hey, everybody, my name is Pearl Sharenza. I am the owner and founder of Women's Successful Living. I'm an author, speaker, and podcaster. I'm also a retreat facilitator. So I love to help women step into the power of the word no, so they show up and say yes to themselves. And that way they will live their authentic Shiro life. So I guess the next question, Michelle, do you have a specific, let's see. So
story.
I guess, yeah. So tell us what about your story has given you hold on. What about your story has given you the most power?
Are you talking to me specifically?
You can go first.
You can go first, Dana. All of you. It's a question for all of you. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I started my life in a pretty difficult situation. I got molested as a 4-year-old. I was threatened with death if I told anybody about what happened to me. It would happen in a hospital. And when I went in for surgery, I thought they were killing me when they were putting me under anesthesia. And so I swore over and over again I wouldn't tell anybody. And it didn't come up again until I was in my 30s. Since that time, it kind of woke me up to the idea that there is such a thing as repressed memory. I really didn't believe that that was a possibility until I actually experienced it myself, and it really changed the nature of the way that I was able to help people moving forward once I came to realize that that happened to me.
Yeah, repressed memories. I'm glad that you brought that up because throughout the summit, people talk about what they've experienced as a child and how it has come up. So Dana, thank you for sharing that. Gigi.
Absolutely. And so essentially with what happened with me in regards to the strangulation and everything that I endured, after everything that happened, I stepped into God's purpose for my life, and I'm able to understand people from their place of pain than ever before. And I tell folks this all the time, I'm able to see from a different lens than ever before. And again, I'm just grateful to be here, to be able to continue to serve his people.
Got it. So briefly talk about the strangulation. So some of the people here don't know your story.
Absolutely. So raise your hand if you've ever felt strangled by life, or if you face a challenge in your life. Yes, well, literally, and I take you back to the day where I almost lost my life, death by strangulation. And I'll never forget, I was sitting on the couch and I was on the phone call with a colleague, and I'll never forget the abuser charged at me, beat me, almost strangled me to death, threw my phone across the room. And when I tried to get back up, I fell flat like a vegetable. And I'll never forget attempting to get up, and I could not get up. I just could not get up. And literally that day changed my life forever. And to be completely honest, there were 2 other times that I recall this happening. And the first time this was brought to the surface was when I was out playing basketball with a friend of mine I grew up with in high school. And I told her I cannot shoot. I just couldn't shoot. And she says, "Are you being abused at home?" And I said, "No, I don't think so." I said, "There's no way," because I don't know what that is. I never experienced that in my life. And she says, "Gigi, I think you may be being abused at home." And so when I asked the abuser, "Did you strangle me?" Literally, the abuser said, "I think you have a cold." And so that was a sign, number one. And then also too, I remember being strangled again, but I remember just blacking out. And I remember the domestic violence advocate saying, "Those 2 times you recall being strangled before, it most likely happened. So don't completely disregard that." And in fact, because of what my friend said, "You may be being abused at home," the day I was on the couch and I saw the abuser charging at me, that is the reason, in fact, why I put my neck down this way. If you're looking at me here, I put my neck down this way. And in fact, that's what the domestic violence advocate said may have saved my life. Had I not had gut feeling not tell me, "Put your neck down," I probably would not be in front of you today. And so I'm just grateful for my friend catching on to what may have happened at home when she said that. And so again, I'm just grateful to be here. And in another time too, I remember being on the ground and being pushed to the ground. And these are flashbacks that I recall. And there was a boy involved, a little boy. It wasn't my child. I didn't give birth to the child, but he called me mama. And I remember him just reaching out his arm, attempting to pick me up. And I remember waking up the next morning and my arm was broken. And I said, "How did my arm break?" And so these are things. And I remember talking to the domestic violence advocate, and she said, pretty much when you're strangled, it can affect your memory. And she said, "Don't feel bad."
Yep. Awesome. Yeah. Not awesome that you went through this, but awesome that you are here now to tell your story. Gabriella.
Thank you so much for this. And Gigi, thank you for sharing your story. That's very touching. And for me, I guess it's been an accumulation of events since I was born. I was abandoned by my biological father, and then a series of events that made me mistrust men in general. And so after that, I was domestic violence was in my house, and I was sexually abused as well by my stepfather. And after that, I started to attract relationships that either made me feel controlled and they were very jealous, or made me be in relationships with emotionally unavailable men. So my abandonment issues will trigger. So either I will not be triggered, but I will be with controlling, jealous men, or I will be triggered by emotional unavailable men that were going to abandon me. And so this cycle for me was what I needed to heal. Before I could be in a healthy relationship, I truly needed to dig deeper into my abandonment and rejection issues and see how I was also perpetuating that to myself. Because in life, I found out that we have a triangle. What we do to others, we do to ourselves, and they do to us. So it was very important for me to truly look into that abandonment wound and truly heal it, because even if we heal it, that abandonment will continue for the rest of our lives to be triggered, but every time will be less and less and less, depending on how we are able to soothe ourselves and, you know, nurture ourselves. So for that, I found that I was completely disconnected from my body due to trauma. I was doing astral, disconnecting from my body, doing astral, how do you say astral?
I know what you're talking about. I can't pinpoint the
like
name.
traveling astrally, just leaving your body and completely being silenced, right? Which is why I enjoyed the title of this summit, because that made me not have a voice. I couldn't say yes or no. I will just be whatever, you know? So that made me mute myself completely. That made me disconnect from my body and have no voice, have no saying, and just be like a chameleon, just flow into whatever, you know, and be an autopilot and be completely numb. Yes, now I
you
am
are
here.
and we'll get into
excited.
that other end of the story. So I'm very excited that you are here and you all are. And Pearl, why don't you tell us a little bit about your story as well? You're on mute. But for those of you who missed her this morning, I would love for her to tell her story briefly.
Yeah, so I'm a overcoming people pleaser addict. So I would say yes, my voice was saying yes to everybody else instead of yes to me. So as I learned to step into the word no, I realized that all those years that I was saying yes to everybody else, I was actually dimming the light of people that I could have shined the light on, and also not allowing my light to shine the way I want it to. And I love that you guys are talking about the voice and everything about this, because when you use your voice to say yes to yourself, you show up to do the things that you're meant to do. You're here sharing, like we're doing today in this summit, to share and empower others that our voice matters. And that when we show up for ourselves, we can do many things in this world to change what's happening in the world and change stories of those that are maybe walking right behind us in the same journey that some of us have had.
So awesome. The next question I want to ask is, why is it important to share your story? We are on a summit where we have had 20 plus speakers tell their story just today, plus you panelists being able to dive in a little bit about your stories. Why is it so imperative to be able to speak up and tell your story? Dana, why don't you go ahead and go first?
Well, I think as a man, part of why I decided to do a podcast and to share my story was because men in my age, I'm 68, are not usually very open about themselves emotionally. And so I decided to come out of the therapy closet and actually talk about my own personal struggles. It's not something you're supposed to do when you're a therapist. You're supposed to kind of keep yourself invisible. But I made a decision that it was time for people to know that men get sexually abused. It's not just women. And that it's really important to talk about it. It's not something to be ashamed of. And the only way to heal is by bringing it out into the open. And so I encourage men and women, obviously, to share their stories and try not to be ashamed of the fact that it is a source of vulnerability, but it really inspires other people to take the chance of healing themselves.
Yes, 100%. And we had a handful of male speakers today and yesterday as well, telling their stories. And we are fully encouraging more men to join this movement, because it is not just women, it is men as well who are being assaulted and abused. And we need to talk about that so that we can stop the injustice. Gabriella, you want to go next?
Yes, for me, sharing the story is my story is about giving hope to other people to see that if you commit to your healing, if you commit to feeling your emotions, and little by little you commit to that step, to that journey of self-discovery, you can heal as well, because healing is not just to one person. Being better, feeling happy is not just to the lucky ones or to those who are financially successful. Feeling that inner peace belongs to everybody, and it is our birthright. So my story is just a testimony of hope for those who are still in that darkness that I once was.
Yes, that is so important, because we are in darkness, and in order to shine a light on that darkness, we have to use our voices. So I love that. Gigi, why don't you go ahead and answer next?
Yes, ma'am. And to be transparent, in the past, I was always an introverted leader. And I'll never forget my friend, he looked me in the eyes and he said, and he knew my story. He said, Gigi, you need to share your story. It may help someone. And so for me, that was enough to come forward and share the story. And so I'm now considered an ambivert, because I'm able to express myself in such a way. But I never in a million years would think that I'd be sharing out loud and speaking in public.
Why not? I just want to hear why not real fast.
Because I was an introvert.
Oh, an introvert. I thought you
Yes,
said
ma'am.
something else. I was like, wait, what did she say? Yeah, it is, being an introvert, and, half the population are introverts and half are extroverts. I mean, there's things in between. There's disc profiling and all kinds of different personality traits. However, even though you're an introvert, it is important to express yourself, because only through expression can you heal. And that is why you're telling your story, because other people may be introverts as well and say, you know what, if she can do it, I can do it too. And that's what I love. And that's why I love this platform so much, because if us as speakers can speak up and use our voices, that means that you as participants, you as people who may be experiencing pain and trauma, you can use your voice to speak up as well. Pearl, why is it so important to share your story?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think for me, because as I went through my journey of overcoming people pleasing, I realized I wasn't alone. That many women feel like we have to do for everybody, starting with our kids. And when I started on the journey, it was an eye opener when I was visiting my sister-in-law and my nephew at the young age of 4 years old. She's like, hey, come upstairs with me and help. Sean's going to put his clothes away. I'm like, put his clothes away? He's only 4 years old. She's like, listen, I'm not I'm not doing everything for everybody. This is a household. This is a business. And I was like, oh, you're a CEO mom. I like this. And so I started realizing that's when I really was like, I got to get out there with my story, because I was like, we think we have to do everything. And even if you don't have kids, you work out of the house, you come home, you think you still have to run the house, because that's some of us I'm 58 years young. That's sort of what we grew up with. Our mom and our granny did that. That's not in the day and age we're in today. So I wanted to change that story.
Awesome. So my next question is, what are you doing now to help and encourage and inspire? I know we heard a little bit about podcasting. We heard a little bit about speaking. What is your passion now? And where do you see that leading? Gabriella, you want to go first?
Yes, thank you. For me is connecting with people more in person, building relationships. I am currently looking to do more workshops in person and have that healing connection, because I do meditations, I do sound baths, and I teach people how to do somatic meditations, which is connecting to your body, feeling your senses, feeling with your senses and feeling any pressure in your body to release whatever is being blocked or whatever pressures you have there. And also having some speaking events where I'm going to be sharing everything about relationships, why we are failing, why everybody's calling themselves just be single, and why is marriage also failing as an institution, and why do we still want it? What is romantic about that when we cannot even talk about financials or even prenups? Why is it so wrong about that? So that's what I'm doing at the moment. Also, in the plans for the future, I have a book that I've been planning to write for the past few years, and all of the knowledge and the wisdom that I've been acquired through my clients, through my life experiences, my studies, will be in this book about relationships and how we women are actually the healers of the world. And by suppressing our feminine energy, we are causing more harm to the world than good.
Awesome, awesome. I can't wait to read that book. And it is so empowering to be able to write your book, being able to author your story. You know, only 2% of the population has a book. So I recommend all of us have a book. We already have all the content on our computer. It's just a matter of taking it and piecing it together. So Dana, why don't you go ahead and go next? Tell us a little bit about what you're up to and what you foresee for the future.
Well, as a professional, I see about 20 people a week. Most of the people I see have suffered fairly significant trauma. I try to help people understand that when you're experiencing trauma, you go into an altered state in order to cope. And all you're doing is looking to survive, and the feelings associated with the trauma get buried inside your body. So I use hypnotherapy as a way of helping people reconnect with that trauma in the same electrical chemical state that they were in when they were being traumatized, and I develop ways to help people release that poison from their body. So that's what I do in my therapy practice. In my podcast, I interview people about their journey toward healing and living the life that they want to live. And it's incredibly inspiring, the honesty that people come forward with to talk about things that you can't even imagine that they've gone through as children, and how they've come to terms with it and become really productive people who have devoted their lives to be in the service of others. So that's pretty much what I'm up to on a professional level.
I love that, because it is about expressing ourselves, and you're providing that platform. So you have a podcast. If you guys are interested, then contact Dana about being on his podcast. But
absolutely.
Yes, I think it's very important to be able to provide that platform. It's very similarly for us providing this platform for people to be able to share their stories as well. And then with therapy, you know, I truly believe in therapy. I 100% think that if it wasn't for my therapist, I would not be where I am today. And he dives into different types of modalities, as I'm sure you do as well, but it is really all about expression. So thank you, Dana.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Gigi, tell us about what you're doing, what you're up to. I know you're up to a lot.
Yes, ma'am. And so I'm a personal life and business coach, and I love helping others get unstuck, and I love helping others achieve their goals. And if they have a story, I love helping them bring that to the surface, and not just that as well, but their voice. Your voice matters. And so don't be afraid to let your voice be heard. And also too, we need to end the stigma in our society, as far as a lot of the stigmas in our society, as far as domestic violence goes, where it says that domestic violence only happens to women. That's not true. It can also happen to men. And then it's not just physical. There's so many other components: emotional, financial, physical, the list goes on. We need to continue to advocate about that. So I'm such a strong advocate for domestic violence. We need to continue to advocate for it and educate about domestic violence. And that's why I love the work that you're doing, Michelle. And also too, we need to come together and really step forward and help those, again, find their voice. And what breaks my heart is those individuals who feel as though they cannot express themselves, or if they feel as though they are what the individual told them that they are. If they've been through domestic violence, they feel whatever that person has told them negatively about them, that is who they are. If that's you, that is not who you are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love that, because you are not defined by your circumstances. You get to choose how those circumstances, how you get to define those circumstances. They don't define you. So I love that. And I love that you talked about men as well. You know, we actually had a survivor of domestic violence, a male survivor, speak today. And it was very impactful and empowering, because a lot of people think that it's just one-sided, and it is not one-sided. It is an epidemic that is in all cultures, all races, and all sexes. So it is up to us to combat those issues. Pearl, I know you have a lot going on, especially with the Shiro League and your event coming up here in September. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we have our annual retreat that's coming up September the 11th through, September 14th to the 18th. It's a pajama retreat. All the women show up and we get in our PJs. We have no makeup the entire weekend. We work on self-care, vision setting, identifying what our goals are and what's holding us back. So that's in the Gulf Shores, Alabama. We have 2 spots left for that. So if you want to reach out to me, I'll put it in a chat. And then we have a 6-week master class that we do. It's called the Shiro Mindset. So it's about identifying your saboteurs and your judges and what shows up and how you can even name it. And so when she shows up, for me, it's Betsy. You have a name for her and you can like set her aside and let her know it's not time. So we do that. But if you really want to know where you are in your self-care and what your self-care superpower is or is not, you can always go to pearlsurvey.com and take the survey, and I'll put it in the chat too. But those are some of the things that I'm doing myself. Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, and I think it's so much fun. She didn't talk about this, but in her retreat, she says that she lets the girls loose. So
Let the girls hang loose.
Then we get to go and be free from makeup and bras. I was born in the wrong century. I think I would be a bra burner back then for sure. But hey, that's a whole nother conversation here. So for our last question, ladies and gentlemen, I would love for you guys to give us one last hopeful thought or inspiration piece that you can leave our audience with, whether they're on Facebook watching, whether this is a replay, because we do have a lot of people watching replays on Facebook or live here on the Zoom. What is that inspiration that you want to leave our audience with? Dana, do you want to go first?
Sure. What I encourage people to consider is that there's no shortcut to healing, that you have to be willing to do the work. And sometimes it can take a fair bit of effort and courage and time. But from my perspective, it's worth it because what I see happen with people is fairly dramatic after they have come to terms with the trauma they've suffered, and the kind of choices that become available to you and the people that start to come into your life are really it's really very inspirational. So really, I'm really encouraging people not to let their fear stop them from moving forward. I mean, the reason I call my podcast Fear Me Out is because I don't think that fear is what gets in people's way. I think it's your relationship to it that determines the outcome. And I think that the more that you're connected to your intuition, the easier it is to face your fears and achieve whatever it is you're looking for in your life.
Awesome. And Dana, where can people find you?
You can reach me at either Dana Saperstein at gmail.com, or you can go to my website at fearmeoutpodcast.com.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Gigi, what about yourself?
Yes, ma'am. If you're listening to this message, you are cared for, you are loved. Do not give up, and you are not what you've been through. You're not your circumstances. You're not your challenges. Keep the faith. Keep moving forward. Do not give up. And there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and there is hope. And you may not be able to see it now, but there is hope. And again, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And if you are looking to be in a new relationship, keep this in mind. It is possible. There are healthy relationships out there, and it's okay to take that time, as Dana was saying, to heal. And I'm glad I did. I'm glad that I took that time, and now I am in a new relationship, and I'm happier than I've ever been before. And again, I'm a walking, talking testimony that, and you can utilize me as an example that there is hope, and not to give up, and keep in mind that not everyone is the same, and meet people where they are, and be in that relationship. Don't bring the baggage from the previous relationship to the new relationship. Leave that at the door.
Amen. And where can people find you, Gigi?
You can find me on LinkedIn. That's Gigi Sabat, and also the website, Life Service Center of America, LLC.com.
Perfect. Thank you. And Gabriella.
Yes, thank you for that, Gigi and Dana. Actually, to piggyback on both of you, relationships are so difficult, and we carry the baggage because we just haven't healed it yet. So that's why we are, that is coming up to the surface. So relationships are just a reflection of you, of the relationship you have with yourself. And I'm here to tell you that there is hope again. And when you embrace your own vulnerability, instead of being afraid of it, instead of running away from your own feelings, because let's be honest, sometimes it just doesn't feel good to sit down with your feelings and really cry it out. But if you have to, just do it. feel sad, feel disappointed, name your feelings and go through that process, because that is the only way you can really process and then let it go. You cannot let go without processing. You will actually just suppress. When we are suppressing, we cannot hear our intuition, and we actually confuse it with being in survival mode. And that ego voice inside of you is not the right one. So remove the blockages, let go of all of these feelings and the shame of being with your feelings, and enjoy the beauty of being you, whatever that means, that unique, beautiful self that you are.
Yes, you have to feel in order to heal. That was a common theme that we kept talking about, because feeling through the pain will actually help you heal. Gabriela, how do we get in touch with you?
Yeah, you can get in touch with me by going to my website, gabrielachang.com. And also you can email me at hello@gabrielachang.com, or find me on Instagram at gabrielachang.me.
Awesome. Pearl, why don't you give us some last words of wisdom about how to overcome, how to keep your head up. You are the master at keeping your head up despite circumstances. Go for it.
Right, before I do, I need everybody to take and put their camera on. Please put your camera on. It's very, very important what we're about to do. I need your camera on. Shante, Jackie, Riley, everybody, we want to see your face. Please put your camera on. Olie, Zaina, Trent, Amy's iPad. Come on, let's see your beautiful faces. Don't be so shy. I don't care if you have a bra on or not. Let's go, let's go. I want to see all of you, because I'm going to share my words and we're going to do something when I get done. So come on, Jackie, Trent, all of you, I know you're listening. I want to tell you, each and every one of you yesterday and today are so powerful. You guys have done exactly what you need to do in sharing your story and paying it forward. You guys are sheroes. You guys are strong. You guys are happier. You guys are empowered. You guys are radiant, and you guys are the original person who's sharing the story. You are right where you're supposed to be at the right time, and everybody needs to continue to hear your story. Do not ever turn away the opportunity to stand on a stage and share your story, sit in a Zoom, or be on a podcast, because everybody needs to hear your story. So I want to thank you guys for sharing your story today. And I would like everybody to come off the camera, and I would like us, before Michelle's allowed to close us out,
oh, you muted.
All my contact is already in the chat, so you can find me on TikTok and all that underneath my name. But on a count of 3, I want us to sing an early happy birthday to Michelle.
Oh.
1, 2, 3. Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Michelle. Happy birthday
to you. Thank you, Pearl, for that. And thank you, everybody. Thanks to the panelists. Thanks to all the speakers. It's been an amazing 2 days. This is gratitude to its fullest. I am so grateful to have all of you be a part of this event. So grateful for all the participants to listen. If you are interested in speaking at the Winter Summit, we do have spots left at that Winter Summit, only 28 right now. They are going quick, which is lovely, but that is November 13th and 14th. If you are interested in Legacy Camp, we have a handful of spots left for that. I'm going to go ahead and put my calendar in the chat. So go ahead and book a time with me. I am going to take calls on Thursday, even though it is blocked. So if nothing pops up that works for you, go ahead and contact me. I know, Pearl, I'm driving, so I'm going to take calls while I drive. You're on mute. I can't hear you. I'm glad I can't hear you.
Your birthday Thursday. You're not.
I know, but I'm driving, and I'm going to be traveling the next couple of weeks. When you're a boss, you gotta boss up, and sometimes you have to work on your birthday, right? So excited to have you all, and really wishing you the best rest of the summer. I know some of you are going back to school. The kids, I think, are going back to school, but it's been great. And thank you guys very much. Have an awesome day.
God bless.
Thank you.